Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, a very wild start so far. Bank of America, they were the first bank. They did really good. Again, continuing this trend of the banking fear not being as bad. But then Goldman Sachs, they had earnings. It wasn't as good. It wasn't because of fears of a bank run, but more so they just didn't make as much money on fixed income as some of the other banks. So out of any of the big banks, Goldman was pretty much the only one and the first one to report a loss in that area. So getting a little bit of a reaction. You got more regional banks after hours. You've already heard from Johnson & Johnson, LMT. Both of those did good, so no problems on that front. And then we got Netflix after the bell, ladies and gentlemen. So that's going to be wild. And Microsoft is running right now. What the hell is this? Microsoft readies AI chip. Well, there you go. Microsoft AI news right now. All it says is they're readying AI chip, the information. And then Bank of America is giving updates right now. Is that why NVIDIA is selling off? They're making a chip. Oh, Microsoft and NVIDIA readies chips. We'll see. We will see. But that's already some AI news to start. But Chatadonia, I hope you're ready for it. The market's already up a lot. We're going to see how we end the day. Get ready for the earnings. But yes. Good morning. What's up, Hard Spark? Good morning, Robo Hand Tech, Jeff Kent, baby. Rah Chase. Oh, good morning, baby. Stock traded. Built by Bailey's. Junior Aguilar. Yee, baby. Forever Young. Miss Howard. Good morning. Your dad. Good morning. Richard Judge, baby. What's up? Laker J. Oh, good morning. Flake Bam. Danny. Oh, it's a beautiful morning. Mr. Shupner. Jay Samuels, baby. Conrad. Oh, good morning, Chatadonia. Wake your ass up. It's Tuesday. It's earnings. What's up, Sirana? What's up, Devin? What's up, Calvin? Hobby Life. Good morning, RJ, Jason, Vincent, Estrella, Smaz, Alpha, Matt, Jay Swisher, D-Mac. Good morning, Jason Stain, Jeremy Diaz, Gus for the long term. Oh, good morning, Andre Blake. What's up, baby? Carson Witak. Good morning, baby. Oh, Junior. Let's go, Chatadonia. Mr. Trapato. Fury of Pogos. I hope I said that right. That sound like Giannis Antetokounmpo. Oh, open face sandwich in the house, baby. Good morning, Mark, Marak, Euro, Lateral. Oh, Jim Birch, Chatadonia. Love to see you. What's up, Blizzy B? Good morning, Ringmaster. Jake from State Farm. Oh, bright and early as always. Oh, Mother Liquor. Charlie from Vegas. Oh, Miami and Vegas. What? Fetcher Peace. Good morning. Good morning, Maria. Good morning, B. Dizall. Chatadonia. Just good morning. Y'all ready? Let's have some fun today. Let us have some fun today, Chad. So hope your morning is good. We have a lot to go over. Again, a lot of plays here even too, just from last night. And then earnings. I'm really excited for Netflix. So we have to wait 7 hours. We have to wait 7 hours for that now. So we'll see. We'll see. Vegas, Miami. Goldman traders, they failed to capitalize on fixed income bonanza that the rest of Wall Street generated last quarter, contributing to firm-wide revenue that fell short of analysts. The stock fell pre-market. Bank of America jumped as their fixed income traders surprised on the upside. Consumer deposits dropped 3% from a year earlier, but remained above $1 trillion. Deposits at BNY Mellon exceeded expectations in a sign that it weathered the turmoil that engulfed some smaller lenders. Netflix reports after the bell with the focus on advertising push and crackdown on password sharing. While subscriber ads may come in higher than consensus, near-term choppiness will likely dominate the narrative. Bloomberg Intelligence says J&J rose after they raised their full-year profit outlook. Futures were in the green following European stocks. Treasury yields retreated. Oil slid and gold advanced. The dollar, which weakened, is losing its reserve status at a faster pace than generally accepted, with many failing to account for last year's wild moves, according to Horizon's SLJ Capital Stephen Jen. China's economy, they surprised with the fastest growth in a year during the first quarter, spurred by consumer spending. Still, March data showed weak industrial output and falling property investment, signaling a gradual rather than a V-shaped recovery ahead. Citi raised their full-year GDP forecast to 6.1, while the S&P sees its current view of 5.5. By Chinese, China recovery as the U.S. and Europe head for the slumps is an ideal scenario to reallocate a little bit of the more weighting into a country this year. UBS Global Wealth Management Eva Lee said before the data dump. Goldman said China's strong macro data wasn't fully reflected in asset prices, with equities still trading at the inexpensive end of their historical range. Deutsche Bank aims to double the private banking revenue from Asia in 5 years, targeting ultra-wealthy clients fleeing Credit Suisse. The UBS takeover means Credit Suisse will probably lose about a fifth of their assets in wealth management. Brookfield defaulted on a $161 million mortgage for a dozen office buildings, mostly around Washington, D.C. CMA CGM is in exclusive talks to buy Bowler's logistics arms for €5 billion. J&J advanced after it raised their 2023 earnings guidance on strong growth in consumer unit. That's divesting. Lockheed rose after profit beat. BlackRock is calling time on the 60-40 portfolio in favor of public and private investment, as well as tactical holdings of bonds to navigate higher interest rates. Strategists recommend breaking up traditional asset allocation buckets and moving away from broad allocations. Meanwhile, Bank of America's Global Fund Survey showed that investors are the most underweight on stocks versus bonds since 2009. Wow. And Microsoft again, that's still moving there on this early AI news. China's economy grew at faster than expected, 4.5% year-on-year in the first quarter. Retail sales also beat with a 10.6% surge in March. However, industrial output and urban investment gained less than estimated, and property investment continued to contract. The Statistics Bureau said that the foundation for the rebound is not yet solid, echoing remarks from the PBOC. 11:30 a.m., you're going to get $34 billion of 52-week bills. 1 p.m., Fed Bowman speaks on CBDCs. And then today is U.S. federal tax day. Earnings include Netflix, Western Alliance, United Airlines, Omnicom, and First Horizon. Hot dog. Senate Republicans said they won't vote to replace absent Senator Dianne Feinstein with another Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, signaling a continued halt on most of Joe Biden's nominees. Chuck Schumer intends to offer a resolution this week to temporarily swap in another senator, but John Cornyn said he shouldn't expect a single GOP vote in favor. House Republicans will roll out their debt ceiling plans today, Majority Leader Stephen Scalise said. U.S. housing starts fell 0.8 in March to an annualized 1.42 million units, beating estimates. Building permits slumped more than expected, 8.8%. In Canada, CPI was bang in line at 4.3%. Pentagon calls classified document distribution list after leak. German investor sentiment deteriorated to concerns after the banking center and elevated inflation. UK wage growth accelerated unexpectedly, adding to inflationary pressures. Average earnings, excluding bonuses, rose 6.6 in 3 months through February. Excuse me. Singapore Central Bank Chief Ravi Menon is poised to leave this year. People familiar said Menon has been at the helm of the MAS since 2011, and his current term ends in May 31st. Central banks, Bank of Indonesia, held their current rate at 5.75 for the third meeting as inflation slows and the rupiah strengthens. RBA discussed the case for raising rates 25 at the April 4th meeting. The BFJ is considering forecasting a CPI rise in the upper 1% range for fiscal 2025. House prices in Sydney may have found a floor as a home shortage and the RBA's rate hike paused the stem of declines. India is preparing for an overhaul of their tax laws that may involve an increase in capital gains. Taxes for top earners, people familiar said. U.S. cites military threat as Beijing spurns calls to talk. China's commodity latest. Refiners processed 15 million barrels a day of crude in March, a record. Apparent oil demand jumped 9.5% last month from a year ago. Oil edged lower. European natural gas moved higher amid a forecast of colder and calmer weather. Tin extended yesterday's 10% jump as industry experts warned that the surge may not be sustainable. Iron ore rose before Vale's quarterly production report. Other base metals and precious metals also rose. Wheat climbed to the highest in 2 weeks as Ukraine said that grain shipments through the Black Sea remain suspended for the second day. Russia's increased control of wheat exports threatens to obscure prices and curb efficiency in the global grains market, according to Cargill. The price discovery is going to be way more opaque, said Alex Santafellu, the company's trading head. Theft of $1 million in gold suspends Argentina mine project. UBS will share some of its shares repurchased over the past year to finance the Credit Suisse deal after the Swiss regulator approved the change to their buyback plan. GSK will buy Canadian biotech Bellis for a total equity valuation of $2 billion. Lion Trust is among suitors for GAM's investment management unit, Sky reported. Tim Cook opened Apple's first company-owned store in India, betting retail outlets will help accelerate sales growth. Only about 4% of India's nearly 700 million smartphone users have iPhones. Ericsson's earnings beat, but it also warned of a choppy environment during 2023 with poor visibility. EasyJet advanced after raising their full-year target amid strong bookings. Cook opens India's first Apple store. Microsoft readies AI chip as machine learning costs surge. Walgreens raised new hold at Baptista, price target $39. Nike rated new hold at Baptista, price target $138. J&J raises quarterly dividend 5.3%. Travelers cut to price target cut to $182 from $196 at Citi. Porsche unveiled a refreshed Cayenne SUV at the Shanghai Auto Show to bolster their best-selling model before a more comprehensive shift to EVs. The new vehicle, which starts at $99,000, got more powerful engine, an updated chassis, a new interior, and it's also available as a plug-in hybrid. An AI-generated viral song that cloned Drake in The Weeknd is being pulled from streaming services. The BBC reported Hard on My Sleeve was played nearly 630,000 times on Spotify before being cut, meaning it earned about $1,800. Universal Music, which publishes both artists, said that platforms had a legal and ethical responsibility to prevent AI from harming artists. Wow. ABBA's Avatar performed for their 1 millionth attendee at their arena in London. PA reported, Bjorn Uvales said he could have never dreamt that they'd top that number within a year and that the tech behind Voyage offers a glimpse into next-gen entertainment. Copies of ourselves, avatars, will go on living forever after we're dead, and that's the way of the future. Expat students in Hong Kong, international schools have fallen in number by 12% in 4 years, official data shows, reflecting the wave of pandemic departures. About 27,000 non-local students enrolled in the current year, about 66% of the total intake, down from 74% in 2019. The top U.S. officials said in January that about 20% of Americans had left in the last 2 years. Mansions are still selling, though. A house in Mount Nicholson in Hong Kong Island sold for $73 million, a sign of life in the top-tier market. It's the biggest luxury property sale since the border with mainland reopened in February. And then on this day in history, American political scientist Samuel P. Huntington, co-founder of Foreign Policy, was born in 1927. The Harvard professor who served Jimmy Carter and influenced South Africa's apartheid government security services in 1980s is best known for his 1993 thesis on the post-Cold War clash of civilizations. His controversial theory posits that the main axis of conflict between nations would be cultural and religious identities rather than political or economic differences. Wow, that's today. Clash of Civilizations. Wow. I'll take it. Apartheid. There it is. But Chad, still got some pre-market movers for you. Alibaba shares rise 2.5% U.S. pre-market after Reuters reported that Chinese regulators are looking to cut a fine on Ant Group to $700 million from an initially planned $1 billion. Bank of America jumps 2.2% after the bank reported trading revenue that excluded DVA for the first quarter that beat the average analyst estimate. Gamida GMDA rises as much as 39% after the FDA approved their cell therapy Omasurge for patients with blood cancer to reduce the risk of infection following stem cell transplantation. Goldman Sachs falls 3.6% after the bank reported fixed income and commodity sales and trading revenue for the first quarter that missed the average analyst estimate. Their net interest income and net revenue for the period also fell short of consensus. Innovid CTV shares are up 11 after the advertising and measurement platform reported preliminary first quarter revenue of $30 million. Innoviva INVA says U.S. FDA voted unanimously in support of their approval for their drug to treat adults with hospital-acquired bacterial pneumonia and ventilator-associated bacterial pneumonia. Shares rise 8%. J.B. Hunt falls as much as 2.3% after the logistics firm reported first quarter EPS and intermodal revenue that missed estimates. Analysts noted that the manager's tone in his last conference may have been overly optimistic. LegalZoom is upgraded to market outperform from market perform at JMP. Shares gain 2.4%. NVIDIA rises as much as 2.4% after HSBC, which had the one loan sell rating on the stock, upgraded the recommendation to buy from reduce, saying AI opportunity more than offsets previous concerns over a data center slowdown. Riot led fellow cryptocurrency stocks higher. Shares gain 5%. And then Sunrun rises 4.5% after KeyBank Markets raised their recommendation on the solar company to overweight from sector weight. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. And I thought it would show up there. I made a play. Where was it? SABS. So I grabbed this at like 0.87, 0.875. I grabbed 2,000 shares pre-market. They got a breakthrough designation. It's another biotech. So we'll see. And that's Gimda from yesterday. But really going to be focusing on the banks here. I think we got a couple of plays. We got some time? Oh, we have a lot of time. So got your pre-market movers, got your news. Market's coming down here a little bit from the open, but I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity, and then we're going to go over the nightly post, and then we're going to get into the plays, Chatadonia. So I hope you're ready. I hope you like the video too. Amen? Amen. Okay.
Bar to hit,
I'll be right back.
given the base effects and the consumer spending that's coming through.
China's economy gaining steam, an expansion of 4.5% in the first quarter, suggesting the country's recovery is well underway. The data triggering a wave of upgrades from JP Morgan, Citi, SocGen, now all looking for 6 handles on GDP growth in China in 2023. Citi economists expecting a boost to lower the need for any stimulus. Here's the line from the team. Quote, this year could be a window of opportunities for policymakers to address structural issues such as weak private confidence, youth unemployment and local government debt. For more, let's get to Bloomberg's Ender Curran down in Washington. Ender, talk to me. Better than expected. Is it good?
It's quite good. This is the consumer rebound everyone has been waiting for out of China. John, look at the figures, up 10.6% in retail sales, driven by catering and auto sales and double-digit gains there. So suggesting confidence across the board, but there are some weak spots. Investment, fixed asset investment was slower. Youth unemployment actually pushing back up to near record levels. And of course, the big question is, if you have a consumer-driven Chinese recovery, how will that spill over to the global economy, unlike, say, an investment-driven Chinese recovery would do? So there's some skepticism about what this recovery will mean for global growth. But you'd have to say, at the very least, these numbers were good. It suggests the government will hit their 5% target quite easily, and it does mean that the PBOC and the government probably don't need to tip in as much stimulus into the economy as might otherwise have been expected.
And what I've heard a lot of is this year good, better off the back of reopening, but then the challenges click in, and next year gets harder, much harder, and maybe we need to start to consider 3 handles on GDP. How do you think about that one, Ender?
I think it's a fair comment, John. Let's not forget also the base effects. We're looking at figures compared to a year ago when the economy was in.
Oh, what do you feel about that one, John? So, Chatadonia, let's get it popping. The morning is about to begin. Let's see what the chat. So I even asked them if they thought Tesla would beat or miss. You guys are 64% beat. That's only on 158 votes. I think yesterday y'all said that Netflix was going to beat as well, too. So yields on 3-month Treasury bills have reached a new 2007 high, 5.6. Is this good for Bill? This is very good for Bill, 100%. Bless the chat, 78% beat as of 9 p.m. I'm going to play contrarian, say miss, like Daddy Elon's launch window. Thank you, Josh. Tesla, 167.5 puts, 428, 225 going in. Going with miss. Tesla had to cut prices to stabilize recently. Probably wouldn't be doing that if sales were strong. Going with B. I'm going to say B. Elon is going to drop some crazy type of news. Tesla bull, baby. What's good? Shout out to Chad. I'm in gold long, catching some upside after that major downside. We'll see what's up with the SPY in the AM. Long on gratitude. China GDP puts me back into gold futures. Long-term short bounce. That's my guy. That's my guy. Yeah, buying Uber shares going to sell out before earnings. Long Tesla shares in short June 190. Tesla put short CVX June 160. Tesla covered in swing and prior hands. Let's go, Colin. Good morning. Good morning. So, Chatadonia, what else you got? There you go. You got, see, Tesla puts. Some Tesla puts, a couple of Netflix plays. But what's the rest, Chad? What's your first play of the day? Post it in the chat. Show me what you got. Show me what you got. NQ short after the pop. TLT, CLSK, GS calls and pray, AMD, J&J. Good morning. Should I do my taxes today? Today's the deadline, right? IDYA, VRDN, GIMDA. 10% to the long term. Sell Gimda, XLF, 33.5. Netflix puts. Goldman Whipsaw, Josh calls. IWM, June 16th. Holding Bank of America. IPAR. Hot dog short. Josh calls. Bill, Origin shares. Bank of America calls. Spy Baby, FNGU, AMST, Long, Lockheed Martin. IWM, June calls. XLV and XLF. Josh calls. Laying on the money till the earnings. Cold shares. Bank of America, August calls. Sold my SWW, 78 per share. Bush, you selling some wheat. Drip, Wix, Meta calls. NVIDIA call. Patience, Cisco puts. All hands inside the Gimda ride. NVIDIA calls next Friday. NVIDIA calls in the money. Banks scalping futures. Tesla shares. MODG shares. ALLR. GHIV for the law term. Roblo calls. SWBIB. Calling Trump from prison. Let's go. Zim shares. Tesla 210. Saving that 70%. Woo! Got to do my taxes. Highly debating on cutting DraftKings at 20 ES. Flipping. Outlet. Labu shares, SQQ, Biden puts, J&J, SPX following price action, SPY 420, wake up call, TSLL shares, CXS long, feeling Netflix short, Myrna strangle, riding my MES short. What's the final one? Tesla calls. Let's go. Let's go, Marshall. Wow, how do you feel? How do you feel, Chad? That's a lot of plays. That's a lot of plays. Surprise! I didn't see as many earnings plays. So surprisingly, I feel like it's a little bit more calm on earnings. So hopefully I could change that. Maybe, I don't know. But I'm going to be watching Goldman Sachs, Bank of America. Those are the ones that we just had reports there. Goldman was bad. Bank of America was good. Either Goldman is going to really flush or it's going to do one of those big bounces like you saw with State Street yesterday, so watch out for that. Then Netflix, Tesla, pre-earnings run-ups. Tesla, you have a little bit more time. Netflix, we're going to sell out before the bell. Gimda, I'm going to ride it out for a little bit, again, depending on how today plays out. If people look to biotechs and safe havens, or if they looked at the biotechs as a safe haven, this might be one of the better plays here, so we're going to see. Then BK, that was another one, another regional bank, and there's a lot of other regional banks after hours, so watch them. Then Amazon and Meta, don't forget about the big ones. And then J&J, it's only moved about 2% following good earnings, but that one might break out a little bit more pre-market or after the bell. So we will see, but that's what I'm going to be watching. Chad, that is all of the plays. We have a lot of time left. How you feeling, man? How you feeling? So good morning. We got everything out the way. You got about 4 minutes till the bell, or at least 4 minutes till it's game time. Do you have anything else? Do you have any pressing questions? Again, we went over Netflix earnings on the watch list yesterday. So if you're not aware, again, it's like 2.1 million subscribers, 8.1 billion in revenue. People are worried about the password sharing and the advertising. I think that's about it. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling excited. I love earnings, man. This is a great holiday. So it's a great holiday we have here in the cold. J&J slipping now. So J&J, it was only moved about 2%, but they're already on the way down. And again, you have what's it called today? You had that other biotech, or you had that other one. Oh wait, why am I blanking? I'm blanking heavy. I don't know if I'm still sick. I feel a lot better. I just have like a lot of mucus, just a lot of snot. I'm a snotty person, I guess. Bank of America, I think it was good. I think they'll be able to bounce up here. It just depends. I mean, some banks, like even Bank of Mellon, they did very good for a regional, but the stock is break even right now. So we're going to have to see, but I do think, kind of like yesterday, right after the bell, they're going to open up, and then you're going to watch a couple of moves with them. So we'll see. Yeah, Sabs is moving up here. Gimda, we have two biotechs. Again, I added a new biotech today off of FDA data. But I think we're gonna ride some biotechs today up until we get into Netflix earnings there at the bell. So we will see. 2 more minutes. Anything else? Anybody got anything else? Again, Microsoft just had news right now that they're getting into AI chips. I don't know if they're partnering with NVIDIA, but that's causing a move here. Remember, Microsoft and Google, you had big news back and forth yesterday. So we will see. Yeah, McRib, again, that's right around the corner. So McRibs, their PDUFA's next week. So keep that in mind. Got mad love. God bless you, Wesley. Hey, man, show some love. I'm still in FRC. Yeah, I'm excited for that. Again, the banks, sadly, because it was so crazy when it all first happened, but the banks are not scary at all. So like FRC, PNC, Bank of America, I mean, they moved a lot, but so far, based on the earnings that we've seen, I'm not as scared of the banking situation, nowhere near what it was a month ago. So maybe it gets worse a couple months from now, and we'll find evidence of that. But as of right now, and so far from the banking earnings, I mean, none of it has been bad. Unfortunately, fortunately, I don't know. It just depends how you look at it. The yields, if yields come back up, I don't know if it'll be good or bad. I think it'll affect tech stocks, but that'll just highlight, Powell. So really, yields can stay up. Whether it's bad or not is the question of whether or not it actually, do we have high yields and tightening credit around that time? So it really just depends on how things play out. The banking system is there. I mean, they told us a lot, and I mean, they did support it with $300 billion right away. But as of now, I mean, the earnings do make the banks look strong and resilient. I feel like a schmuck saying it, but It's true. It's true, Habibi. It's true, you know? It's true for now, but maybe it takes 2 quarters for us to see the actual negative effects of what went down. But Chatadonia, enough about all of that. It's game time. And now we get to start with this. Here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to make a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, we must pay homage to a very special group of people who has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and has given us so much, and we all need to show love and appreciation towards them. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you. Thank you for your service. Even big shout out to the families. And like I said, I encourage you all to show love and appreciation to all of your veterans, and shout out to anybody else out there helping their local community, giving back, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the people helping with the nonprofits, helping out grandma. If you giving back to your community, I hope you know that you are appreciated as well too. And thank you for your service. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah, let's go. Oh, good morning. Oh, do you feel it? You feel it bright and early? I feel it. I feel it. Oh, the Jets have been sent. It's pre-earnings of Netflix. You got Tesla tomorrow. You got the banks already coming out now. The stock market's at 4,200, right below. Oh, my gosh, Chatadonia. It's going to be a wild one. It's going to be a wild one. So, Chad, like the video. Call out any plays. We have 2 minutes until the bell. And just get ready for whatever happens after hours. You know what I'm saying? That's it. It's all about after hours, but just don't forget what you saw happen yesterday. The market may move a little bit weird as we prepare for earnings. So Goldman Sachs, Lockheed Martin, J&J, Bank of America, Bank of Mellon, those are all like your pre-earnings runners. You could even play JB Hunt. They reported last night as well. So keep that one in mind. But we got a minute for it. Anything else? I'm eating a caffeine chocolate. I want to get more hyped. I feel like I'm even like slow today, but I'm super excited. So let's go, baby. Let's go, Chad. It's game time. Yeah, J&J flipped big already. Let the hammer GS. Let's get it. Let's get it, man. Good morning. Good morning. I've been taking a look at the Yield Max Funds, TSLY, OARK. APLY, I have not. How do those work? They look like single stock ETFs. Okay, there's GIMDA. All right, 1 minute, Chad. Feels so slow. Wow, we're early. We're ready to go today. Again, bond yields seem to be at break even right now. So watch, they haven't really moved too much. The 2-year yields are climbing back up again. That future from yesterday's up to, I'm still in that. And what's the poll? So vote on the poll. I'm going to buy whatever the poll is, but y'all are bullish as hell in the morning. Out of 1,500 votes, bro, out of 1,500 votes, 68% of you guys are bullish. That's insane. That's crazy. So we're going to go with that, and we'll see what happens. All right, 20 seconds, Chad. Bull trap. Again, we're at a very, very big level. I mean, here are your levels for the day. So pretty much 41.77, 41.95, 4,200, then 42.03. If you get past 4,200 flat, you pretty much go to 42.20. So we are going to find out. But here it is. Round 1. Fight. All right, I grabbed your Chad MES play, 41.92. That's where the futures are at, so that means you're still below. Let's see the SPX. I think tech is going to be your leader here. Oh, wow. 4166. It's actually not that bad. So, again, futures are near 4,200, but the market has to work its way up a little bit more. So, next level will be like 4177, 4176 is what we showed. So, let's see. You're only up 0.38. NASDAQ is the one gapping up the big amount, 0.6. Dow Jones is in the red right now, believe it or not. There's J&J, 1.4. Again, I'm keeping up Goldman and J&J. I want to see if Goldman ends up slipping. Sound is running. Amazon, 1.3. Airbnb, they're running up there too. We saw that one a couple of times. PNC in the regionals. Oh, don't forget about Netflix. I almost forgot about Netflix. Oops. Mobilize on the high. Let's see. We're up on our Netflix shares from yesterday, but just be on the lookout if we actually get a pre-earnings run up. NVIDIA's on the high again. Microsoft, NVIDIA news. That might be a very aggressive here. Microsoft's down off of it. What price were they at when that came out? Oh, they're actually below it. So now Microsoft's trading lower than where the NVIDIA news came out in the morning. So you're getting a pretty wild ride. Gimda's hitting a high. Yeah, Gimda's up 47. I think it was up 56 pre-market. I bought Netflix yesterday at like 333 as on 100 shares to flip for pre-market. Airbnb is going nuts right now. NASDAQ's up 0.6. The only thing down is the Dow. Tech is the leader, 0.7. Discretionaries, 0.7. Materials, industrials, communication, green. Worst on the day is real estate and energy. Uber's moving up. Let's see. Goldman back down to 326. Again, pretty much watch if they flush like 324, I believe. Or like 321 on Goldman. That's a bad level. And again, Bank of America, they're giving updates. Bank of America might go red. That's actually very interesting. JP Morgan is pretty much when all the other banks do good, they've sold off the last 2 days. They've already got out of their earnings. FDA clears second Omicron targeting booster for high risk. XLF. Uber's up 1%. Netflix only up a quarter, might go negative. We'll see here. Meta's already negative, down 0.3. Google's in the red. I think Amazon and Apple might be the only ones green. Yeah, Amazon and Apple. Microsoft was, or it's probably barely green, but it's still a little bit lower than the pre-market news. Don't forget about Tessie. Uber, again, that's been running here all morning. There's Netflix. PNC still going up. Where are the regionals? JFin on the high. Coinbase on the high. Visa on the low. Again, you have American Express this week, too. Coinbase still running. Okay, Netflix now. I went negative on those. They're about to go red. Amazon's even dropping. And then SPY's just holding up right here. Bonds are catching a bid. You're at 4160. So pretty much 4177 is the next level. Otherwise, we come back down to the 4155s. So it's either we get close to filling the gap or we get a little bit of a run here. Goldman down 3.4. That's the one I want to see. And then Netflix now still dropping. Bank of America went negative. That one's wild. LMT's going up. Yeah, LMT had good earnings and they guided up. And they're above 500, actually. That's huge for LMT. LMT might be able to go a little crazier here. Again, LMT above 500 is huge. Mobileye on the high. SMCI, Citi. Yeah, Goldman is affecting the Dow, but Goldman could be a little worse. Surprisingly, it's pretty stable. So just watch out if it does that end of the day bounce like all of the bank stocks did yesterday. There's Tesla. Airbnb still on the high. Been seeing that all day. Netflix still in the gulag. Amazon's at the low, but they are performing the best. Same thing with Apple. Mobileye. So SPY's back to VWAP. Again, bonds had a little bit of a move here. The 2-year was positive. Actually, the 2-year is still climbing. And then LMT 505 now. That one's actually huge. It's going to stop eventually, but anytime it goes above 500, that thing just goes nuts. J&J's at the low. PTPI, that's on the low. That was a hype play earlier. NVIDIA's up 2.6. They're holding the Microsoft AI news way better. But Microsoft's flushing. Microsoft's only up a quarter. Are you going to sell your Netflix by end of the day? God willing. Yeah, God willing. So Microsoft new low, Apple candle. Goldman might be able to hit a new high here. So see if this starts the banks to wake up. Again, XLF is pretty much right at break even. JP Morgan is red. Bank of America went +3 to negative 0.5%. We do not have Microsoft in the long term, no. Yeah, Goldman's starting to work right now. And Apple. Apple just started waking up. Apple's hitting a high. Shopify, NVIDIA on the high. Seeing a lot of Apple on the high ticker. And even bonds too, ironically enough. And I don't think we have any more data for the rest of the day. So it's not like you're going to get a calendar. It's really all about how we move here. You're at 4164. Coinbase threatened to lead the U.S. if regulators don't make rules soon. Man, futures were at 4,200 in the morning, or like right below. So there's that LMT candle. Apple's still going. Airbnb's going nuts. That one biotech is moving now. Sobs is starting to climb back up here. Where's Gimda? Gimda started coming down. Coinbase still up 3. My goodness. And NVIDIA's breaking now. NVIDIA was already up 2.5. Now they're up 3. My goodness. AMD, NVIDIA, all the chips are moving. SPY below VWAP, and we're going here with the bonds for now. Again, 4170 is the next level. So we either drop 10 points or you go up 10 points. That's your risk to reward at this price. So it's kind of chill. Either up 10 or down 10 in the next couple of minutes, or maybe the next hour. Maybe it does it slow. Where's Tesla? Is even Tesla's down? So Goldman, they hit a high, came down a little bit. Tesla's not really moving. Tesla's kind of comatose for pre-earnings. Same thing, Netflix not really playing along too much. See if any of those end up moving. J&J, they sold off their gains. They're still near the low. They're down 2.8. And then, like I said, Bank of America, that one went green to red. But watch how they move with XLF. So SPY still holding the early candles. You are right below VWAP right now. Roblo dropped more. Bud down again. Bonds hitting a high. SPY might come near the lows. Altria is up even though Bud is down. I know, I thought Bank of America did good, but I think it's kind of just the hangover effect from all the other earnings. So eventually I think it'll react again. Just like yesterday, the banks looked completely different how we closed than what we saw in the morning. So just keep that in mind as you look at any of these other bank earnings. So there's that. Goldman coming back up. Tesla's flushing into the lows. Netflix is holding on. SPY is starting to react here a little bit. Labu down 2.7. Then Laser. Oh, where's China Place? Again, Babo was up this morning. They're near the lows. Same thing with Baidu. Bank of America back to open. They're coming up a little bit. They're in the green now. Again, it takes like 10 minutes and the moves. It's enough to move it green to red. So your MES is only down $6 right now, but we're still right below open. Roblo's on the low. They're flushing. NVIDIA on the high. Tesla's at the bottom. Goldman's starting to work up here. NVIDIA is running. NVIDIA is 3.5. I think that's getting a lot of the momentum ready to go. I'm surprised Microsoft's not moving more. Again, Microsoft is now below the NVIDIA level. And Tesla, another new low. Micron is still on the low. So it's not like everything's going with it. Citi broke 50. And then SPY's trying to work its way up. Still below the earlier candle, though. 41.66. We still doing the crawl dance? We do the crawl, you know, the crawl. 52-week bond auction today. There's a Netflix. So Netflix working its way back up. Tesla looks a little bit weaker, but Netflix definitely more subdued for a pre-earnings run. Nvidia again on the high. They're up 3.6. SPY's kind of going with it. And bonds are still in the green. PNC. It's weird. The rest of the banks aren't really moving too much. So again, regional ETF is negative right now. XLF is barely green. I mean, BK is down 0.9 and they did good for a regional. That's the weird part. All right, you're working your way up. I think SOBS, is that one still going? GIMDA is holding. Where's mitochondria? He don't want to move. BK, no, BK is Bank of New York Mellon, not the king. The USDN, a little bit. There was a comment. Well, what was it? I think it was the inflation expectation for Japan. What the governor said it would come in at. PTPI resume. McRib, what happened? Biotech, baby. Yeah, they're down 3 now. But yeah, welcome to biotech land. Wing on the high. Wing is really running. What is that? Wingstop? Wingstop up 3.5, running into the high candle. Uber's on the high. You were watching that on the high all morning here. And let's see if Netflix could break out from here. That'll be good. SPY's working its way back up here. 41.92 on the futures. That's a new high of the day now. That's weird. Even your Chad MES is down, though. So even though that's technically the new high, it's borderline the same price that we were trading at right at the open, like within the first second. Well, again, Wingstop still moving. There's Netflix now. Starting to get a little bit. Boeing's up. Is LMT still up? Still above 500. Baba's flushing. So, again, they were holding up a little bit better. Expedia's up there again. Airbnb, Expedia, travel names. Hold on, that little red cheek lace still holding green. Uber is up 1.8 now. Mm, 191. Let's see what he does, my friend. Let's see what he does. Goldman CFO alternative assets under supervision, 268 million. Okay, SPY's trying to pop. Goldman hasn't moved with it. It looks like Morgan Stanley. That's like the first bank I'm seeing move. And there's Bank of America still at the low. They're not really responding. Uber at the high. Tesla not really getting a pre-run. It might if it wakes up here. Netflix was trying to. So we'll see. I think Rick Ross does have shares in the company. Yeah, I believe so. Is NVIDIA still rocketing? My goodness, it is. NVIDIA is still 3.7. Again, SPY hit a new high there, but it's kind of tripping out. It's not going up too much, and it's still the 10-point range that I told you about. That SOBS is going crazy now. So you should have 20% on that if you were there from the morning, but that's a nice one. Where was it pre-market? Oh, the pre-market high is like 109, 110. Airbnb 120 again. Uber was at the high. SPY catching a red candle. See what happens. Again, this is apparently VWAP, so we'll see. And Airbnb is holding. Microsoft's still at the low of the day. They're doing decent. And then bonds, SPY still at VWAP, JWN. Oh, JWN is popping a little bit. They had a nice run yesterday. We'll just see how that holds. All right, I sold out of Sabs, $400 profit on that from the morning. That was a decent one. I'll take it. Bought a PS5. Or that's what I'll buy with it. Well, that was a good one. Again, that was FDA data this morning. From what? I grabbed it in the morning. Sobs, I grabbed it an hour before the bell, 5:40, once the data came out. And then SPY's about to hit a new high. So they're still going. Nordstrom's is coming back down. Netflix trying to respond. Oh, there it is. Netflix is going back up. So let's see if then Netflix wakes up. We're going to get a pre-earnings run. We have not had that yet. Roblo straight vertical. Amazon. GMDA is trying to run. Oh, just got rejected. MTB's on the high. Apple is hitting a high now. So you just hit another high, but it's doing that crawl like it was doing yesterday. There's Bank of America. Bank of America is actually up 0.5% now. Goldman hit a new high, but it's not really breaking out. And Apple is still going. So is Netflix now, so that's fire. Your MES is up $3. There it is. That's a decent pop. 4168. So still like 2 or 3 more points. No, it's still 10 more points. 4168. Dude, and again, you haven't been here in a very, very long time. Last time you were at this price was early February, and the only other time before that was in August. So a lot of these are the high levels from August. There's Apple. There's Netflix at the high. Gimda hit a low. Tesla's at least reacting. Again, bonds are holding up very, very good. Where does this put us on the ES? I don't know. It's still near. Again, ES hit just under 4,200 in the morning. Damn, NVIDIA 52-week high. Ay, ay, ay. This is very good, Habibi. Schwab. All right, you keep running up here. You're starting to get a little bit of the pre-earnings run, but I think a lot is getting picked up by NVIDIA, J&J, not really active. Goldman hitting the high right now. Bank of America, they're still kind of in the middle. And then Morgan Stanley and Citi, they've been doing pretty decent. You just wicked into a high, and now you're getting a red candle. Let's go, Netflix. Yallah. CLT. Bonds are just catching a fat bit. CRM? Why is that going nuts out of nowhere? IDAI is on the high ticker again, too. CRM is running. That one's weird. Even though you're getting red candles, Apple is hitting the high right now. Meta is starting to wake up as well, too. That's weird. Apple is in its own little world. Right now, tech is leading on the day, 1.1. NASDAQ is up 0.7. SPY is up 0.38. And then Dow Jones is up a quarter. IBM on the low, Coin on the high, Tesla. Come on, Microsoft. DoorDash on the high. Baidu's waking up a little bit. So red Chicle, but a lot of your tech names are still on the high here. Looks like what? That was just under 4,200 on the futures. Oh, that's a big Clifford. So 41.69 to 41.64, 5 points in 2 minutes. That's a decent sized Clifford there to the downside. Goldman still running. MAGL. Premium Cloud. What time? It's only been 30 minutes? Oh, wow. Still very early. Why isn't the yen dropping? It just depends how you look at it. The yen's been doing a lot, but pretty much the yen has been one responding to our bonds. But also, ever since they got the new guy, it's been kind of having this reaction. But just like the bonds, the yen got that safe haven bid. There's Tesla coming down. Tesla's holding up decent. And Goldman hit 330 again. Bank of America is starting to slip right now. So weird. And regionals and XLF are all dumping. So again, banks for the most part good. Again, Goldman was bad. Bank of America was good, but you're watching a reversal. Goldman says transaction banking deposits increased 1 billion quarter over quarter. Says transaction banking clients increased 20% in first quarter. Sees chances of no, that's Chile. Yeah, so you're getting what's it called? You're getting statements from the CFO right now. Sabs, did it hit another high? I don't even know what I got out at. I bought in at 87. I was out at 107.5. That's nice. Yeah, man, even another 10 cents? GG. MDGL on the high. So watch out again. SPY's been going down. A lot of the tech has still been putting up a fight here, but like Apple's hitting a new high as we're at VWAP. Even LMT's going up. Even Microsoft's still holding, and then NVIDIA, that's the star of the show today, up 3%, 3.5 and a 52-week high. Uber is looking good, and Netflix is at least up 1% too, which is a good sign. Uber might give up some of that. Travel has been very active here today. MDGL still going. I'm still in Gimda, yeah. That one, we're up like 40%. I like Gimda. I think, again, the one Sobs today, they didn't have any other drugs too. This one wasn't an FDA approval. This one was just like breakthrough designation by the FDA. But this was like their main drug in their pipeline. But also with Gimda, like it's weird. Like Gimda got a lot of coverage between last night and this morning. And it's just the type of drug that it is. And like we said, they don't have anything else in production. So I'd want to swing this one for a little bit. Sobs was more of a flip, but you know, if we get a good enough gain, I might probably exit Gimda at like 100%. But I like the general idea of this play more than the Sobs. And then, bro, you just flushed there again. This is all happening while NVIDIA is up, while Apple is going up, Microsoft's still holding. Like literally, these chicles, you're not seeing this in tech. So you're getting some decent sized movements. I'd keep an eye on those banks too. Yeah, Netflix coming down a little bit. So SPY just flushed into a new low after hitting a new high. So literally we hit 41.68 and then you just hit barely a new low. Just hold him again. 41.60 it's another 5 to 8 points to the next level, or another 10, 13 points to the next level on the upside. So the risk to reward is pretty equivalent here. PNC's coming down. That one's actually dropping. Netflix, I was up 300. Now I'm only up 100. So they came down a little bit. Bond futures, they're kind of weird today, but it's like 2 years actually going between back and forth, up and down. Seems as of yesterday, 90% odds of rate hike. Bank of America concludes first quarter conference call with analysts. There's Microsoft. They're getting a candle now. Remember, they had the big news in the morning. It looked like NVIDIA pretty much benefited off of it more. Goldman's getting candles, and their CFO is talking right now. Dollar picking up steam. Tesla, no love. NVIDIA gave up some from the highs, but still up 3%. SPY's trying to work its way into the lows. First couple of red candles on the bonds this morning, too. Let's see how long that lasts. Four big. It's already been 30 minutes, so I don't know if this can't end up holding. I mean, this might be our first move. Then we sell off for a couple, and then we might have to wait till middle of the day. Because, again, you were really, really close to some big, big levels there. But we have a little bit of trouble there. Technically, you haven't hit the new low yet. That'd be 4162 flat. But it's weird. Again, Microsoft getting green candles. Apple, a lot of things are getting green candles while your SPY is selling. But everything is green except the Dow. And that's probably because of Goldman Sachs. The MES is down 20. Bro, PNC. Bro, all of the regionals are just getting low-key mollywop today. AMD's now on the low. Still up 1.4, but NVIDIA's even selling off a little bit. And then Netflix came down. Oh, my gosh. Sobs is breaking out again. Well, took that one early. That one's running. That's a big run. I think it was at 1:30 in the morning. So, no, now you're above it. 107, that's where I sold. So, GG. No, I'm still in GIMDA. And, again, GIMDA is really fun to say. If you would like to try it, you could say it out loud. It's really, really fun to say. That's not the real name of the company, so don't get mad at me. You're like, it's not Abify. Okay, bro. Cool. Why are you getting mad at me when you're the one who chose what you wanted? But so it's not. It's just, but I say it GIMDA, but it's not called GIMDA. I'm just letting you know. And then you're flushing now. Tesla's at the low. Amazon's coming down. Very weird mix. Dow Jones is down 0.3. SPY is up only 0.16 now. NASDAQ 0.37. Financials, real estate, energy, and healthcare are in the red. Healthcare is the worst on the day. Tech and industrials are the best. Oh, no, Tesla. Tesla looks so ugly, Habibi. So Netflix still holding, but now that one's coming down here too. There's GIMDA. We'll let GIMDA do its GIMDA thing. Oh, my gosh. At least bring Goldman down with it. There you go. At least this one's going to get interesting. Watch Goldman, because Goldman might actually be able to flush. This is what I wanted to see, if it had the stupid recovery or if it flushes more than pre-market. That one's going to be wild. So just I'd keep an eye on Goldman here, but again, it seems like banks, big banks, regionals, these are the ones kind of holding us down here, but then a couple of energy, healthcare, and like broader plays are just not holding up as well. But you do have a lot of support from tech out of today. MO, high of the day. China to conduct military drill Thursday in sea area near Guangdong. FDA, monovalent Moderna, and Pfizer vaccines are no longer authorized for use in the U.S. ALLR. Apple. Bro, Apple's 1% on all of this. That's the beauty. And then Netflix kind of slip in. Gold plays on the low. Bank of America on the low. Down 0.5%. We're going to keep an eye on Goldman here. Is that why AZN was possibly? And then Chad, I love you. And it's early, but I need to go potty. So I'm going to go potty. Okay, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. Say what's up in the chat. I hope you have a beautiful day. I hope you're ready for Netflix earnings after the bell. We will be here, but let's have a good one. Let's have a good one, okay? I'll be right back. I will be right back.
April 18th, it's tax day. Here are the top market stories we're following for you at this hour. BofA flexes its muscles. Bank of America tops estimates as FIC trading soars almost 30%, helping the bank make over $14 billion in net interest income. That stock up over 2% in 2 days. And Goldman's FIC atrophies. The Wall Street giant misses the FIC boom with revenue falling 17%, while Marcus muddies the profit waters. The stock falls the most since March banking crisis at one point. We're off the lows, though. And the biggest pain trade, Bank of America says if recession doesn't materialize in the second quarter, the pain trade is a rally in bonds and bank stocks. Its latest fund manager survey shows bad sentiment versus a consistent bid in the equity market. From New York, I'm Alex Steele with Danny Berger in London. Guy Johnson is off today. Danny, if we just look at the headline index, it doesn't really tell us that much of anything. You have the NASDAQ up a little bit, you have the Dow down a little bit, the S&P kind of goes nowhere. But on an individual basis, whether you're looking at Goldman, B of A, or even NVIDIA with a double upgrade, that's where things get interesting.
Yeah, underneath the headline index, it is strange, shall we say. I should say, Alex, by the way, the headline index for the S&P 500 trading at multi-month highs, despite underneath the surface. Look, it isn't rosy for all banks. Goldman certainly showed us that. But one thing we have to grapple with is this Goldman specific, or are we starting to see a divergence, a wider divergence among the big banks?
Yeah, well, and also, is it more about individual names now as we're in earnings season and kind of a bottom-up perspective versus the macro? I mean, you had Bullard talking about how he sees more rate hikes today, and the bond market didn't even move. You're seeing a little bit of a bid even come into the bond market. If it's really the bottom-up, if you can still make money, you can still be profitable, you're going to go buy them. But sentiment still is really bad. So then at some point, is there going to be that kind of capitulation where you have to chase it because all of a sudden your clients are going to be like, hey, why am I losing out to the S&P right now?
Capitulation.
Yeah, clients even on the sell side ask.
Oh, man. So the sell is still going. All of your big tech is still holding up. NASDAQ is up a quarter. Tesla is flushing a little harder for earnings. The banks are not doing as good today, or just like there's a lack of movement in the banks besides what they've done. Tesla's down 1.3 now. Let me check Netflix. T-Mobile is on the high. Nope, now Netflix is about to go red too. Again, T-Mobile's running up here. T-Mobile's actually doing a pretty decent turnaround. And then J&J's working its way back up here. Let's see, Procter. Short CRISPR. Sobs is going up again. Gimda's holding RDNT, and then new low on the SPY. Where are we now? Oh, you're at 41.55? No shit. Bro, this is right where we were yesterday. Oh, no. So you're right back down now to yesterday's close. Still a good close, but I mean, now to give you a little bit more perspective, I mean, you're no longer above the Friday, big run. So watch out, because it's either going to have a bounce here or it's going to look like Friday. And then we sell off for the next 2 hours, and then we don't bounce up until earnings, until the end of the day when everybody lines up for it. So let's see. We're either going to do a lot of dancing or it could be a Friday type beat. Greedy short today, maybe. I think it depends on how it plays out here. So let's just see if it holds this level or not. Because again, if it doesn't hold this level, you flush back down, you'll fill the gap, and then you go to like 41.46. Oh, Sobs keeps running 129 on the high ticker. Oh man. JPM going nuts. Tesla is selling off pretty hard. SPY's flushing, bro. That's like 10, 15 minutes of just straight red candles. JPM is waking up, but you're getting a Chicle there into the low. Again, flushing a key level, not really getting any support here. Very interesting. Again, you filled the gap. That's it. So it's been, 34 minutes? Dude, that's a 5-point candle in 1 minute. Gap has been filled, 41.50 now. You were just at 41.69. So it's about just under 20-point drop right there. Damn, your MES is down $700 or 70, not $700, $75. Oh, even Microsoft went red. Netflix right at the lows. Visa implies 2.9% move following earnings. Microsoftian. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. That was a very aggressive gap fill. So let's see now. Let's see how it treats this level. We are either gonna get gigantic swings and do the dance, or like I said, it'll probably look like that last Friday where we have big run up, then we're gonna sell off for 3 hours and do nothing. So this is quite pivotal here. Goldman and the banks are trying to move right here. Jess Stolley will be allowed to depose Diamond for 2 hours. XLF a little bit off the bottom. Ulta is on the high. Think savings 4.1 can trigger another bank run. It'll help, but I don't know if it'll make it happen. And again, so far, the bank earnings, I mean, the amount of deposits, everything, it has not shown that we have any sort of problems there, more or less. Sobs is gone mad now. That guy could have made another 40%. Oh, my gosh. Sabs is killing it. All right, Gimda. I need you to go now. Yeah, Sobs, GG on that. That one's fire. Gary Gensler, I think he's today. And then we have, I don't think it's Fed Logan. It's one of them. We have another Fed speaker today as well. Oh, the 2-year yield is running back up too. So again, you had a little bit to 41.54. You sold off. If this can't hold, I mean, you're probably going to get a bigger flush, and bond yields are coming down. They were chilling out earlier in the day. All right, so it's still holding up. There's NVIDIA at the bottom. Oh, Netflix is selling. There's Goldman. Oh, Restoration. That thing's up. It's the banks. Telling you, the regional bank moves. I mean, it's like it's a red light, green light with the banks for now. Gimda moving up. Even the SPY. I just watched the SPY here. I mean, this is going to set up the rest of our morning. We're only 30 minutes in. 38 minutes in, it is quite surprising. We have moved a lot. Rio's on the high. GLD. Or some gold. Yeah, GLD and Nugget are on the high. PNC. So they're moving a little bit. Gimda is coming back up. Back to 42%. Schwab, the winner. Again, Schwab's was very weird yesterday. Even State Street. Maybe that's it. But State Street's even up 1%. But those are really weird reports yesterday. I mean, that's the least I could say. But again, it's just like it wasn't as bad as feared. Goldman's moving up now. So we've been keeping an eye on that. Amazon's at the bottom. Microsoft is red now. Apple is a solid 1% just below. So I think you're above 41.55 now. If not, yeah. So watch how we hold this. It's either big rip off of here, because again, it's the same level. So even though you're right at this support level, the same upside level is right back up here. So it just needs to hold here. Let us see. Southwest experienced intermittent tech issues. FDIC reiterates plan to impose special assessment on banks. Enphase pop in. So Goldman's running up on special. I don't know why they're up on special assessment news. That means they'll probably have to pay more. They say different reserve ratio plans won't be impacted by SVB failure. So FDIC comments regarding the banks right now. So again, last time Goldman had special assessment news, they sold off. SABS is about to break out again. My goodness. Nflx is at the high. GIMDA, it's right at the opening level, but it was a little bit higher earlier. Schwab pop. Airbnb on the low. That was up on the high all day today. So it's still in the green, 2.6, but they're selling now. I'd watch any of the other travel plays. Expedia, Uber. Uber's still holding a little bit. ASPS pop and halted. Altisource portfolio. All right. You're right below 41.55 again. So hold on. This could be the reload and flush. So you got a little bit of support. 41.75. These are the levels of yesterday. So let's see. Again, if it doesn't hit a new low, that's good. If it bounces without hitting a new low, but again, if we flush this, that's going to be a sick, nasty setup to the downside for now. Or at least maybe for the next couple of hours. Bonds are catching a bid all of a sudden. That one's interesting. So we started to sell off with the bonds, if you noticed. And now bonds are moving back up. We'll see how long this lasts. Goldman. Microsoft might flush a little bit here again. Russian Lavrov, U.S. Guterres may discuss grain deal. Apple's coming down. Apple's giving up almost 0.5%. Just in like 5 minutes. They were just at 0.9. Now they're at 0.67. Let's see. Tessie's still low. Netflix still at the low. How about LMT? Lord Habibi. LMT still above 500. That's crazy. GE going. Yeah, 1.1. And at the high. And then we had Nflx. Again, if we could bounce from here without flushing, that could be decent. But if it flushes here, death and destruction. But again, just watch how it treats 41.55, whether it gets above it easy or not. Nflx. That's SAB's play. I cut out for 30, 40 cents, but it went up another 30, 40 cents. But it was good. And then GIMDA as well. But I'm still holding that one. And then we're waiting. We are waiting. Still have some I might want to play Tesla for pre-earnings, but we could probably wait till the end of the day. Again, Netflix will probably be the main focus. Hope you're doing well today. You too, baby. Good morning. Shop strong. Nflx near the high. Goldman trying to work its way back up there. Very surprised Bank of America is down 1% right now. Again, they were up a lot more. FND, IBD pick. Floors and Decker Holdings, 2.7. Again, Restoration, we're like right at the break even on those other shares. VKTX off of MDGL. That thing keeps running. So I like them a lot. They're just too high for me right now. But that's every single day. VKTX. It's at $20 now going into the highs. here in San Diego. How you got so much energy in the morning? Every day, baby. Every day. This is our schedule. This bud for you, Josh. Are you smoking one for me? Thank you. Am I supposed to say thank you? Yeah. I'll take it, man. I'll take it. Microsoft going lower, so watch out. You spend around like 5-10 minutes here. You should be used to this setup. Bonds are high, so I don't know how that's going to play out today, but you're just like hugging this level for now. Let's see what happens, my friends. Nflx still going. Apple still holding on a little bit. LMT again. Gimda, I'm just holding it. LMT is big at this level. Gimda, I'm riding it out here. Again, I like Gimda a lot for now. It was, you guys, it's so weird. I don't think you guys realized what happened with it yesterday. It had this pop and then nothing happened, and then this morning everybody went apeshit over the same exact news. So it was weird, but I do like that this is their only drug. So I want to give it a little bit more. We're already up 40%, but I'm riding that one out. NVEI. Nuve. All right, let's see if the SPY gets above 41.55. Tessie. And Netflix right at the bottom. Nobody left to upgrade. No, and nobody that today was the only sell rating on the video turned into a buy rating now. Banks down. I mean, Bank of America was actually good. Goldman was surprisingly bad, but other than that, it's hard to say why. I think it's more just a hangover. It seems like it's the same situation from yesterday. Things aren't that bad. There's still a couple of worries in some places, but there's more positive than negative. But it's not like the positives were enough to run you up 20% on bank stocks, pretty much. And 41A, you have all this bid support here. We tested it, bounced, but we haven't really gotten away from it here. I feel like we want to test it or we just want to get away, but still a very interesting level. Anything could happen here, and how we trade from here will be very decisive. It hasn't even been an hour. We're 15 minutes shy. Nflx still at the high. Netflix trying to work its way off the bottom. ALLR, Teladoc pop. Humana's on the low. Teladoc is on the high. That's weird. Humana low, Teladoc up. Yeah, Teladoc decent pop, 5%. Teladoc is running. I don't see any news coming across the wire, but they have something. That's 5.8% into the high. Snap up. Remember, Snap is going to be the sympathy of Goldman hitting a high, 322 or 332. So Goldman's starting to move now. This could wake up the banks, but see how the overall market moves. You kind of want everything to go with it. But Goldman is starting to run. Watch any of the other banks and any of the other regionals. Again, regionals are down 1.8 right now. Netflix trying to work its way up. Same thing with Tesla. And bonds are hitting a new high. So we ran up when the bonds were hitting a high. It was just up until here. Bonds took a low. We took a low as well, too. So I think this is going to be interesting, this dynamic we have between them. Teledoc, 26.5 calls. I don't see any Teledoc news, but again, it is moving up here. 6% in a couple of candles. End phase now, 230. We're surprisingly almost back up on our end phase post earnings from last month, which is wild. So you go. Goldman's still running. Again, 333 now. Your MES is down $65, Chad. Opening play was not as bullish. You guys are very bullish. 62%. Damn, son. Goldman, there it is. So Goldman started, something's being said there. Again, CFO started talking like 10, 15 minutes ago. But there has to be something going on there. GE, you guys have been calling that one out. That one's been on fire. Low key, GE's up 1.6 right now and just running into the high, and this is a 52-week high. And their last earnings, they did the same exact thing. So I don't even know if they've reported yet, but that was March 9th. And then SPY working its way up above 41.55 right now. A little bit of bids in the way, but let's see if this holds. If this holds, we bounce, then it's good to go. But if it's like a little bounce to like 41.60 and then we sell back off, that will be very, very negative. So let's see for now. Again, you have the bonds supporting you, but it's still kind of too early to tell. Tesla's still down. Nvidia's still up almost just under 3%. Netflix ain't playing along. Where's Meta and Google? Blessing to wake up today. Man, good morning, Najee. Netflix is at the low. Google's flushing now. I don't know. Amazon even into the low. Baba into the low. It's just like Apple and Netflix barely holding on. Yeah, Baba and Baidu have gone negative now. Microsoft again. Google on the low. Cigna on the low and JD. Bank of America too, and then Goldman just loving it. So weird Bank of America flipped like that. Again, Bank of America was up 3.5% in the morning. Do you believe the bank recession calls, or you think they want to sell more puts? I mean, I think this is the closest environment you've been to a real recession in a very long time, but I don't think I think it might take a little bit more longer. I mean, yield curve tells us July, so from last July till now would be 12 months. And then you could throw another 6-month buffer just in case. But I don't believe that the banks are a worry anymore for now. I think in the short term, we have nothing to worry about with the banks. They're strong and resilient for now, but it may take a couple of quarters for us to see. Netflix been playing the same 30 movies for the last 15 years. That's cold, bro. Why are you bringing Netflix into this, man? Okay. I like Netflix. They just got Shrek. You get it? That's like a joke because you're right. It is all old shit. But I love Netflix. A Google on the low. ALLR, you guys did call that one out. That's 130% now. Ooh. Ooh. That one's running. Could we get some mitochondria season? No AI activity today. What SPY won't get out of here again. Microsoft, Google, they're dumping into the lows. You're just hugging the level. Oh, come on, bro. You know you want it. Again, there's not that much sells over here. There's just giant bid support that has yet to been tested since we first went down. So that's all that line you see is just hanging out right here at 41.50. Amazon low. Nvidia is starting to sell off now too. The Qs are on the high. Amazon's down. Again, AMD, Coinbase now. Apple's up 0.6. That's about it. Microsoft, new low. Netflix is about to go. Oh, that's a cheat clay. There it is. Back to the layer. Back to, oh my gosh, what the hell was that? Whoo! Bro, that's 10 points in a minute. Oh my gosh, what was that? I don't have any headlines on that, but my good, you just filled the gap with force. Oh, you just took out that level. Bro, what was that? Bro, that was like 5,000 contracts just dumped. Again, I'm not seeing any headlines right there. That was crazy. Oh, yeah, that was Raul. Bro, you just wiped out that whole level on 4,000 contracts. This was the level we worked up to yesterday. That's a spud. That was crazy. All right, well, we may have our downtrend for the next hour or so until we get the end of the day move. But that's it. You're breaking through a lot of different levels right now. But it's kind of just killing the momentum, setting the tone. It's weird because bonds are up right here. So one of these is going to move. It's going to be an inverse day, or stocks will catch up to bonds, or bonds will sell off and catch up to stocks here. Gensler live. Bro, that was a big candle. That was a very, very big candle. That was 10 points. 10 points in 1 minute, or just under, like 8 points. Yeah, 41.47. We're selling back off now. You're down $100 on your micro, Chad. Oh my, that's a robbery from the morning. So if you bought the bullishness in the morning, even on a micro, just right now, just to show you how big it is, that's already $100. So remember, like all day yesterday, you guys didn't even lose $100 on the MES. So this move right here is pretty much bigger than all day yesterday. So what you just got here is bigger than everything all 7 hours. PTGX. Let's see. Goldman's still holding. They're down 2. Bank of America might slip right here. That was a nasty move. Again, is this like a weird remix of yesterday? Only difference is that bonds are catching a bid. That was what I would say is the biggest difference. Bonds are catching a bid on this, so by the end of the day, let's see where they just end up. And then again, you do have weird bank movements considering the earnings that you just got. Airliners. Why are they? Yeah, Love is on the low. UAL. Southwest is dumping right now. Goldman changes ECB call, now sees 35. Love is selling off. Southwest Airlines, 2 big candles. Again, you had UAL this morning. They said they experienced intermittent tech issues. That was at 10:15. I think you guys already posted that. They ground all flights across U.S. after system-wide glitch. So another Southwest Airlines. When was the last time that happened? But they're grounding all the flights at Southwest. It's a trap. Everything's a trap. You know what I'm saying? Netflix at the low. Bank of America is about to flush. I'd watch Goldman, and then again, any of the other regionals like PNC, they're down. Bro, KRE is down 2% right now. You're praying for me. Hope my stream doesn't get clapped today. That's good. Or that's like a threat. I don't know which one it is, but I love you. I'll take it. I like genuine prayers. Hopefully it's real. Amen. Can I get a real prayer just in case that one wasn't genuine? Amen. Amen. You're telling me 62% were bullish? In the morning, yeah. There has been another like 1,000 more of you guys But yeah, the Chad is like decisively bullish in the morning. The Chad, like, I don't even know. Like, the morning Chad is bullish as hell. Spies flushing. Southwest is going down, but Bradley Frizzle and the Peach has arrived. Chattadonia, Peach Nation, get your ass up. Horna, let's go. Oh, my goodness. God bless you, Bradley. That's a new low. A new low on the market for the day. Bonds are breaking out, so you're getting sell on equities, buy on bonds. You have weird movements like Teladoc is still on the high. Qs are going back up. That's a huge move from the open. Oh, my gosh, another big flush. 5 points in 1 minute right there. Ay, ay, ay. Canada bank regulators release outlook. Not even getting any headlines. Dude, that's vicious. Oh, my gosh. Vicious, bro. Vicious. There's Teladoc still. Bro, no, this is wild, actually. Again, just like yesterday, though, like the Dow is down 0.5, and that's probably because of Goldman, but we've only moved a quarter. So it's very small when you look at the numbers, but now after that gap up and then moving down, again, this move so far in the morning is bigger than every move yesterday round trip. So even if we don't go back up, this move down is bigger than everything yesterday. Bro, 2 big flushes in the last 20, 30 minutes. We still have an hour till Euro close, too. That's the wild part. And then Teladoc still running through the highs there. You guys were calling that one out earlier. And Microsoft still at the low. Apple was holding a lot of good gains in the morning. They're still up 0.5%, but they're into the lows. Amazon's already red. Google as well. I think even Meta 216. Let's see. Saab still holding. Gimda still holding. Teladoc still going. Boeing is starting to dump right there. That's weird. And then Lockheed still holding above 500. J&J still staying pinned 2.5. VKTX still on the high. Hitting another high actually right now. And then bonds are at the high too on the 10-year. FDIC reserve ratio still expected to reach minimum before September 2028. Did Gensler resign? I don't think so. He is speaking now, though, apparently. I don't know. I don't want to listen to Gensler. I don't know if we can even listen. Yeah, he's live right now, but I don't know. Maybe if I need to go pee. Gensler stresses me out. I just don't know. I'm like, does he like crypto? Does he not like crypto? Is he friends with Sam Bankman? Does he hate Sam Bankman? And then I'm like, I just don't want to say anything about the SEC. I'm going to go home. FDIC estimated loss of $3.2 billion to deposit fund from failures. That doesn't sound that bad. So FDIC is estimating $3.2 billion to deposit fund based on what happened. That's not bad. Watch Goldman and the big banks, even JP Morgan, because then that means for the special assessment, they'll need to put up $3 billion collectively. And again, that's not that much. I don't know why J&J is down like that. I think it could just be a little bit of anticipation for everything else, but J&J was good. They guided up. I'm sure there's something people are getting, finicky about, but overall, top and bottom line seem to be great. I don't know why it's down 2%. The Southwest going down again. Watch out, market might even go down. Southwest is flushing. So 41.40, Chad, these are the same levels of yesterday. Remember 41.40. This is what I was telling you yesterday. Remember, we were going into the close. We said if you break 41.40, then we could be worried. If not, then you're still kind of holding this, but today's a new day. Hims is on the high. That's popping. Big candle on Hims. I don't see anything. There's a block trade, 2% of free float at 1033. So that's all it was, just giant block trade. 2.3 million shares worth 23 million was traded. That's 81% of the average trading volume of the stock. Yeah, so Hims, big block trade, that's it. But it just popped. Dude, Southwest dumping even more. Southwest is down 3% now. Hims is still going. Catalyst is a gigantic block trade, $20 million right now. I mean, last time we saw those with Boeing, this shit went crazy. But that was like a $100 million block trade. But that's pretty big for this company. And then Southwest drops over 2% to session lows. Teladoc, that one's still on the high again. All Southwest air flights are grounded due to computer issue. That's coming across again. Treasuries extend in advance as U.S. stocks erase gains. Hims is still Delta now. All the airlines, Hawaiian Air, they're on the line. Damn, Southwest or Teladoc, $28. Yeah, Southwest flushing even harder now. First Republic's down 3. Western Alliance, again, they have earnings here today after the bell. And then even PNC, they flushed too. They gave up all the gains they had. I'm still green on it, but that one sucked. And then where's Nflx? Bro, Nflx was having a pre-earnings run and then just gave it all up. So there's the first bounce on Southwest. Even Tesla a little bit off the bottom. We're a long way from home now. So again, you now have you have a 10-point run up to your next level. Otherwise, we go back down below 41.40. And then what is it? It's like 41.36 or something. Yeah, 41.34, 41.38, then 20, and then 13 again. FAA Southwest Air requested agency to pause airline departures. Bro, Teladoc again? What's going on with Teladoc? Do we have anything? I couldn't find any news. McConnell says he objects to replacing Feinstein on committee. Again, breaking news. Southwest Air requested agency to pause airline departures. That's coming across as breaking news right now. Gimda might break. And then getting a red candle here on the SPY. Watch out. Even though bonds are going down, looks like we're doing the inverse, but you're not out of the gulag just yet. So be on watch here. And Chile CPI. Teladoc now offering weight management and diabetes. Oh, is that it? I don't see that coming across the wire, but if that's true, that'll probably run up. Oh, I see that at 8:30. That was at 8:30. Weight management. So they're getting into, bro, Teladoc is getting into Ozempic pretty much. I've never heard Ozempic. I've just heard about it, but I don't know. I mean, Wall Street loves it, and so do a lot of people, but I've never really looked into the side effects. I just wanted to see if I could lift weights on it, but that's about it. Yeah, I'm surprised Teladoc hasn't had that. That's a good point. AAL dumped. I think all the airlines and then Southwest took the brunt of the blow. Or you could just eat clean and work out. I don't know. Nah. What do you mean? Work to achieve something? What the fuck's wrong with you? I got internet. You know what I'm saying? All right, SPY moving up a little bit. Palo Alto on the low. There's Teladoc. Where's Goldman? There's Gimda. Yeah, Hims had a block share. I like the Teladoc news though. I do think, again, Ozempic has just been fire for everything. People have really been liking, even though Ozempic maker. I mean, I don't think they've had a red day on their stock in months. Okay, I'm gonna start. It's smaller, 2,800. I grabbed 100 shares at 28.22 of Teladoc. It's already up 10%. That's what I don't like. But with 100 shares, I'd want more. But I'm figuring I could average into it. It's old news though from the morning. McDonald's another 52-week high. Oh, man. Yeah, 290.54. And ELF is even up there, too. And then SPY's getting back to the second flush candle. Still totally awful. So just watch out. Again, just like yesterday, we might do this flush, climb up, flush, climb up, flush. And then one of these, it's just going to be a weird game of musical chairs. I sold out of Sobs already. So if you thought I was still holding it and you're holding it, fuck you because you made it extra 40%. But I'm out of that play. So you can sell it whenever you would like. GG. I'm still in Gimda. But I sold out of Sobs already. Glad you do this every day. Just passing my appreciation. Hey, man, but remember, start with appreciation. I'm with it, man. God bless you and thank you, my friend. Gimda. BBAI, is it final? ALLR, that was another runner. Danny called that out in the morning. I don't know if the market sold off due to the airline news, but it coincided. I don't know if that was enough to bring us down, but all of the airlines dropped, and we have just been getting some weird movements here, even with the bonds, too. McDonald's, 290, bro. Absolutely savage. Is this the high of the day for Gimda? Just on intraday. It was a lot higher pre-market, so it has a lot more to work on. Yallah, Habibi. I would play Amazon for their pre-earnings run-up. I mean, it's going to be risky. Pretty much after today with Netflix, you're going to watch a lot of pre-earnings plays react. So this is like your final day today to take your pre-earnings with less premium, but you get less info. So pretty much you buy your pre-earnings plays today. If Netflix is good, all the pre-earnings plays are going to get a 1% boost tomorrow. But if Netflix is bad, all of them are going to go down. So you just got to find your balance. But I believe that is the story that we're dealing with here. The Gimda high was like 186 pre-market. So they still got like 20 cents. And then it's Sobs. That's still up a great amount. NVIDIA. Okay, SPY's working a little bit. NVIDIA is still holding that dominance that it had in the morning. I mean, Netflix is trying to come back to break even. So is Tesla. Tesla's down 1.2 though. And then again, Apple was the big leader. PHILO on the high. PHIO. Earnings preview. So if you watch yesterday's watch list, that's pretty much the Netflix earnings preview. And I go over everything with it and what you should be looking at. Morning. Hope everyone's doing well. Waiting for the Netflix to chill after hours. Shout out to those 10% era and the new Chads. And even welcome GR. Amen. Love to see it. Love to see it. Which one is it? Goldman again to the high. Boop. A little bit. And then Bank of America is still at the low. That's the part I don't like. Because that one was a good earnings. I'm telling you, they're tweaking out with what they're seeing as good and bad. But then again, I do think it is just general earnings hangover contributing to a lot of it. Amazon's about to go through the low. Where's Apple? Apple, they're still up 0.5%. Well, you got the 41.50. I mean, this is 7 points. You've done that in a minute, though, twice today. So we'll see here. But this is like a more aggressive version of yesterday. So 747, yeah, it's around same price, same movement for the time. But instead of just dancing within 10 points, you've already moved a quick borderline 30. The PDUFA, I'm interested in MCRB, McRib. That one, and then what's the other one? McRib and Ascend. Ascend I like a lot, but Ascend, they have the delay. So we don't know what's going to happen with them, but I think Ascend, I'm really excited about that. And then MCRB, any of the ones, like I said, if it's about to have a drug approval and it's like a pivotal drug for them and they don't have any other drugs commercialized, those are the names that I really, really like. So MCRB, Ascend, I think there's one more, Ionis. Those are all the PDUFAs this month where they don't have commercialized drugs. So, but I'd say McRib. I'm really excited for McRib. Elf, yeah, they're on the high. They're going crazy. Again, we had Teladoc. That's still holding up. And SPY is coming back down here after hitting 41.50. So literally to the dot, held up for a minute, down 3 points, and welcome to not even close to. We're like still an hour away from Euro close. I love McRibs and loofahs. Yes, DKS on the high. Yo, Dick's Sporting Goods is popping. Air India local passenger market share 8.8 versus 8.9 in February. Lowe's is on the high. Dick's Sporting Goods. I don't know why Dick's is running. I don't see anything on DKS. Is LUV going again? DKS on the low. Brazil's on the high. Yeah. Southwest still on the low. Bank of America clients pull money from stocks third straight week. Bank of America clients were net sellers of equities for a third consecutive week with outflows most prominent among institutions and individual investors. Outflows came from mid-cap stocks, with the sector seeing the 7th largest outflow in history going back to 2008. Clients sold $800 million of U.S. equities led by healthcare and industrials, while tech continued to lead inflows. Financials saw the biggest outflows since mid-February as mega banks posted strong results. Tech and materials were sectors with largest inflows. Bank clients sold single stocks and purchased exchange-traded funds for only the 4th time this year. Flows year-to-date have largely been into stocks and out of ETFs. Corporate buybacks accelerated to their highest weekly level since mid-January. Buybacks typically pick up pace in the 6 weeks after earnings. Last week's buybacks as a percentage of the S&P were the largest since 2010. So coming back down here. So apparently there's still a lot of buybacks going on leading into earnings, since not all of them are on their blackout period. So big bank earnings show healthy consumers with a bit of fade. All right, flushed into the low. And then now we'll see. If you bounce from here, you're still good. If you dive from here, we're going to spend another 2 hours at the lows most likely. Raul already showed up. I mean, which was it? This candle? Bro, this candle was a point in a minute. Like a solid 10 points on the SPX in 1 minute. And then Brazil's running right now. EWZ still negative, but I've seen it on the high ticker for the last like 20, 30 minutes. Goldman's still trying to climb up. Bank of America is still at the lows. There's Tesla. See Nflx. Gimda's breaking out. But again, you still have like 20 cents to get to pre-market highs. Couple things woke up there. Teladoc is going again. And then you're getting Air Asia numbers. You're getting Air Asia, Air India. Looks like we're getting some like other stuff. No, CLSK or no, that was Catalent. I don't think there's I don't know anything about CLSK. Catalent, they're the ones with the deal yesterday that got backed out of. We are not watching Gary Gensler. No, not now. I mean, we'll see. Next bathroom break, maybe in a couple minutes. But I doubt. I mean, SEC has kind of been a little absent from a lot of this stuff. If anything, I think the FDIC is a little more important as it pertains to the banking situation. Bill is not the only dividend stock I'm in. No, we have a lot of others. We have our portfolio is about half dividends, half growth stocks. So about half of anything we hold in the long term pays a dividend. And then Bill is just the additional. Shout out to the interest rates. Toro, I don't know. Somebody brought that up yesterday. I have no idea what it is. So Teladoc still going. Yeah, so here's the long term. So again, like Altria pays, this is a dividend payer. Bill, JP Morgan, AT&T, Coca-Cola, 3M, Walgreens, and then MPW and AbbVie. So all the ones that I just opened up there, these all pay dividends. Yeah, Bill is just our cash management until we're ready to strike on a deal. You came back down here, still haven't hit a new low, and that's a good sign because if you bounce without hitting a new low, that's usually where those V-shaped recoveries start. But just watch out. I mean, again, we've been in this scenario a couple of times. If this is the setup, I mean, I would not be surprised if we spent a couple of hours down here and then just did an end of the day move leading into Netflix. Oh, 3M was doing good in the morning. J&J could recover. I'm surprised it's down, but give that one a couple of days. I think J&J will get really active here. I think everybody probably wants the rest of the earnings, but I'm surprised because they did good and they guided up. Teladoc, it was like old. It was in the morning that they're getting into like the diabetes Ozempic stuff and like giving that medication. And there's just Wall Street loves the hype with that. Anything Ozempic related has gone nuts, but that's about it. I got in. It's I was already up 9%. The stock was, but I kept it smaller. But I think you might get some activity there. So 41.43, right at the lows still. There's surprisingly no like bid support. There's just this one sell at 41.75. And then that's it. I think it's weird we moved 30 points. VIX only goes 0.08. It is the 0 days, yeah. And again, people monetizing stuff and changing it. Again, as people buy and sell puts, that has an effect. But quite simply, that move, if you didn't buy a option 30 days out, it wouldn't affect the VIX at all. And the VIX is hitting a 2-year low. So that it's like pretty much, do you guys realize the last time the VIX was this low, I believe the market was, where was it? I think we were right here, the end of 2021. Yeah, last time you had VIX at 17, you were pretty much at all-time highs coming into 2022. So just it's a little bit of a remix. All right, bonds are still holding their, again, fat gap between bonds and SPY today. So that's the thing. Either SPY's going to catch up or the bonds will. But as of now, bonds are still holding their bid. Market's still holding on to these lows. You have yet to flush. So let's see. This love. Teladoc keeps going. So would trading 30 days be better than dailies, less IV? Well, I think it depends on the asset, and you'll have to look, but there's still going to be more like time premium, but it should be cheaper, but I don't know how the volatility compares. So right now, like short-term options have more volatility, but you still run the same issues with any option, but 30 days out will probably be a better choice, or I think pretty much the best way to put it, you have less crowding at 30 days plus. So options 30 days out minimum are probably going to have less volume, less people, less everything. So, but you still have to pay a higher premium. You have to pay for the time. You're still exposed to data. You still have a break even, so on and so forth. Amazon at the low. Apple's even coming down. So watch out. We still haven't flushed yet, but you don't have anything playing along. Only thing green right now is tech, up 0.3, industrials 0.29, and materials 0.15. Yeah, Teladoc jumps on weight management and pre-diabetes expansion. So Bloomberg just put out an article, as you guys asked me about it. So that's the news for it. NVIDIA gassing. Yeah, it is. It's getting exciting. Teladoc, where's TSM? Yeah, Goldman's a weird one. Even JP Morgan. And then Bank of America especially. They had a great report, but they're still down now 1.2 after being up 3. Gimda. Let's go Netflix. Do we move? 41.72. All right. That's a decent move, but you got to get above 41.50. We have to get back to 41.55. If we can't get there, I mean, I think you'll make a test of it eventually, but let's just see. If we get out of this gulag early, sooner the better. The longer we stay down here, more likely we're going to replicate yesterday where we spend a couple of hours here. So we will see. NBC Universal says made up scenario didn't represent its views. ALLR, I know nothing about it. We just saw it was moving, and then I think it's already up like 200% or something. U.S. Treasury to auction $50 billion in 4-week bills. Oh shit! I gotta see. Should we make a? Should we get into some of these bonds, bro? So we could arbitrage the bonds on the long term. Pretty much every bond that we could make $3 per $3,000 we leverage of bonds with zero risk. So easy arbitrage play. Easy arbitrage play. GS Teladoc still going, man. So I almost have $1 on that too. That's 60 cents. It's still crazy though. Why do you love when the market tanks? I think you're just projecting. Again, I have mostly call positions besides my old NQs. So I was making a lot of money in the morning. So now I don't have that much money. So I don't know what you're talking about, sir. Technically, I should be more sad that the market's down. So if you thought I was happy it went down, that's good though. That means my bias is not getting in the way. That's beautiful. You get more excited. Well, either, again, I have an ES, I have Netflix run-up play, I got Gimda, I got PNC, I got Tesla. I have all of these are long play. So this morning, I was way, way happier. So if I'm more excited now, like I said, I'm glad my bias doesn't show through. You can't buy the bonds on TD yet. I might buy another one. Again, when is it? Oh, we have to wait another month probably. Could be good. I didn't grab Netflix calls. I just grabbed shares. It sucks. I was up on it. So literally in the morning, I was up $300 on my Netflix. Now I'm down $16, or now I'm down $135. So I like it, but I'm just going with shares for the pre-earnings. Sell out before close. I don't think it does. I don't think people think you should sound sad. I think it just comes. I think it's, again, like, I think it's a good learning lesson. Just in the sense, like I'm saying, I probably have more bullish positions than some people. And if you're holding a bull shares right now and things go down and you're getting sad about it, hopefully you don't let the market moves. You know what I'm saying? Don't let them get the best of you. Because it's kind of weird at that point where it's saying, if those positions are making you hear things good, bad, bullish, bearish based on your positions, you might be in too emotional of a position. Risk management, indeed. And just don't get emotional. That's it. I mean, when it's all said and done, I mean, that's what I always say you got to watch out for. Like when you're dealing with a lot of people, you hear a lot of people's voices in the market. I mean, if you listen to a lot of the noise, You know what I'm saying? And like you're you have a play and you're listening to stuff and you kind of have a confirmation bias and you're looking for something, you're going to be like, oh, that's negative. That's positive. Oh my gosh, why does he sound like this? The guy on the TV just said this. Oh my gosh. So it's like, that's a lot of emotion to come in with every single day. And that, it fucks with you. But that's what I'm saying. Take a step back. You'll be good. I mean, if you're not realizing at this point, I mean, I think it's funny, because I have my positions, but every single day, I mean, there's stuff that happens that's good for the positions. Things are bad. Hopefully you take it as a full picture and, don't try to lean one way or the other without getting too, too involved in it. Like, don't be so connected to your positions, more or less. Fed Bostic expects one more rate rise. And this guy, he's still trying to squeeze out some bond yields. You know it. You know it. Bostic, he wants one more rate hike, get 5.5, That's why. Bostic's like, give me 5.5, let me get some short-term bonds. We'll be good. You had to turn the stream off to learn price action. And everybody's different, You all have different learning styles and you go through stuff. I mean, the best example I could give you, year after year, I'm here. Every single day, I listen to thousands of comments every single day, and I don't turn it off. Do you see what I'm saying? So in the sense of everybody is different, you learn a certain way, but just make sure you don't let me or anybody, any TV, any other market participant, hopefully you are able to just live in your own world, manage your own risk, and just, you know what I'm saying? Like, you make your decision and go off of your decision and try not to be influenced by things outside in the market, whether it's me or other people. And I think that is the hardest thing in a social media world nowadays. Yeah, Fed Bostic favors going on hold after delivering one more hike. So Bostic just said raise and pause. Sabs, oh, it's dropping now. What do you do when the market is telling you because it does the opposite of what you think? It depends. I mean, that's always the hardest because, like, the question is, are you wrong or are you just wrong on the timing? So you got to find that. Just be fluid. I mean, be willing to adjust is the best way. I like to give things time, but also, too, in this environment, I have been trying to keep things a little bit tighter. So that's where you got to kind of find the balance. Yeah, Southwest, they were clapped earlier. And then market's coming back down now. Watch out. So we are not out of the gulag yet. You're back to 41.45. You flush here on this level. I mean, we've so far spent about 30 minutes here. So 30 minutes here, Euro close in another 22. And then I think we flushed Euro close. Yeah, remember, Euro close yesterday was a giant. So we're kind of doing this. So straight up, flush into this little trap zone. Then we're getting into Euro close. If we flush before Euro, that won't be good. Schwab on the high. NVIDIA taking a candle. Bostic, I don't have recession as my baseline outlook. It's weird. Bostic is being fairly bullish right now. You realize last time Bostic said anything of this nature, we shot up 100 points. Just let me remind you, last time Bostic said we're going to raise one more time and pause, and he started, coming in saying we went up 100 points that day. So right now, same comments, Bostic coming in, different environment. Nah, the market is not taking it. The market, the Bostic comments today are not really having the effect. We'll see, but yeah, last time he said magic pause, we ran up, but it's not really hitting the same today. Yeah, 100. I think give it till like 11 a.m. So 11 a.m. power hour, we might get the final move, but I think this is an earnings move unless you need something big. But Bostic saying one more and pause, that wasn't enough this time around. Yeah, PTSD. Dude, last time he said it, bro, that was a phenomenal move. Which one was it? I think it was here. Or which one was it? It was one of these, I feel like. It was ridiculous. But that was a PTSD inspiring move. Tesla's trying to work its way up here. Again, Nvidia's kind of holding. Marriott's on the high. Another travel play. Where's Airbnb? Even Airbnb's getting a candle. So again, you're getting reds on the market here, but you're getting a little bit of that earnings cat dog. So you're getting a push and pull. Citi's coming down. Watch any of the other banks. SPY is working its way down right now. Debt ceiling impasse risks remain undermining the U.S. Treasury, says Gensler. Hot dog. You're into the low, 413. Oh my gosh, my ES is about to go negative. I was up $1,300 on it in the morning. So this is where I bought in yesterday. We're back, or I think I go negative here. 4140. Scammers. Strange to mention the treasuries, right? I think that's everyone's job. Ahead of the debt ceiling, if you're a politician, I feel like it is your duty to say that it needs to be raised or something bad will happen. Tesla's been running last 5-10 minutes as we've been dumping. Tesla's been getting some candles here. Apple popper. I think it's being led by Tesla here. And see if Microsoft can wake up. They may wake up later. Apple's the leader, up 0.6. And then Relay shares sink 36% after resuming. What the hell is this? Relay Therapeutics is a biotech that just got clapped. And Saab's back to the price we bought it at. PTPI, that was a hype play, and that gave up. No, there's gimmed up. Good morning. What's up, Mark? How you living? Bostic says acute tensions amongst banks seem to be subsiding. Oh, you have Fed Bowman at 1250 too. Schwab is running. That's like the 5th time I've seen it on the high ticker. Schwab is going up. New high up 1.5%. LMT. Teladoc didn't report. They just gave updates on this like diabetes medicine, like Ozempic. Yeah, Relay got clapped. Bostic said tighter credit conditions can help do the Fed's work. Again, Schwab is still going. OBLG, Oblong. Didn't we watch this the other day? Yeah, Schwab is running. Goldman's even on the high, and then Bank of America is about to hit a new low. JP Morgan, I think, is in the middle. And then XLF is only down a third, but then regionals are down like 2% on the dot. Only thing green are discretionaries barely, industrials and tech. Materials went negative, staples went negative. Worst on the day is healthcare and utilities. They are both down 0.69 right now. Economy needs a slowdown to help cool inflation, says Bostic. Relay all-time lows. Oh, wow. Shopify, they were running yesterday. Crazy. Lane, is this ECB? Some of banking sector tensions have receded. Dude, Schwab is still running. Again, you have Wall after hours today. Snap is up 3. Ho ho. Hoo hoo hoo. Well, these are our dividends. Okay. U.S. default would create mess in capital markets, says Gensler. Schwab started running this time. I think all the banks did. It looks some of them are getting candles like PNC and all that, but we need it to continue. I mean, that's what I've been waiting for. I mean, it looks like Goldman was doing it slowly to the upside, but I do want to see how these banks finalize. But watch out. SPY's coming down. Again, Bank of America, that was right near the lows. Oh, you had big sellers over here. 41, 44. Again, watch if we flush here. You got 15. Honestly, the flush may happen Euro close. We're either going to flush right before Euro close or on the dot. Again, we could come up a little lower here, bounce up, and then if that takes 10, 15 minutes, then you're going to have the same setup as yesterday. Relay announces clinical data. It sounds like they had good data. Why are they down that much? Fed will do whatever it takes to lower inflation to 2%. Young Bostic. Microsoft's just staying pinned there at the low of the day. Schwab's first red candle on the top, but now the SPY's going green, or getting a green. 52-week bill auction. Lane won't commit to size of rate increase yet. LV, dude, more travel plays. LVS, Marriott, I believe Wynn, all of these, like anything travel related, Airbnb, Booking, Expedia, they're all up. China gave up 2% gains. What's the other one? Goldman now breaking out. So I think you're switching off between regionals and big banks taking a run. That's helping out the Dow. Dow is still down 0.39. Surprisingly, today is nothing. Again, it's been at least 1%, I think, top to bottom already. But S&P is only down a tenth of a percent, just above that. And then NASDAQ is only down 0.05. Tesla, are they still going? They were moving earlier. Even Microsoft's kind of waking up a little bit. Then Goldman at the high. Yeah, Tesla is waking up. It's only down 0.67. Again, the NASDAQ is only down 0.04, and tech as a industry is in the green right here. J&J Chicle. A little bit. Down 2.6. Any bank? Whichever one you have a good relationship or you like with. I mean, preferably a bigger bank. But when it comes to real estate, it's harder to get loans through bigger banks than not. Or usually those are the slower loans. Damn, Netflix at the low? Lane says bank lending survey will be very important input for ECB. I didn't know Gimda had options. Oh, they're all still super cheap, though. I was like, let's sell some covered calls, bro. But nah, they're really cheap. The ones that have had good earnings are getting smacked down for now, but what usually happens is give it a couple of days, and then once we get the rest of the reports, you're going to kind of watch them all move in tandem. So it is weird now. Like, it's either like if it's really good, you get an instant reaction. But sometimes, like J&J, it might be negative today and then give it 2 days, get the rest of the earnings, and then everybody's going to start positioning in one way. So it is a little bit suspicious, but for the most part, I mean, it's kind of expected with earnings to a degree. I mean, there's just a lot going on. There's a lot being digested, a lot of movement. There's even a lot of anticipation for the rest of the earnings. So it's just going to move in It's going to move in blocks, different segments, or waves, I guess would be the better way to put it. And then J&J is slipping here. Netflix at the bottom. Tesla having a way better little bounce there, but still in the red. Apple, I think, is the only big tech that's green, except maybe Microsoft. I don't know if Microsoft went red. No, Microsoft barely went red. And NVIDIA. NVIDIA is up 3%. NVIDIA is just running up still on all of this. The drug date for McRib, I believe, is the 24th, give or take. I think it's next week, 24th or 27th. And all right, well, like we said, we're buying time. You have 10 minutes. So it's either we flush before Euro close or we flush at Euro close. And then after that flush, we see what happens. We'll probably cuck in that range for the next 2 hours, and then we move at the end of the day. That would be so sad if that happens. I'm telling you this, just a thought I have, but it would be very sad if we flush Euro close, then we dance between 41.40 and 41.30 for the next 2 hours, and then we don't start moving till like 11 or 12. I could see that happening. It would be sad, but it's definitely in par with what we've seen the last couple of days. Bro, Schwab again. Honestly, I feel like Schwab and Goldman are just taking turns. So just go watch those two back, because again, it feels like the market's been moving a lot. I'm still in Baidu. Yeah, I want to sell out when we get some AI hype on it. I think it's going to come back and get one of those pops. It had it the last 2 days, but it got kind of watered down here by the time everything opened up. Bank of America is at the low. Bank of America hit a new low while Goldman and Schwab rebounded. And again, regionals are near the lows, down 2%. I mean, to give you an idea of how bad the regionals are today, I mean, they're pretty much giving up half of what they did yesterday. And then, you're about $1 away from a 52-week low, which is weird considering the banks have done very, very good so far. Again, Bank of New York, they're popping. This one was the regional. They were red, but they actually did good. Yeah, Schwab keeps getting bought up. SPY is coming down now. Teladoc's still at the high. So get ready. 8 minutes till Euro close. You're going into the low. Low of the day is 41.42 flat. You're at 41.43. So let's just see here. A little bit. You have one big sell, one medium buy. And you have 7 minutes. 7 minutes. 1 point away from the new low. Let's see. Hims pop again. That one was a block trade earlier. Oh, shit. It's up 38 cents from there. Relay ripping. That's good. Again, that sounded like good data, but it was down. So be careful, though. It's down 30%, and it seems like they had a good data update, but very hard to say why. Hyatt is on the high. Again, a lot of travel names. Hyatt, Marriott, Hilton, they're all up. Penny stock plays for the long term, I wouldn't touch them. I think to flip them, I've made a couple of smaller cap plays that have been pretty decent as of lately, but I mean, unless it's a penny stock that you know and use and has been around for 10 years, I wouldn't touch it. Boeing still planning to boost 737 output despite glitch. Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun annual shareholder meeting says Boeing hasn't altered 737 supply schedule on new issues. So Boeing's probably popping off of that. Again, news of Boeing, pretty much CEO saying any of those recent updates won't negatively affect us. They already popped. Yeah, Boeing already popped on that. But again, Boeing statement, SPY's going lower. Oh, yeah, the premiums are there. SPY ripping down. Boeing's crazy again. Those options, damn, I thought we were late to the party. They still just doubled up 33 to 70 cents there now. 100% now on the Boeing options. Again, CEO David Calhoun pretty much giving statements saying that the recent issues aren't changing their guidance or anything else. Yeah, Boeing. You're even getting ECB laying comments. So SPY off the bottom, 5 minutes till Euro close. Netflix Grim Reaper. It could be if Netflix comes in really bad and freaks everybody out for tech. Fuck yeah. But also, if they do good, it could be good. I feel like more so, I think there's a good chance Netflix kind of stays in the middle. That wouldn't surprise me. I know some people don't want to hear that, but Netflix is at a very important price here, like we talked about on the watch list yesterday. However, it's just, the people there's going to be good and bad in this report. I think people are going to focus on subscribers. Subscribers will probably beat, but then there's going to be a couple of issues with the password sharing and all of that. So what's the word? They said expect choppiness. But if they do bad and they go back, just as bad as April 2022 and people freak out and then that's your first tech earnings, oh my God, it's going to be a nightmare. Yeah, Grim Reaper, we buy more. And I just want to wait till the earnings because like I showed on the watch list yesterday, bro, you pull out Netflix. I mean, they're still at like 2018, 2017 prices. So like it was crazy the price that we got it at when we were buying, at these lows. But even then, it's at a nice middle. It's holding up the earlier year premium, but any of the excess stuff, I mean, we need to confirm with earnings. So it's at a nice level. I think it goes to 250 if it has bad earnings. I think 250 bad earnings, 360, maybe even 400 on good earnings. At least 10%, which is interesting, which would mean like 360. But I think you might be able, maybe like 380. I think 380 or like 250. If Netflix does bad, I think they'll sell off the next day too. It just depends. Okay, first little bounce, 2 minutes till Euro close. We're right on schedule, Chad. So you went one new low right ahead of Euro close. We pop back up. Euro close is about to set. Watch if we flush. If we flush, get ready for 2 hours near 41.40 to 41.33. Again, that's the next level moving down from here. Otherwise, just get ready. Euro close, maybe we pick back up. And then you're right back up here. You neutralize the move like right here, sadly. So we still need a lot more activity. Bonds are trying to chill out. Yeah, Bobo's up 2.5 and it sold. Nothing happened at 7 a.m. We just kind of sold. We were near very, very high levels. So I think that was kind of a take profit level for a lot of people. SPR. USO's on the high, yeah. Spirit Aero Systems. So is that off of that could be a response to Boeing. SPR is running. Spirit Aero Systems, they're up 6% now. Good call out on that. And then Boeing's still holding. And then oil's on the high too. Oil just took a big pop. Microsoft staying pinned. Let's see if the SPY gets out of here. 1 more minute, 30 seconds till Euro close. So let's see what happens next, okay? And then SPR still going 6.8 on that. Boeing kind of coming down, but watch if they move hand in hand. Teladoc still at the high. Where's Goldman? He's chilling out a little bit. Bank of America off the bottom. And then JP Morgan might go through the highs, 141 again. Okay, Euro close. Euro close is a candle up for now. So 41.46, literally the level Where is it? April 13th close. So Euro closed at April 13th close. Let's see what happens. Yeah, we made a flip today. What did I add? I added Teledoc, and then we flipped out of Sobs. I think that's the only thing I did. Yeah. And then I bought the Chad future. Oh, yeah, Chad future is getting clapped. I forgot to tell you. Chad future is down $103. We made $91 yesterday, but that's wild. For like a mini ES, that's big. The biggest day you saw with the ES, it was like 120 loss. RCL on the high, XOM now, Planet Fitness too. Boeing spikes to session high as much as 1.6. SPY still in uptrend. You got ads. Let me get you some Gary Gensler. In the meantime, the Honorable Gary.
Most of our agenda, whether it's our enforcement that we do, ensuring that people follow the law, or our rulemaking, helps protect those retirees. But I would just even go back to an earlier comment. We're really trying to bring greater competition and efficiency in the private funds area, because those retirees are often invested in those private equity and hedge funds. And if we can help through transparency,
I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Still greater competition, that can mean lower costs, lower fees.
52-week bills draw 4.53.
I have about 35 seconds. Is there anything you'd like to share with us
I'll be right back.
if I yield my last 30 seconds to you?
Well, if I could just note something about you mentioned you're hearing about the recent events in the markets, and I would note there were 3 banks that failed in those handful of days, those 4 or 5 days. And 2 of those banks, the first and the third that failed, Silvergate and Signature, were engaged in the crypto business. I mean, some would say they were, crypto banks. And the third, the biggest, Silicon Valley Bank, actually, when it failed, you saw this country's, the world's second leading stable coin, had $3 billion involved there, DPEG. So it's interesting just how this was all had some crypto narrative as well.
And my time is up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Nothing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Gensler, you've publicly stated that, and I quote, our markets are the finest in the world, and that, quote, retail investors have greater access to markets than at any time in the past. Yet, despite these statements, which I wholeheartedly agree with, you still released 4 proposals last December: order competition, regulation best X, tick size, rules 605, that completely upend those markets and remake them from top to bottom. There is a strong possibility that these 4 proposals could make equity markets more costly, less efficient, and overall worse for retail investors. Throughout these proposals, the Commission admits over 100 times that it is uncertain of the impacts of the proposal and that it is unable to quantify or, quote, estimate the economic effects of the proposals. This uncertainty means that these proposals will likely make markets worse for retail investors. You may be willing to risk that, but members of Congress who represent these retail investors, as well as American businesses seeking to raise capital in our equity markets, are not, sir. If the SEC's client truly is the American public, as you've said many times before, then I would urge you to reconsider these proposals before putting millions of Americans' hard-earned savings at risk. You said repeatedly, let me change topics here, that the duty of best execution is too important for only FINRA to have a best execution rule, and that the SEC should have one as well. I'd like a yes or no answer here, sir. Are you aware that there is a process under existing rules for the SEC to amend or change FINRA's rules, which would include its current best execution rule? Yes or no?
Yes, I'm aware we have that authority.
Yes or no? Do you believe FINRA is incapable of maintaining and enforcing an adequate best execution rule?
I think this is an important rule that we should have at the commission level.
Yes or no? Are they incapable of maintaining and enforcing an adequate best execution rule?
Again, I think we should adopt one at our level as well, and we have it in other
areas.
All
right, reclaim my time. As proposed, it would be duplicative, onerous, and costly for firms to comply with both the SEC and now FINRA's best execution regulations at the same time. Chair Gensler, your proposed rule on open-end fund liquidity would require funds to assume a worst-case scenario of a 10% sell-off on the fund when classifying the liquidity of assets. I have spoken with many asset managers who inform me a 10% run would be a magnitude higher than any that they have seen in recent history. One asset manager informed me that the highest run they have seen going back to the crash of 2008 was 2%. What historical data did you use to justify the 10%? And is it appropriate for the SEC to require funds to operate in a scenario that is 5 times worse than historical standards?
This was just to define what is highly liquid, middle liquid, and illiquid. And so it was really a definitional.
What historical data did you use to come up with the 10%?
Again, we lay that out in our
no, you don't.
Proposals, but I'd be glad to follow up.
You don't lay it out at all. Chair Gensler, you have testified before this committee twice that both times I have asked you if you intended to rewrite Regulation Best Interest Reg BI, and you have said no.
I know, I feel like I'm getting yelled at.
That's still the case. It's not
Do
on
you
our
remain
unified
committed
agenda.
to supporting the continued implementation of Reg BI?
We look to vigorously enforce it.
So do you intend to rewrite Regulation Best Interest Reg BI? You've said no in the past.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood your question. It's not on our unified agenda.
Great. Chair Gensler, out of the more than 50 rules proposed under your leadership, none appear to directly address capital formation. If you believe that one or more of these proposals directly addresses this crucial issue, please cite which ones and specifically how that standard is met in 10 seconds.
I think that many of them do.
I don't want to
because
listen
it's
to
about
this, but
issuers and
I kind
investors.
of like
I
the
would just
beef.
take private funds. If private fund advisors, the general partners, are taking
I'm trying to buy more
$500
bill.
billion
I'm
fees a
trying
year,
to set something up.
if it
My time's
came
expired.
down-
I'd ask you to respond in writing
My
and be very
time's
specific
expired.
to your mandate of protecting the retail investor, capital formation, and small businesses and IPOs. Thank you. I agree with
The
that.
gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Cass, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice to see you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, it's only been 8 minutes since zero close. Bonds
Do you
are
believe
dumping.
that climate change creates significant financial risks to
But get
corporations?
ready here. It's
I'm
either
sorry, I
you
didn't
hold
hear the
this
word in there.
or
Do you
we
believe
watch
that
out for the
climate
lows.
change creates financial risk to corporations?
It's really what investors are basing their investment decisions. And what we found in public input is significant number of investors managing tens of trillions of dollars of assets believe that it's important to their investment decisions. That's the standard we're held to.
Well, let me maybe then sort of add a little color. In 2020, as you know, the CFTC said that climate change poses a major risk to the stability of the U.S. financial system. In 2021, FSOC said that climate change is an emerging threat. And recently, the IPCC said that within the range of possible temperature rises, global economic losses could amount to $23 trillion per year. Are these numbers material?
They're significant to the economy, but what's material is that investors
Clifford,
in
you're going into the
public
lows.
companies
It is push-up
today
time too,
making
baby. So get the
decisions
body
based on
moving.
climate risk
I'm gonna hit
disclosures,
some
and we're
while we
trying
let
to
this
bring
play.
some consistency to that.
Is it your view that clear disclosures would help investors to hedge those risks?
These are bigger flushes than yesterday.
That is certainly what our comment file that we've
Bro,
had thousands
that's
of
8 points
investors
right
who have
there.
said
You're
that
about to hit a
us.
new low. Be careful and get ready for 2 hours
I'm
of
assuming this is a
nothing.
yes. You're familiar with the term information asymmetry?
Yeah, yes, I am very much so.
Okay. There was a report from Nature Climate Change recently that said
2-year
that
bonds
real
are
estate in
running.
the United States is estimated to be overvalued by $121 to $237 billion.
Yeah, 2-year yield
due to
just something's
flood
happening with
risk
bonds
driven
on
by
that.
climate change.
That's
with
something
low-income households
2-year
facing
related.
the greatest risk of losing home equity, as was the case.
And you're flushing again. Low ticker is taking over. Qs are on the high. This is Gary Gensler, head of the SEC.
How your proposed rule
I'm
would
just trying to do my
address
resistance.
that informational asymmetry
market's
between
going
folks
crazy.
who are aware that they're overpriced and folks who are not.
I mentioned it about Chair Rayburn and President Roosevelt. They were trying to address information asymmetries that the public didn't have full, fair,
So
and
just
truthful
get ready,
disclosures from
4133.
companies
That'll probably be the
accurately
next price.
describing their risk. That's what we're doing here in this proposed climate risk, is so that the investing public better understands the risk when they buy or sell a security.
Okay, when I'm done here, I'm going to run to the science committee, so you'll forgive me if I dump into the science side here a little bit. There was an article in the Washington Post, I think it was just last week actually, that talked about the effect of climate change in coastal communities in the U.S. Found that recent hurricanes Michael and Ian were both made much worse by warming oceans. Federal tide gauge data, this number was shocking. In Louisiana, the sea level is 8 inches higher than it was in 2006 when Hurricane Katrina hit. Just since 2006 is 8 inches higher. NOAA has said that they expect 2 feet of additional sea level rise on the Gulf Coast by 2050.
So big
if you
candle
buy a
off the
home in
bottom,
Pensacola
but
today, it'll be
I wouldn't be surprised to
underwater
see
before the
reloads.
mortgage is paid off. I could go on and on. There's data from First Street that there's more than 400,000 properties, more than a third in West Virginia, that are at risk of severe flooding. Is it logical to assume that purely profit-driven companies are going to seek to offload that risk onto less sophisticated players?
Well, public companies, which is the only thing we oversee is the public companies, manage their risk, and this has become an important risk, and it's a risk that investors want to understand how they're managing it, whether, as you say, they're defraying it or offloading it on others, or they're retaining it inside. And that's really, it's about disclosures of how they're managing that risk, like they manage other risks.
So I asked that question because we know, and the CFTC report actually acknowledged that they said that they have seen that insurers are often.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah. I don't know. There's something about talking about the environment. This is the head of the enforcement exchange. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but we got to listen for a little bit. Had to go to the bathroom. We got our flush, man. You were looking like you were getting a decent recovery towards VWAP, and then we flushed there, but I don't know how to break it to you, but I'm prepared to do nothing for the next 2 hours, Chad. And then bonds really took or at least the 2-year, that yield started running up there, but get ready. We might stay here for a while now. So you hit 4140, like I was telling you, 4140 to 4133. That will be the next level depending on what happens here. But, I mean, if you could get above here, that's fine, but I'm kind of expecting a cuck now. This is, again, earnings mode. It looks a lot like yesterday. That's it. Maybe we do more push-ups. You guys do your push-ups? You guys get beside your desk, do 10 push-ups? I did my resistances. I don't know if you guys heard it. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I need you to get beside your desk, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, get any sort of activity. Boeing is going again. Yeah, that's going to be killer for those contracts now. Because last time we hit like 300%, and it didn't even do a second run. So if you get a second run, Boeing, and then watch SPR, Spirit Aerosystems, they were running in tandem. So they're even moving up, and now United Airlines is on the high, which is interesting. I think they had earnings, but Love rebounded. Look at that. You're at the gym. Let's go, baby. Let's go. You did 34. Let's go. Get the body. Did you relax the eyeballs? Did you stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away? Did you blink a few times? Did you go blink, 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 blink? So yeah, I was seeing, and then again, I was trying to, because I'm gonna buy Bill on this account. I was trying to move the money around, but like I told you guys yesterday, my plan, I'm gonna try to get as many into as many accounts as I can that are below the what's it called? The FDIC insurance limit, and I'm just going to run up Bill left and right. So that's my plan. So I already have, I'm trying to prepare about $250,000 to buy Bill. We're just going to sit on that, and we're going to chill. But that'll be, we'll add that to our trading income this year. 5% Bill. Making $500 a month. That's great. That means you got like what? You got like $100,000 in there maybe? Yeah, that's fire. Again, it's a car payment. But that is the plan. Gensler he's getting grilled in front of Congress. I didn't do anything. I was moving the money into this E-Trade here so I could put it on the trading side just to get, because again, the idea is I want to be able to be in and out. But that's it. But I have to wait till it settles. You need the cash. I mean, you can get leverage. So, like, I think I could leverage it and I might make money, but I would prefer to keep it clean and just go with all cash. Because we did it with the bond, so I did leverage the bond. So if you guys, if you don't remember, on the small account, I grabbed this bond. Do you guys see this? This matures in 7 days. We have $7.40 of gain. I'm going to make $10. But since this is $3,000 and look at, our account isn't this big, this was on margin on the small account. So after margin, the margin is going to cost me $7 or $6, and then I'm going to make $10. So even then, I'm going to walk away with $4. So like you can use margin to make money off the yield, but it's just not really, it's just not a clean game. In this case, in Bill or on the bonds, it ended up working out, but it's a very, very tight margin. And then if your interest rate goes higher than anything, you're screwed over. Bro, we're coming back down here. We are not out of the hole just yet, ladies and gentlemen. You might pay state gains on Bill, but either way, I don't care. It's, again, this is free money we're talking about. I'm just saying I could keep money in this thing and it could pay. I'm telling you, this is the best rental property out there right now. So if you've always wanted a rental, this is your chance to get a rental. I might just buy the T-bill. I might just go straight up buy the bonds. That could be a good one. That could work with this amount, but Bill has been very, very effective. Again, it matches the rate for the most part. Small fees. It's very, very good. But the whole idea is, I mean, again, like if you took $250,000 right now, I don't know what type of rental property you would get that's netting you $1,500 a month, which is wild. They're like, what, $1,250? Without any maintenance, any tenants, that's it. So you'll pay taxes on it, but it's just literally, again, the offer on there is just phenomenal as far as fixed income is concerned. Like, just if you wanted to put money in the side, let it sit there, boom, that's it. A good rental percentage is like 5%. Like if you could get a cap rate of 5%, that's fire. That's what I'm saying. In this case, if it's cap rate there, that's beautiful. It is an annual rate. Yeah, 5% a year. It converts to about 0.5% a month, or like 0.45. MPW is 14, but MPW stock, I mean, it moved 20% the day we bought it, or the day after we bought it. Well, the bill on yield changes. So if you're seeing 2.4, it's not updated. So currently the yield on bill should be 4.88. It says 2.59 a year, but I think if you even go on like TD, that's more updated. Yeah, dividend yield 4.87 based on the last one. Uber came down. What else? We had Tesla. Where's Netflix? Netflix was sad. I was liking the gains in the morning. Banks are climbing. Do you sell bill at the end of the month, or are you dripping it? I'm not dripping it, but I held it last month. Just pretty much whenever short-term interest rates, if they do end up going any lower than where we are now, that would be the time you'd want to sell at the end of the month. JP Morgan's on the high. Yeah, I'm already out of SABs. That came back down to $1. Gimda's at the high, though, which is great, but that one's still moving kind of slow. Bro, and every green candle, though, getting shut down low-key. And then U.S. stocks waver amid mixed bank earnings and hawkish Fed speak. See, ZT again, 2-year just started running. PNC kind of came back. Teladoc is still there. There's no reason for the drop. Today's a lot like yesterday. I mean, post-earnings moves, same results more or less. You had one worse bank, Goldman, but they didn't do as bad. And then we Johnson & Johnson did very good, but it sold off. But this was all off of nothing. This was pre-earnings run-up or post-earnings reaction, pre-market run-up, and then we sold off, and then now we're back to the gulag. You filled the gap, and it's moving a lot like yesterday, just bigger off the open. And, I mean, right now we're down 0.24. Yesterday it took you a couple more hours to be down about 1/3%. Macklin Bank of Canada says we need to see wage moderation to get inflation to target. And then Poland to allow transit of Ukraine grain from Friday midnight. Watch wheat. And then SPY is still at the lows. ETNB is on the high. Nflx staying pinned after 1%. They were up 4 earlier. Nordstrom staying. Everything just looks pinned, man. Goldman still holding again. JP Morgan was just running up. Nvidia has been a bright spot today. Even Apple. It doesn't look like Apple's been doing much, but they've been one of the only tech names that's been holding green. Bill in bills. A T-bill is the name of the bond. They call them a treasury bill. Any option or any bond that yields less than 12 months to maturity is called a bill. But the ticker is called BIL. That's the ticker name for an ETF that is supposed to be buying treasury bills. Or is it notes? I think one of them, less than 12 months treasury or bill, is considered a note. It's either less than 12 months maturity. I'm pretty sure it's a bill. Or it could be a note. It's one or the other. No movement. It's pretty big, though. Yesterday was a lot that was more or less movement. I mean, you went 41.40 to 41.40, 20, so 20 points. Today you went 41.69 to 41.20, so you went an extra 10 points on yesterday's range. ETNB on the high. Yeah, bill's the shortest, then note, then bond. Yeah, if you buy bill and you hold it till the end of the month, you get the dividend. You get paid a monthly dividend. And then if you sell out before, your equity should rise the same amount as the dividend. If they cut interest rates, the range would go lower. It would start at a lower price the next month simply because yields are now, it's going to pay out less. Teladoc, another high. That one's crazy. Because we got in late, and we still only almost have 2%. I have not bought TLT. TLT moves again with the 10-year. I'm not trying. My idea of buying bonds for the yield, I have trades that are, I'm short the 2-year, and you're going to watch me trade the bonds a lot this year. But I'm not trying to buy the bonds for price right now. I'm trying to get the yield, and that's it. I want stability. So the idea of short-term bonds is that you could put your money in and out, have good liquidity, get a high return, and that's it. But I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to buy bonds because they're at a good price, and I'm trying to hold them and make money on them. As far as make money on the buy, I'm just trying to have all my money stay the same, and then get free return, free interest off of putting it to work in short-term areas. So that's about as far as it goes. That's why I'm not buying TLT. The idea of bill is that it will preserve your liquidity and it will preserve your capital amount. Yeah, bill is just a high-yield savings account. that's very, very liquid and very easy to use. That's it. Josh gets commission off every bill purchase. I wish, man. But that's word to what I'm telling you. I do not get paid to tell you any of this. Anything I've shown you, telling you about the cash, all of that. I mean, Bloomberg makes money off of it because it's their ETF. Maybe we should switch to SGov since they're assholes, actually. Maybe we might have to move out of Bill since Bloomberg's not renewing my membership. We might have to just switch to SGov and call it a day. But, it's free 99. I mean, again, whether you do this or not, I don't benefit off of it. It's just, I haven't seen it in 20 years, and 5% yield is a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. WINT on the high. That was a runner yesterday. Windtree Therapeutics and SPY starting to tick down here a little bit. FTX restart effort draws possible bid from Tribe Capital. Tribe Capital met FTX unsecured creditors committee on information plan. Wow. So Tribe? Who's Tribe? Tribe Capital. They may want to bring back FTX. Interesting. Lending $250 million, anchored by $100 million for them and their partners. They were a venture investor with FTX. They have $1.6 billion under management, and they're going to pretty much give FTX a $250 million loan to take them over. Or I guess it's just a revival plan. I don't know if they'll buy the company. The biotechs are doing good. So if you remember that video we made, let's see. Where are they? We have DSNKY. That one's up 2%. Where are the rest of them? Santa, that's up. Oh, that was the other play. That one wasn't Padufa. Iova is down 7%, down $50. That was one of the pre-earnings run-ups. McRib is up 10%, $300, and then Ascend is down 0.5%, down 17, and then Ionis is down 2.5. So yesterday, all of them were up. Now 2 are up, 2 are down, or 2 are up, 3 are down. By EBS. I don't like I already played it, so I don't want to get in unless it's like a lot lower. So maybe actually if it drops like back to the $9 level, I'll buy some more. I forget, when did we buy it though? I bought it, my average was like 11, but I bought it like at low prices and high prices. But EBS, we could add that to the list. Wow, Trump post. I'm pleased to inform you, due to the great success of the digital trading cards, we are doing it again. Series 2 available right now. Donald Trump NFT drop, bro. Who's minting? Who's minting it? No? Yeah, we bought at 16, and then did I buy at 10 or 8? Because my average dropped considerably after the first average down. Yo, bro, you got Trump NFT mint today. I don't know if y'all in that. I don't know if you can mint it. I think you could only just buy it. He won't even let you mint it. Yeah, fuck you, pay me. He said, I'll mint it for you. Give me $1,000. That new Trump dropped. And then JP Morgan's ripping right now. NVIDIA just holding. Goldman's trying to climb back up. CVX is on the high, and XOM. So energy's coming back. Energy's number 2 on the day, but tech is no longer the leader. They were earlier. The first ones did go up in value. I was surprised. I was surprised how much people would pay for Donald Trump wearing a Superman shirt. while golfing in a cowboy hat. Honestly, you know, like I was shocked that at one point somebody wanted to pay me $150,000 for a picture of the monkey I had, but even then, a couple $1,000s for Trump in a cowboy hat, walking a dog, cooking a barbecue was very fascinating to see what people would pay for. So it was pretty wild. It's pretty wild, man. There's so many of them. There's like one of them, he's like on a horse wearing like knight armor. Like with like jets flying over him. Honestly, they're quite inspiring. Not gonna lie to you. I want them for myself. I honestly feel like I should have that. I don't know why. I don't know if I should feel bad or feel good about myself that Trump beat me to the punch. I don't know. Netflix earnings. We have Netflix earnings. Yeah. It's going to be big. It's expected to move about just under 10% right now. And 2.1 million subscribers, or 2.4. And then 8.1 billion in revenue, 19% margins, 3.3% growth rate on the year, and looking for reaffirmed or held guidance. And they've beaten 6 of the last 12 quarters. And average price target is like $366. So that's the quick rundown for Netflix for you. And then really what happens with password sharing and then any updates to advertising, that's going to be the big one. Netflix earnings right after the bell. It might be 15 minutes. So Nvidia's dropping, Tesla's going up, SPY's going green. Again, push and pull is real today. However, the high ticker, it does look like you have a little bit more short-term velocity going to the upside right now. Big banks have been creeping up. JP Morgan all day. I mean, Bank of America, I would say out of the gulag, but they should be green right now. Oh, what happened? Where's MTB? So they're even still green, which is very wild. Again, a lot of names on the high ticker now, even Biogen, a lot of industry. It's spread out. It's very broad on the high ticker. Netflix is going to be a big one. Bonds have calmed down now on the day. So in a weird way, stocks and bonds, even after that brief outperformance out of bonds, they've came back now to almost the same level. You want to see the Netflix bubbles? We usually don't look at them for earnings, but I'm down. That's an interesting request. Can I request the song? My Baby by Lil Romeo. Oh, Romeo, give me a here. Nah, man. I want to. You guys remember that? No? Okay. I'm old. What was I looking for? Netflix. One day bubbles. Okay, April 21st. So this week, here are your bubbles. 382 calls are the biggest open interest with 8,000. Then 310 puts are the second biggest with 7,500. Then 300 puts are the third biggest open interest with 6.9 thousand. And then 310 calls have 6.7 thousand open interest as well too. So your biggest calls are 310 and 380. Wait, isn't that in the money? So your biggest set of open interest is in the money. And then your puts are 310 and 300, and they're massive. Then you have a lot of 400 calls, a lot of 425s. These are all calls. 5. These are all the out the monies. Holy shit. So there's a shit ton of out the monies. And then you even have a decent amount. You have a lot of 240 puts. That's a pretty big amount notional value-wise. So it's pretty spread out, honestly. And then your range, it seems like 240-ish would be like the back end, and then on the high end, like 420, which is crazy. So I say I'm in between like 250 and 400, I think, or 390. And then you have just everybody's already piled into the out of the monies, or at least they've just been holding those. Hardest says it. Pop it every. It's hardest says it. Let's go, baby. I've been playing it after hours every day. You know, it is earnings season. We must celebrate. Tesla, we'll do Tesla tomorrow because that'll be the day before earnings. I think now it's a little too early. I don't know. JP Morgan now, 141. 141 rum. It's not 141 rum. Okay, I'm sorry. I got excited. 141's big. Again, JP Morgan's high was like 144. DraftKings on the high. When do we get we still have to wait end of the month for JP Morgan drip? At least this mother effer came back. Again, I think long terms are hitting an all-time high today. Surprisingly. Dude, I feel like it was just earnings, Chad. I feel like it was just earnings. We had good earnings. The long term got hooked up by it. And now we're doing it. Am I tripping out, man? Am I going crazy? Because I feel like we just had earnings. Like, I feel like earnings literally just happened. Yeah. So long term's loving it. The small account's about to hit 13,000, which is very big. Again, this account, I mean, this is the small one. This one, and this is not including the bonds. This is 13,000 just straight up. This is the small $200 a month deposit. So that's looking great. But yeah, we're hitting all-time highs today. Barely, only by a couple $100. You were just there. But let the mountain continue to grow, my friend. Let the mountain continue to grow. See, and here's the ironic part. Are you guys ready? So if you actually look at it, the funny part, we don't have as much invested into it because, again, half of it is still growth. But, you know, I'm telling you about bonds and bill at 5%, right? Cool. Our average yield, and this is actually higher, but it's just, it takes off the current yields right here. But our average yield on this portfolio is also 5.25. So that means everything, half of what we're holding, since half of it is growth, half is dividends, half of what we're holding, we're also getting 5% back on the year. So not only am I trying to get 5% that's stable, I'm also trying to get 5% on assets that can move up and down. So that's just a little fun fact to keep in mind. You know, we're getting that yield, you know, wherever way we can, but some of them will fluctuate, some of them will be safer and fixed. Damn, JP Morgan's really running. And then XOM and oil is waking back up now. Mom's account is chilling. So it says down 2.67 just from inception. But that's not including any dividends or covered calls. So like we've realized like well over 3,000-4,000 in dividends, as well as even an additional 3-4 grand in covered calls. And then the small account, same situation, just less amount, but that account is up 5%. Sister's account, my sister, I've not been able to log in. She won't set it up for me. She has to approve it. Otherwise, I'm not like allowed to use it. So she forgot. That's a great example of investing for 3-4 months and then forgetting about it. And then if you don't stay up to date with it, I mean, it's a crazy. Her account would have been solidly green if she bought the Meta, the Netflix, the Redfin, but she was too lazy about it. Kim Kardashian hires Wall Street talent to bulk up buyout firm. But I hope you saw what I just showed you though, because like I just showed you the dividends on the long term. Whoa, PNT Point Biofarm, they're getting dumped, and then Lockheed Martin's CubeSat successfully validates essential movement for on-orbit servicing, and then Bank of Mellon says no intention to grow crypto-related deposits. Bank of Mellon says they do not view themselves as a crypto bank. BK, they're giving updates right now. You're getting updates from the CEO or CFO, I think. But hopefully you saw what I just showed you. Again, I'm telling you how like important 5% is, why I'm going for Bill. And like the idea with Bill is that we do nothing and we get, what's it called? We do nothing, we get 5%. But hopefully you saw what I just showed you in the sense that even our long term, that is going to fluctuate, but notice we are also getting back 5%. So in that case, now we can make or lose money on the long term, but we're still going to bring in at least 5% this year, right? And then same thing with Bill, but Bill, we're going to get 5%, but we're not going to take any loss on any equity. We know that account will stay the same value. So hopefully you get the idea, like the whole picture, because it's like we like that yield for a reason. And the idea is to get yield. We want some of the yield tied to growth and being able to make money with equities. But then it's also having a safe portion, padding the stats and getting us a nice return. So Spies, this is decent high. I mean, if this is going to be like yesterday, you're going to get up to these levels and you're just going to flush it every time. So remember yesterday, we worked up after the flush. Anytime you would get back up here, it wouldn't hold. So I don't know if I trust it today, but you need to get past 4150 if you want to see any move. Otherwise, if you reject here, we're probably going to dance for a little bit. You got big volume, and then that 4175, that's been staying there all day. BA again. Teladoc as well. Yeah, Boeing's on the high. Again, Bank of Mellon CEO is giving comments now. What's big money doing? Holding bonds? A lot of people are, or short-term bonds. Again, if you have cash, you could put it into short-term. Again, 4-week bonds are giving you a very nice return. Like I'm telling you, it beats any rental property. It's like you could buy a nice car just with bonds. But that's where a lot of people are putting stuff in, fixed income. There is people buying equities still. It's not like equities are the worst investment, but I mean, anything with solid safety, solid yield, I mean, a lot of money is taking that. There's some people even buying cash property. That's another way. In a weird way, it's kind of like a bond. I mean, if you're buying property at a good price right now, paying it cash, no interest rate, I mean, in a weird way, if interest is 7% on properties, you could assume you'd make that amount, but it all just depends. Bonds are coming down, and it's weird the market liked it this time. Boeing's ripping now, and then Teladoc is through the highs here. They're at $29. SPY is green now. So NASDAQ, that's weird. NASDAQ was only down 0.05. NASDAQ should have went green first, but SPY went green. The Dow Jones is only down 0.1%. And then NASDAQ is still down 0.05 right here. So you're above 4150. If this rejects, we're fucked. If this holds, you might get a little bit more bullish impulse, test 4155. If you get past 4155, we may bounce sooner than expected, but let's see. Very big level here. Ironically enough, 4150 is VWAP. Goldman is breaking out now, so that's going to lift up the Dow. GSKTO to buy Bellis Health for 14 a share. $14. No, they're at the same price. Again, Goldman's ripping. It's weird. Regionals are still at the lows. That's what's crazy. Rumors that Bob Iger has been brought back to sell Disney to Apple. So Disney's popping a little bit, but just I'm telling you, Disney sell to Apple rumors have been those are old as time. So you might get a reaction. Just don't fall too much in love with that. I would keep it more as a pre-earnings play, if anything. Oh, I forgot Disney off of Netflix. Oof, I forgot about that. Top tick, Josh. I grabbed 100 shares of Disney, 164. I hate Disney above 100 as of lately, but I totally forgot. That's a Netflix sympathy. I don't even care, so I'll take the rumor, but you hold that for Netflix. The rumor is going to be that Apple is going to buy them or some shit, but like again, we've heard that for like ever. Oh, Gimda's breaking out now. I don't know why Sabs is. We sold out. I sold out early on Sabs. We got a good gain. We let that do its thing. But that's about it. Spies at VWAP. Again, Gimda at 170 now. That's great. And then I'm going to get rid of that Santa. I like it, but I think it's still going to just be too small. I stole that as Santa, 30% gain, but only $112. Audio Spy. It might dance just like yesterday. Remember when we worked our way up here to the 40s? So just watch out here. If it just gives up 41.50 and we flush here, it won't be good. Oil's going up. That could lift up the Spy. But just watch how we trade around here. I went Disney long. That one, again, if Netflix does good or bad, that's pretty much going to move it around. That's the idea. But I think, it was like last 2 quarters, like Disney was able to get more subscribers than Netflix. So I think some people will be prone to react to that. No more selling off. It's a long day. I'm surprised we bounced up here, but then again, just like yesterday, we made these moves yesterday, and then you would reject every single type of breakout that would get you back up to like a neutral level. So I just don't trust anything, but I'm prepared to do nothing. If we do get above here and you get above 41.55 and the momentum holds, we may wake up faster than not, but it all depends. I mean, NASDAQ hasn't been moving. SPY just went break even right now. And then the Dow is pretty much just getting moved by Goldman. The video strong like bull. UNH is going up. Remember they had earnings the other day, and they were selling off. Okay, GIMDA gets interesting here now. Almost. Damn, we still got to get to 190. Damn it. Okay, never mind. I thought it was 180. I was like, you're right there. But watch if that gets above pre-market levels. Senior executives, Anheuser-Busch, are now describing the situation as tests to see if they would work, eventually be used to reach a wider audience. Wall Street blamed the bizarre rollout on massive cutbacks to marketing. Is Apple APY is at 4%? It's probably yearly. So even then, even when you see a 1 month bond at 5%, it doesn't pay you that every month. It's 5% annually. AAP on the high. Dell's running. One of you guys called that out earlier. Yeah, Baba sold off big. They were up a lot. So you're still holding for now. 41.50. You even held it there on that little drop. So see if it's a reload. Oil has been trending here for the last couple of minutes. I only bought 100 shares of FRC. So I'm down, though, 124. But, again, it's 100 shares, $14, $1,400. Shouldn't be too much. That was the idea there. So decent-sized green shoot. Couple of other names running. Again, looks like Energy's the lead. Energy's up 0.5% now. That's bigger than tech was moving, but tech's coming back in industrials. Financials might go green, so watch JP Morgan and Goldman because XLF is right at break even, and then Staples want to go green too. Okta, no. Okay. Let's see, ACAM. Where is NVIDIA? And then the Netflix. I forgot Netflix pre-run earnings. NASDAQ reports earnings tomorrow. NDAC. Again, a lot of regionals today after hours too. That should be exciting. Oh, where's Restoration? Gimda 178. You're meeting David Bazuki today. Any questions? Who is David Bazuki? That's a fun name to say. Gimda, I'm looking for $2 at least. I don't know. No, maybe even more. Again, the upside on this name is very big. And then they, again, this is their first drug approval for any sort of drug. They don't have any other ones, but I think somebody mentioned something. I feel like they diluted a lot in the past, and then I don't know anything else. It still seems pretty early. Yeah, this is their largest increase since 2020. I found out one of my team players on the baseball team works at the Dallas Fed. No way. Tell him to get us an interview. We want a Fed speak. And then SPY above VWAP here. Let's see if we get above. Again, 41.55 would be the next light level here. Come on, NASDAQ. NASDAQ is the one not moving. It's very weird. Again, oil is lifting up SPY and financials, but the NASDAQ has been 0.06 for a very long time. The Dow just recovered half of the loss while the NASDAQ didn't move, and SPY is barely green. But you're not really getting above 41.50 here. 41.51 is proving troublesome. My goodness. UAL's on the high. What was that other one we played? Sobs? That was the one in the morning. That's still good. That was great. I sold out early, but it did come down. But still, it was a very, very great run. Bazuki's the CEO of Roblox? I thought it was the other guy. That's fire, though. Why are you meeting him? Ask him if he wants. Tell him to come talk to the cult. That's cool, man. I would ask him about AI and then like what they plan to do with that. And then ask him where Roblo fits into the metaverse. Maybe ask him if Meta has ever approached him for a buyout either. I don't know if you want to get that deep with him on it, but that's some stuff I would ask him. Then be like, would you want to come on youtube.com/the stock market Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open? The more I look at MCRB, the more bullish I get, but there are some red flags. Well, what's the red flags? Let's start there. It's easy to find good shit. In life, we want to focus on the good, but when it comes down to biotechs, I mean, what's the red flags? I know the good thing for MCRB, I don't know if this is fully accurate, but I do believe that will be the first ever, what is it? Like genome, not, it's something. It's like the first stomach drug ever approved by the FDA in history. What's it called? It's like a biome. I think biome is what it's called. So I don't know if that's accurate or not. It's the first microbiome drug approval in the history of the FDA. So that's what I like about it. I just sold Santa not too long ago. Yeah, microbiome. So that's what I like. I mean, any of those like groundbreaking, that's what we're talking about, blockbuster drugs. Like I said, they don't have any drugs that are approved yet. So if they get an approval, it's good. But that's also the red flag, is that if they don't get approved at this early, they're fucked. They only have one phase 3 study, 93% white. So poor is racial data. They did fail their phase 2, but it was due to suboptimal dose. I don't think the diversity of like ethnicities is going to affect it. I think, again, the FDA has been very weird lately. Like, again, Rita was a weird approval. Rita got drug approval based off of people sending in letters. So as long as the drug works, I mean, it'll be good. But if they failed their phase 2, that's probably going to be the issue. But then again, if they're able to correct what the issue was if it really was dosing, then it should be good. All right, SPY is above VWAP. Tesla's even running up. Disney, we're still up on that. But you haven't hit 41.78 on the futures. Again, 41.80. This is higher than yesterday. So you're above the gap fill. But again, we got to get to 41.55. I'm still in GIMDA, yeah. I think it's like 70% gain or something. Maybe a little less. Oh, it's only 55. Oh, so we have a little bit more. Yes, 41.81. It's a little bit higher, but again, 41.55 on SPX. I believe that matches up with your level, sir. But we got to get there and then just see how it holds. We could still flip. Again, this kind of reminds me of being here yesterday. Just unfortunately, like, we could get close, but if it doesn't have enough juice, I mean, if this falls back down here, you take a 5-point flush. I mean, we're going to chill in here for another hour, but it's moving faster than I already expected from after we had those big-ass flushes. I think you've actually recovered both of them almost fully. Where's Apple? Are they still holding? Yeah, they've been fire all day. Look at State Street. Last time I checked them, they weren't moving much. Netflix back to the green. Yeah, State Street's... I don't know how State Street did it. Dude, State Street was bad. So, like, even though I've been telling you, like, yeah, I think the worst of the banking stuff is over. That's what it seems like for now. But, dude, like, STT was bad. It's still lower than where it was yesterday, but they are recovering, and people were not as freaked out as I thought they would be. Which I don't know if that's bullish or bearish or ignorant, but just depends how you look at it. Restoration arm. Bro, bond yields are shooting up too. That's the crazy part. So now we're holding up, but ironically enough, this whole time, I don't know if the 10 years been, 10 years even hitting a low, but two-year yields are running back up again. Intel discontinues Bitcoin mining chip series. Oh, come on, Intel. All right, there's Netflix. Maybe we get pre-earnings run. Cole's on the high. MO as well. What time is it? 9:30? Still very early, but Chattadonia. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Okay, drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go, and we have earnings. I don't know if you're feeling the earnings anticipation yet, but it's a big day, Chad. But sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups, okay? Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendation, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away, blink a few times, go blink, 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 blink. Oh, wow. So relaxing. Don't you feel relaxed? You should. You look beautiful. You look great. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Legs in front of you. Not wrapped behind your computer chair. You're not riding the dolphin. You look amazing. I'm not going to lie, man. You know, it's been a while since I complimented you. It got a little weird. But I'm just saying, you look good right now. Like, you just, I don't know, you look taller or something. But you look amazing. You look better than bank earnings. You know what I'm saying? Like, you bad as hell. You bad like the banks. You know, I'm just messing with you. You look good though. You look amazing today. God bless you. Wow. Keep it up. Whatever you're doing, just keep it up. Keep it up, okay? Okay, and then relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Oh, yeah. What's the difference? You look good. You look taller. It's like your chest, you're like standing up straight. I don't know. There's something about you look good. And you have an E46, and that's like one of the sexiest cars ever made. How can you not look good, bro? How can you not look good? How can you not look good today, man? Woo! Okay. So let me get my resistances. I did back and shoulders yesterday, but I'm still doing more back workouts here today. So it's good. Feels good to be home. It is the best BMW ever. Hands down. E46, bro. It's one of the best. I honestly think it's like the best designed European car ever. Like, that style of car was just, that was it. That was it. He said, nah, E40. Ugh, tell me when to go. Ugh. Yeah, Jerome Powell. Netflix. Ugh. Dum. What? When we selling Gimda? Why are you bringing me into this, dog? You know what I'm saying? That's a personal decision. Honestly, it says a lot about you. You have 50% on a stock. What are you going to do with it? That's it. I can't do any. That's it. I'm a greedy bastard, man. You know what I'm saying? I got like 17,000 other plays too. I don't know if you should bring me into this. You know what I'm saying? But like, you got 50%. You could do whatever you want with it. Do you like it? Do you push it? Do you go for 2? Do you like the biotechs? You want some quick cash already in the bank? You could walk away, walk home a winner. You could push it, try to get another 50%. What are you into, man? What are you into? I don't think the number's 17,000, but sometimes it feels like 17,000. You know what I'm saying? Josh, not about that scared money tactic. Nah, I'm a realist, bro. I'm like, you scared, you should run. You know what I'm saying? Like, they like, scared money don't make money. I'm like, nah, fuck that. You scared, run. You know what I'm saying? If you ever feel threatened, bro, run. Like, you should have no fear, and I hope you have the skills to defend yourself in any situation, both physically or financial. And you could do so many things, but it's like, nah, man, you scared? Like, it's probably for a reason, and you should run. You know what I'm saying? Scared money, you just scared. Like, that's no problem being scared, bro. Just run away if you ever get that feeling. All right, little bounce all. Is this going to be a reload? And yeah, stronger earnings, higher yields. You're right. I mean, even now, yields were lower a little bit today, but they started running back up again. We went over Netflix earnings just like briefly. Yesterday's watch list was all about it. I could answer any questions, but it's very simple. People are going to be looking at, obviously, subscribers, but then the price increases as well as password sharing. And some people are expecting it to be choppy. It's pricing in just under 9%. They've beaten half of their last 3 earnings. They've missed the other half. And yeah, that's about it. I'm going to sell the Netflix before earnings. I do not plan on holding that through. And then Disney, we're up a little bit. I think we're up $20 on that. 16. And Netflix came back into the green, which was good, but let's see. Gimda. Oh, Gim down. You know, Gim down. Gimda went down. Disney, I'm going to hold for Netflix earnings. I'm going to hold through that, sell out Netflix, hold Disney. And Disney could still get clapped off Netflix, but the idea would be they would have their own situation to respond to. So it should be somewhat contained, you know, God willing. Dude, Marriott and Travel Plays are still running, though. Again, getting some Chicles at VWAP here. Airbnb came down, but again, all the other travel plays are like running into the high right now. Even Las Vegas Sands, Hilton, Marriott, Hyatt, they're all on the highs right here. Yeah, we're right above where this is right where we closed yesterday. So my futures are back up now again. A decent amount, but this is where we were at yesterday. The travel plays, I don't know. It could be UAL Airlines. And so far, I mean, even though some airlines, I think at first, who was it? Was it AAL that got dumped on? But for the most part, it seems like travel trends are looking just as hot as the last 2 years, which will be good for Airbnb. But it seems like travel is still, you know, fully in effect. I have a long and a short future. I have a more longer-term short on the NQ that I've been holding. And I've been flipping back and forth on the ES over the last couple of days. And that one is to the long side. Voya on the high. So Netflix coming down a little bit. Tesla still holding. Apple still up 0.5%. Docs. Disney's climbing up. DocuSign, yeah. Or Doximity. Where's Teledoc? That one's still holding crazily enough. Oh, Restoration. He went back to the green finally. Wow. Dallas okay. I know you're not a fan, yeah. Well, Delta is the best, apparently. I like to fly them, and they actually did good, I think, on their earnings. I do have a video on Bill. It's called The Safest Investment for 2023. We made the video about a month ago. I like Roblo, but, I mean, I would wait for their earnings. I like the update they gave yesterday. The fact that they're not going to be giving out monthly reports anymore, I think that'll be very good for them. I think you do have another Fed speaker today. It is Logan, I think, or no, Fed Bowman. It rhymes, but Fed Bowman's at 10 minutes. So 10 minutes we're supposed to be getting Fed Bowman. Give him that. I would like I want Netflix to have a pre-earnings run. Morgan Stanley's on the high, and then JP Morgan might go up again. I don't know where Goldman's at. They're near, all the big banks are near the highs, but regionals are still down, but XLF is now in the green. You've had in the last couple of minutes here, couple hours, or last hour, discretionaries went green, financials and staples, but they have to hold. So if we sell off and those go red again, that'll probably bring us right back down. Again, SPY is right at break even here. So 41.50 is pretty much break even. Yeah, yesterday's close. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Almost 10 o'clock. We're right where we closed yesterday. How you feel, Chad? How you feel? Redfin green. There's a lot of random runners that are green. Dude, I cannot believe Redfin is at 921. Do you guys realize how unreal that is? Even after their last earnings, they were like, we lost so much money that we made money. I don't know. I forgot what they did. What did they say? They were like, oh, we made so much money because we had to sell all of our losing assets. So we're not going to make more money, but we're just going to sell off a bunch of shit. I don't know how they did it. I'm down. Again, we're up like 190% on it in the long term or something. After the covered call, where are we at on it? Where's Redfin? Yeah, we have 206% in the long term. Good guy. Where did he just go? 160 on the shares, but then the extra 28% from the total amount of the covered call is just, it fucks with the ratio. Otherwise, a clean 160. Yeah, NVIDIA's held 3% all day. There was Microsoft AI news in the morning. Sound, big pop. A little bit. This thing is actually running a little. I still have them. I think our shares are at 4. So hopefully he goes, you know? Hopefully the sound guy go. Again, you have Fed Bowman in 10 minutes. I don't know. Is Bowman a voter? Fed voters. Yes, Bowman is a voter. Wow. And then remember, Bostic said the words pause today. That's it. Housing market expected to rebound in second half, says Macklem, Bank of Canada. And then the confirmation on that Intel news, they're discontinuing Bitcoin mining series. Last time Bostic said that, we were up 100 points in 48 hours. This time, I think it was over here. I think now we're at the same spot 1 hour later. No R word was mentioned. Or no, yeah, Bostic did say R word. He said he doesn't see recession as base case. So 41.52 again. We rejected right below the 41.55 last time. If this is a reload candle, it'll be fire. But if not, if this rejects, get ready to dump. But then if this breaks out, you might have enough momentum, or at least the ceiling gets cleared to go back up to opening price.
Find out on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. After opening up and selling off, traders thought today would be different than yesterday. It wasn't. They were all screwed waiting for Netflix earnings.
I don't get it, man. I think them it's bullish bear, no landing to stop landing. You don't know what you're talking about. Just buy the earnings. Do you see the bank stocks? You have nothing to worry about.
They were lost. They were arguing. No, you're gonna win. You're gonna lose. I hate earnings. So Airbnb stocks. Fuck Snapchat. By the end of the quarter, they all lost money. On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You, airing tomorrow.
0 day options are bad. Okay. 0 days are bad. Okay. Okay. I can't do the anymore. Okay. Okay. I haven't watched South Park in like 2 weeks. I lost the Okay. 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 Yeah. No, we're gonna do that. Okay. There it is. That's all. I forgot how I did it. Okay. Stock market's gonna be good. Okay. You're gonna be fine there. Do Arnold. I mean, it's too, dude, the market could go any way right now. We have to see what happens. Y'all can't be that bored. Y'all are already trying to get me to do impressions, and we're like right at the breakout or breakdown level. Y'all don't give a shit. Cause this is a big level right now, man. I know we're kind of expecting nothing's gonna happen for like 2 hours because the stock market does in fact hate us. But you know, for the sake of where we are, this is quite intriguing. We're either gonna have early earnings run up or not. What's up, Josh? Amor Fati, baby. Amor Fati. I hope you've been living good, baby. It was fun. It's still kind of fun, I think, if we get the reaction. But today, I mean, there's a lot of reminiscence from yesterday. Amor Fati means love fate. It's deep, bro. It's beautiful. Oh, Teladoc came down a little bit. I lost half the gains. That was the biggest drop on Teladoc all day. And then where's Migda? Or Gimda? Dude, I totally just start butchering these tickers. All right, that's not holding yet. So you don't hold, you flush, and now you have to wait an hour before you do this again. So 4150, hold on, Habibi. Hold on. They putting up fight, you know? Everybody's fighting. Sorry, you might have to wait. I hope you have time today. Do you have time? I feel like, you know what I just realized? The stock market is like trying to buy a car at a car dealership. It's going, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what you want to buy. You know what I'm saying? And you go in there and you look at the prices, but even if you want to do something, it's like a 7-hour occasion. That's what this feels like. It's like going to the car dealership, right? You were like, you got the quote in the morning, then they came back with the finance papers at like 17% interest. And you're like, I don't know how I feel about that. Then he went and talked to his manager for an hour, and now it's back up. And they're like, okay, we could lower it down to 10% interest. And you're like, I don't know how I feel about that. And then you're like, I also have a trade-in. So now they're like, oh, here, hold on. Then he leaves. He's like, you want popcorn? I could get you. How go over there, go popcorn. And then you can hit up, you know, we got a Coca-Cola. You like Coca-Cola? Go. Make yourself at home. And then so we're waiting on the next offer. We need the finance team to come in with a way better price here. Otherwise, you know, we might have to play the game where we walk out and we're like, I'm not going to buy the S&P anymore. And then when they lower it to 4,100, you're like, okay, I'll buy it. Yeah. So welcome to the car dealership. Macklin Bank of Canada can't rule out another rate hike to curb inflation. Oh, the good old pause and restart. Okay. Wells Fargo's on the high. XLF2 is at JPM. Yeah, man, JPM is actually running. It should have done that the other day, but that took 2 days. So keep in mind, JPM, very good earnings, didn't move the day of earnings. You had a gap up and then didn't move much. I mean, you can see based on the candle. And then today, so that's a 3-day earnings move, but it happened pretty slow. But usually, I mean, 144 was the high we were at. But, dude, you're fully back to the same price as SVB when all of that happened. Again, these are the high levels on JP Morgan. Long on KO. If Coca-Cola wasn't at a premium, I like Coca-Cola, but premium's too much, bro. Premium's too much. We're still up on it like 39% or something in our long term. And it doesn't even feel like we bought it that long ago. Homeboy Fed. You got 2 weeks. This is all about Homeboy Insurance. Goldman 335. Bro, Goldman's only down 1% now. So they're even recovering, and they were the worst out of the big banks so far. They were the only big bank who didn't make money on net interest or their trading. NTSB removes National Steel Car from derailment investigation. Oh, that's the company. Remember, that's the leasing company. Yeah, they were down three and some change. I mean, it looked pretty bad. I thought people would be, because again, even after their last earnings and then some of those fines they took, because remember, last earnings for Goldman was really bad, even when the rest of the banks did good. What stock in the long term you're most pleased off of? Abivai? I would say so. Abivai, I mean, I like all of the purchases we made last year. Like, I'm really happy with JP Morgan. I mean, I'm glad we have 50, 60% on Netflix. We have 130% on Meta. So those are great. But I do think Abivai, hands down, is like, that play was fire. It had longevity, has a good dividend. I mean, I don't think any of you even question its future. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a solid name. It's been around. It's doing its work, and that's it. And right as we're about to break out, you get a Clifford, bro. They hate you. Look at that right there. You worked your way up. You spent about, 20 minutes here? You were right about to break it. Then that turned red. That's a 3-point candle now. You're selling off a little harder here. No news. Nothing across the headline. Again, these are just the daily moves we've been getting. Couple of names on the low ticker. I'm watching to see if we get a headline, but doesn't look like it. 41. Damn, you broke 41.50 now. So that's the first time you broke this since 9:15. It's almost about to be 10 right now. So if we go below here, just get ready to spend another hour. You just have a little bit more cushion now. VWAP didn't move much. I don't know the volume on the SPY. 28 million, not bad, but still kind of low. Netflix still up. You're flushing pretty hard here. Yeah, Netflix is holding with the earnings. Actually, Netflix is going up. Tesla's coming down. Check any of the other earnings, too. There's like ISRG. This is another earnings today. Medical devices. They've already ran up a lot. But that's 2 big candles there. I just think it's just going to trap us for a little bit of time. I just bought another hour. So now it's 10 o'clock. I don't know. We'll either break down or dance with the highs here, spend another hour around here, and then go. And then it'll be 11. And then that'll be the same time we moved yesterday. VKTX is going up again. Again, Netflix is actually holding up, so that's actually great. Disney came down a little bit, but it might move alongside of it. And Goldman's still at the high. JP Morgan chilled out from the top. Regionals are still getting squashed. That one's the weird part about all of this. Restoration, yalla habibi. Gamble, big vol. I keep confusing Gamble with Gimda. It's not good for me with how much I confuse tickers. Added Crown Castle and MPW. Woohoo! MPW. We see. Their earnings. Oh shit! That's not this week, is it? It's next week. Yeah, the 27th. April 27th, we got a lot of earnings. You got big earnings. You got PDUFAs. But yeah, their earnings is going to be phenomenal. Like, not like good, but it's going to move the stock a ton for MPW. You're either going to find out big problem or no problem, go to the moon. IVDA running up. 3M chilled out at 106. They were up in the morning. J&J, very sad, Habibi. Very, very sad. Surprisingly, you're reloading that candle way quicker than I thought. Yeah, J&J has just not moved at all today. Halliburton on the high. You're just kidding? Okay, good, man. I was about to roast you. He said, Josh, what are you doing for 420? You gonna whiz one with Khalifa? Like, bro, like, am I in high school anymore? Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. If you're like above the age of 21 and you celebrating 420, I don't care if you smoke weed. I'm not even saying anything's wrong with smoking weed, but I'm just saying if you be celebrating 420 like more than you probably celebrate your birthday, you got a huge problem. Okay? I'm just saying you need to grow the fuck up today. That's all I'm saying. That's all. Like high school, we were down with that. Like there's a limit to it. I understand it. At a certain age, you're still in your pothead phase. That's fine. You could light one up on 420, do it. I'm just, if you celebrating that shit like it's a real celebration, bro. Like, yo, we gotta sit down for a second. We gotta sit down for a second. You hater, I'm 62 and I'm still celebrating. Bro, go fucking call your grandkids or some shit. What are you talking about? What do you mean? I'd be so mad if I called my grandma and I was like, hey, grandma, how you doing? She's like, hey, it's 420. I'll call you back. What the fuck you mean? You 62 celebrating 420, bro? Fuck out it. Go get a reverse mortgage. What are you doing right now? Do you not see this is a great environment to get a reverse mortgage and you out here celebrating 420? Bullshit, bro. Like, you should be, why are you celebrating 420? This should be for medicinal purposes at this age. You shouldn't even be getting lit like that. This should be to help you get a better sleep. What do you mean? I'm very confused, sir. Very confused. Why are you celebrating it, man? That's like do we have a 420 Tylenol day? When's Advil day? When can I celebrate Advil day? I'll be like, yeah, I can't believe. No, man. I'm sorry. I'm making jokes. I hope you smiled. I hope nobody cried off of that. That's cool, man. That's cool. No, I don't have any plans for 420. That was just, I don't know. That just triggered me. I just started thinking about a lot of things. And I had a 60-year-old telling me he's celebrating 420. And a 60-year-old calling me a hater. I don't think I've ever been called a hater by a 62-year-old. Which I don't know. Maybe he's lying. Maybe he's not 60. Do 60-year-olds call you haters? I don't even know if they don't use that term. So I don't know. But I'll take it. Fed Bowman, yeah, she's talking about central banks though. So let's see what happens. Oh. Yes, you tuned in to the Honorable Michelle Bowman live on youtube.com/the stock market for all your Fed news and anything with rates and bonds, baby. Live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Ooh. That's the intro. That's their intro. I'm waiting for it to go live, but that's what they got. Can someone explain to me why right now is a good time to get a reverse mortgage? Bro, you're like 20 years old. You're good. Josh is mad. I'm pissed, dude. I'm pissed you didn't like the video. I'm livid today, if you couldn't tell. I'm livid and I get excited when it goes down, apparently, when I have all bullish positions. So I feel you. I'm livid, dude. I can't contain it right now. I can't hold this in. I'm gonna flip. So you better like the video. You better like the video before I get. You don't want this anger. I don't want to make this awkward for y'all around here. Josh secretly has plans for 420. Nah, man. If you do have plans for 420, you should keep it a secret. Fucking 12 years old. What the hell you doing out here, man? What's wrong with you, man? Saying I got secret plans? Even if I did, I wouldn't tell anybody with any pride on my face. Okay? I would do that ashamed with my little blunt kit in the corner of my room. I wouldn't tell any. I spray air freshener afterwards so nobody caught on. This guy said I got secret plans. No, keep that shit a secret, bro. Keep that shit a secret. Okay? I'm swinging Teladoc. I kind of want to take it, but I do like the Ozempic news. It'll run up. Next day, it might sell off, but then it could come back aggressively. And then Teladocs with the pre-earnings run up hasn't really moved off here. I mean, it could be decent, but it might bounce around a little bit. So I'm leaning towards swing. Oh, you got to add? Okay, can I go to the bathroom? OSHA requirement. I'm sorry. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to get a carbo too. Michelle Bowman's supposed to come on live. I don't know why. But it's on crypto, so maybe we don't listen to it. It'll be on like CBDCs and shit. Okay, follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. SPY's going lower, below 4150. Watch what happens. It's 10 o'clock. I will be right back.
I'm Matt Miller.
And from our studios in Washington, D.C., I'm Kaylee Lyons. Welcome to Bloomberg Crypto, a look at the people, transactions, and technology shaping the world of decentralized finance. Coming up, Bitcoin is still hovering at that $30,000 level, but could Fed expectations in the U.S. crypto crackdown put that rally on shaky ground? We'll ask Alex Thorne of Galaxy Digital.
And SEC Chair Gary Gensler seeks more crypto sway as Republican lawmakers and one of his own commissioners criticize his tough approach to digital assets.
And don't forget, your U.S. taxes are due today. What you need to know, as the frenzy to file could bring some extra wrinkles and tricky situations for crypto holders. So all of that is ahead, but first let's get a snapshot of the market. The best way to do that on your Bloomberg terminal, CRYP Go. And what you will find that broadly, it is an update for digital assets. As I already said, Bitcoin is hanging out just north of that $30,000 level. We are up about 2.5% on the day. Ether, for its part, up about 0.9%, but remains north of $2,000. And some of those altcoins like Polkadot actually outperforming. It's up about 3% in this Tuesday session. And of course, all of that positivity for digital tokens themselves is feeding through to some of those crypto related equities. Marathon Digital, the miner, one example of that, up about 3% today, Matt.
All right, well, a lot of the gains that we've seen from Bitcoin seem to be correlation. But the thing is, the correlation with the S&P 500, for example, is actually heading down. This chart goes all the way back to 2014. And you can see we picked up a really strong relationship between Bitcoin and stocks after the pandemic began. But we're finally starting to see that turn over as we weigh in a lot of other things like regulation and interest rates. Industry leaders have been weighing on Bitcoin's bounce against the growing regulatory heat.
The government has kind of gone on full jihad against crypto.
I think you're seeing the international markets adopting a set of fair and good rules for digital assets, where in the U.S., they're just trying to kill it.
If we don't do something in the U.S., we're going to be in this bifurcated world where we have legislation outside the U.S. that's more friendly to crypto. I just don't want us to stay so far behind in the U.S. that we lose sight of what the value is.
Crypto is a global industry. You could have Bitcoin go up despite the U.S.'s reluctance to embrace it.
Many people realize that this is really what Bitcoin was born to do. It was born to be an asset where you control the keys, you hold your money, and nobody else does.
And that gives me, great optimism and confidence that the crypto community has been regalvanized.
Joining us now is Alex Thorne, Galaxy Digital Head of Firm-Wide Research. Alex, thanks so much for coming in. Great to have you in the studio.
Yeah.
I wonder about, I said Gary Gensler's tough approach, but it really seems like a nuclear approach, right? I mean, he has been telling all...
Then now I am here. What is going on? What is crypto? Man, honestly, we should do it one time, bro. I need to just call up my dad on the phone, and I should just talk to my dad about crypto if y'all want a good time. I'm just saying. If I just give him a call and be like, yo, Dad, you heard about crypto? What is a crypto? I'll be like, Bitcoin, the Bitcoin, what do you mean? I'll be like, you don't know decentralization, sir? He'll be like, who's a decenter? Who is a dissenter? What is it, like a Target? What do you mean? Nikes? Well, yeah. Crypto, I mean, there is some tin with that. It's not tin. It's just kind of like an outlook. I mean, y'all have 1,000 likes today, right? Y'all ain't been shy on the y'all have been great on the likes. Wow. God bless you. Thank you for liking the video, Chad. Wow. If you haven't liked the video, you're just an asshole. No, I'm kidding. But thank you. God bless you. Amen. So here, I'll tell you. Here's the little mini outlook for Bitcoin right now. Is given that, you know, it was just at $16,000 and everybody and their mother thought Bitcoin was going to zero, right? Well, the going theory now on this early run-up is that if Bitcoin keeps going up through like 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, everybody's going to be capitulated. The margin of people who think it's going to zero and not gets wider. And now they're saying in the way that everybody, pretty much the FOMO effect on this round, if Bitcoin does go up, will be bigger than anything we've seen. Why? Because this time around, you have more people shorting it. That's it. That's the simple. More people shorting it. More people were skeptical of it. So you've dropped already a ton from the high. They're saying that if it goes back up, given the repositioning and all of that, you're going to have FOMO harder than what you saw even in 2021. Yeah, I think it's until the halving. I agree with that. I'm a Bitcoin halver buyer. I bought every halving, actually, but we'll see in the meantime. Yeah, bulls are. It's not only are the bulls sidelined. It's just like there's a lot of people sidelined, but now like there's a lot of people who think it's even worse. Like if you thought Bitcoin was going to zero before 2020, you already got shit on. Right? And then Bitcoin ran up, and then some people are like, okay, we kind of like it now. But then after it dropped from 60,000 to 16,000, anybody who hated Bitcoin, like Peter Schiff, they tripled down. You see what I'm saying? It went from like, oh yeah, we really hate Bitcoin now. Like this is over. So now it's like with the way it's moved already, not only do you have all these people on the sidelines, it's just that you have so many people who are left behind on it and so many people who are against it now that if it really did start to hold up and just continue to, you know, just go to just astronomical levels where it's not even a debate of whether or not it's going to die again, you know, then you have so many people just trailing behind it and then people on the sidelines and all of that good stuff. So I don't know. I don't know if I believe it. I don't know if it'll hold up, but I see the logic. I don't know if pretty much Bitcoin would have to go to 60,000 before we hit a recession is the only way I could see that happening. But then that could be the final FOMO before your big recession. All right. I can't believe we worked our way up this fast. It's only been 8 minutes of 10 o'clock. I don't know. Back to 4153, man. Your reload candles are a lot quicker this morning. Fed Bowman does not comment on monetary policy or economic outlook. Yeah, it's all crypto. I'm surprised. I'm surprised. Again, we're still like in our own little cuck range, but it's not as bad as yesterday. We're moving earlier. And now Netflix is actually working as a pre-earnings run-up. Teladoc came down. McDonald's is at another 52-week high. You sick fucker. It's disgusting. Where's Disney? I lied about being 62. I actually turned 420 months this year. Love the channel. God bless. Well, that's good, bro. But why are you telling me 420 months? Are you a child? Why are you still telling me how many months you are? I always hated that shit. When people are like, my son is 36 months old. I'm like, fucking how many years is that? Stop it. Why are you labeling your child in months? What kind of puppy are you, Stan? I'm 420 months old. What does that mean? What does that mean? You're not a puppy. Okay, you're 35. There you go. Yeah, why'd you say it like, don't ever introduce yourself like that. That's like anti-Riz. I've never gone up to a girl. I'm like, yo, nice to meet you. I'm 360 years old. She's like, what? You're 36? Are you a wizard? I'll be like, yeah, I'm a Taurus. And then boom, you got it in the bag. I just turned that no riz to full riz if she's in the horoscopes. Anyways, Netflix, Goldman, Disney. Again, you got to break above here, 41.55. My puppy is 33 months old. That's still, man, that's a big puppy. Why is he still in a stroller? Does anybody in here put their dog in a stroller? I still don't know how I feel about that. But either way, that's kind of cool. I still don't know if I like it or not. Because I feel like if I never have kids, I might end up being the dude with the dog in a stroller. So I don't know. I feel like we got one dog. We have one person in here. Yeah, your wife. Yeah, I know we need at least one dog stroller person in here. I feel like we wouldn't be diverse without it. This conversation has gone sideways. You know why? Because the market has gone sideways, sir. That's what happens here at youtube.com/the stock market. I'll give you every update minute by minute, my friend, but usually when we stay within the same amount of points for the 4 hours, because now it's already 10:11, that's something happens. But this is the key. Again, I stopped talking last time we were here. I was like, hold on. And oil is coming up here. That trend has been continuing for a couple of hours now. Dow Jones is going green. City's on the high, and then SPY is still green, and then NASDAQ is still 0.07. You've been seeing that forever, all day. Netflix. We're back up on the gains on Netflix. How was I up so much in the morning? I guess that $1 made a... YOLO call. I'd YOLO Disney. And then Netflix, depending on how this moves, this is already like we could walk away with a small gain. But if it did have a real earnings move, there's a lot of meat on the bone. But I'm holding Disney for Netflix earnings, and then I'm going to sell Netflix before the bell. McDonald's. I haven't traded oil since last year, but we're not opposed to it. Market waiting on Netflix. It could still move again. Today Goldman was a little scary, but the stock's recovering. Other than that, Johnson & Johnson down to Lockheed Martin. Anything else was good. All the earnings are good so far. This does seem like a typical post-earnings move, but I will tell you this. After the bell today, there's like 5 other regional banks. So even though we do have Netflix and the market is waiting for that, and that's the first big tech earnings, you're getting 5 where you're getting Western Alliance, Zion Bancorp, and like 3 other random ones that no one really cares about, but they're still a regional. So we are going to see how that all plays out. But that's also part of it. But seems like earnings so far have been decent. We have not gotten any bad surprises. No banks have cratered. Johnson & Johnson, the consumer, they're raising outlook. But again, that stock didn't even move. But so far, no big surprises. And then today, first big tech, as well as a couple of regionals on the side. Peeps CLI. I just saw it on the high ticker. I didn't think it was running. Oh, this big. 1.3. And then it has decent size. That volume candle's real. Damn, that's 52-week high for them, I think. Yeah, so Clorox is just running up. I don't know when their earnings are. Earnings tomorrow after hours. Tesla, IBM, LRCX, AA, Alcoa, EFX, Las Vegas Sands, KMI, DFS, STLD, FFIV, Zion, LBRT, CCI, FNB, WTFC, NBHC, GSBC, BANR, and CALX. Oh, so what's it called? Zion's Wednesday, tomorrow, not today. Who's today? We had these guys today. Where was those people? Today you have who's this guy? Whitney. No, you have United Community, First Horizon Bank, the Western Alliance, Metropolitan Bank, and Preferred Bank. And then tomorrow, look at all bank, a lot of banking. XOM, oil, SPY, wicking again, right at the level. Right below. This sucks because this is right below. You're not even hitting 41.55. You're just hitting right below it. Back to 41.50 again, Chattadonia. AXSM on the high. They're getting a green candle through the high. FRC wall. Bank of America is green again. So that's decent. I think that's what helped lift us up here. Had to be the banks coming back up. Netflix just took a drop. Abivi's on the low. Amazon is near the low. They just took a red as well. Apple. Microsoft. KB Homes on the high. I don't know why that's ripping. Or no, it's KB Financial. Oh, give them the 180, Habibi. Do it for the kids. Noggin on the high. Netflix coming down. Man, you're just, this is like a upwards gulag. I don't, like yesterday we did these moves going down, but in a weird way, you're just like working your way up, but then we're still like just staying in a higher range. So I don't know anymore at this point. Like I thought we would spend 2 hours here, and we still are. We just went a little higher than I expected, but for the most part, we're doing what we, there's a gap between bonds and stocks. Then they make a move, and then by the end of the day, it just looks like bonds did nothing, but they do match up. I love this. That's good. I'm glad. I'm glad you like it, because not everybody likes it. That's good for you. It's great. My anxiety through the roof. I'm either eating steak tomorrow or ramen. Okay? Hear me out. I have an idea. Why don't you just order your food right now? So then that way you could decide what you want to eat tomorrow. You order it right now and then use the rest of the money. And then now you just eliminated the uncertainty of what you're going to eat tomorrow. You see that? That's all you got to do. I don't know. Just hear me out. Just hear me out. I don't know, Gamita, I mean, I'm not going to hold it forever, but I don't know. It's already up 50, 60% from yesterday, and it's, it's one of these risky biotechs. It could drop 30, 40% anytime. So I would maybe wait till it gets a big red if you really wanted to buy it. Otherwise, buying into the green, I think you just wait. I mean, not a recommendation, but I would just wait till you get a red candle if you really insist on buying the premium. We've been dancing in a weird way. Again, like I'm surprised. And yields are higher. I was just looking at the 2-year there. But it's just like we're working our way up. I thought we were going to stay between 41.50 and 41.40-ish. I thought we would have held that, then 41.40 to 41.33. But now we're working up like almost 5 points at a time. Now instead of being between 41.50 and 41.40, we've been staying between 41.50 and 41.55. But so far it has been a dance. And bonds are kind of moving here. But we haven't really gone anywhere. You're below close, but you've spent, you're at the same price we've been at since the first flush, an hour into the day? Whew, that was 3 hours ago. That's actually crazy. Straight up, you are at the exact same price as 3 hours ago. So again, it's like the car dealership. Intel says we have end of life the Intel block scale series while we continue to support our block scale customers. That's for the Bitcoin mining on Intel. Iron on the high. Oh, bro. I was looking at AI stocks. I saw somebody mention IRM as an AI play. You know that? So keep that one in mind. IRM the REIT, even though it's like, it's digital real estate storage, like for servers and shit, but IRM was mentioned as an AI play, believe it or not. So we'll see how that one develops, but That's interesting. JP Morgan again on the high. 3 hours ago. How about 2 years ago? Yeah. It's sad. Do you want me to tell you it? Like, it's really sad. I feel bad about it. I don't know if you want to hear it. Some of you, you'll like it. Some of you will get really sad at what I'm going to tell you. Do you guys want to hear something sad? Or should I just tell you only happy things and good things about life? Because this will make you sad. If you don't want it, maybe earmuffs. We could have a, just earmuff warning. Are you ready? 5, 4, 3. Just close your ears. If you don't want to hear this, close it. Are you ready? So, you were at the same spot as May 2021. And I've already told you this. Most of you should be aware. But to, give you context, this is what I'm trying to tell you. You could have just straight up sold in May of 2021. And, you could have traveled the whole world. And, you could have, went on vacation for 2 years. You could have never looked at a stock market screen ever again. And you would be at the exact same spot. You could, for 2 years. Straight up for 2 straight years. You could have just done nothing. You could have went to Spain. You could have done anything you wanted. And it's at the same exact spot. That's depressing. I mean, your name is Screw College, so I don't know. I think now you're like, fuck, college and this. These are fucked up options. Apple developing sports and gaming wellness apps for headset. Apple racing to build trove of headset apps ahead of June debut. Apple is working with third-party developers on headset apps. Apple headset to feature eye scanning for unlocking the device. Is there an Apple, what's it called? Surprisingly, they're not moving too much on that. But is there like a eye scanner company? Somebody find that, because that's the company that's gonna move off of that news. There's gonna be some eye scanner company that somebody finds is partnered. If you find that company, that'll be the small cap mover. But that news is just coming out now. There is. And then Apple sports, gaming, and wellness apps. Apple didn't really move. Spies still staying the same. I mean, Meta didn't even have a sympathy reaction to that. I'm still holding Netflix. Yeah, I'm going to sell it before the end of the day, but I'm in that for now. U.S. Navy to buy more attack subs as a result of AUKUS deal. AUKUS, A-U-K-U-S. 3MX dividend, I don't know. I don't know if we get that dividend. We might have bought it after. You would have missed the dividends for 2 years. That is true. If you just bought dividend stocks, you would have been great. But, yeah, that's just a different way to put the market. I mean, we all know it's the same spot, but, I mean, there's 2 years. You could have done a lot. And it's at the same exact price. So, yeah, you would have missed out on some stuff, or you could have saved yourself the exposure to other things, but for the most part, it's there. Clear Secure, is that the company? Is this the eyeball company? Let me check. I saw this thing move the other day, actually. Or IWSR. This is security applications for venues. Clear Secure. CP3I is eye scanning tech. I don't know if you find that play. I promise you, if this is going to move anything, there's going to be a small cap runner on this. It's just going to be like they make fake eyeballs that scan, and they're partnered with, people love those rumors, so just be on the lookout for that. So you got what? O-Cup, OIC, ALC. Are any of them moving? Kala is an eyewear company? These are biotechs. I feel like it'd be like a tech. This would be like a hardware, like retinal scan. Watch them partner with Snap, right? Abivai's flushing. Wait. What's this? Maybe Abivai's the loser? I don't know. Abivai's selling off. I don't know. Abivai has eye drops. So I don't know. Maybe. Drug makers are forced to pay up R&D neglect. That was at 12:50. That was like 30 minutes ago. Wells Fargo's on the high. Clifford ain't fooling. I mean, Raul, bro, those candles today, that one 10-point candle, I mean, Raul made his comeback today. Yeah, at least it sucks because the market's still like high as hell. So I don't know. I don't know how Raul feels about 4150, but I mean, he let his presence be known today. I think it was this candle right here. That was 10 points. Like a couple of these candles today were big. Google's on the low. So Google is flushing into a low, down 1% right now. I mean, SPY's still holding up. J&J's trying to move. I think bank stocks are on the high. At least Wells Fargo is. And Bank of America is still doing decent. But Google is flushing into the lows. Amazon's taking a candle down. Apple's just holding up. And then Meta was climbing up earlier. Nvidia down. Mac rumors, Apple's purchase of German startup Senso Motorik in 2017 allowed them to build the tech. Oh, that's for the eyeball? The eyeball stuff? Tech is weak. It is banks. Goldman on the high again. I should have took. I still have the Goldman short. I'm down like 700 on it. I could have covered it for down 500 this morning. But I thought Goldman was bad. 2 times. 2 bad earnings in a row for Goldman. Coin is drilling. I just saw that on the low ticker. Again, Google. But watch out. I mean, you're getting these little green candles here. We're holding, but I mean, there's more activity on the low ticker than the high ticker right now. Coinbase barely down 0.37. Abivai, I checked. There's no news. And then now SPY's going red. Abivai is tripping out, though. And then, yeah, as we're going down, J&J is going up. Google, that candle's getting bigger. And 4150, we've gone a little bit lower like about 30 minutes ago, but realistically, we've held this range pretty well. We got 13 minutes till 11. Goldman missed by 4, yeah. And Goldman was really, I mean, I think people expected worse, but that was Goldman's second bad earnings. So remember, last earnings, even to start the year, Goldman did bad. You remember at the beginning of this year, we shorted Goldman a couple of times. So beginning of the year, Goldman got pummeled. They were like up here, they came up, then this was their earnings. They dropped, they rebounded over the next couple of days, and then they kept selling off. They were even selling off, it was like fines. So this was even before SVB. Goldman was already into the lows. Where do you think we close? No, I mean, these closes have been wild. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised in this range, though. I mean, we could break down, though, at any point today. But really, like 4140 to 4180. I don't know if that's a fair one. Maybe looks like we like 4150. Gimda is the same news from yesterday. People just had a day to react, and then it just gapped up. And I think even the volume is like 100% of the float now. Like this is even double the volume of yesterday. But we're still holding on to it. But that's the same exact news from when we played it yesterday. Canada banking system has buffers to absorb volatility. OSFI. Another drop. This is your first time below again, 41.48. I mean, now we've been selling off since this 9:30, but you went up a little. So it kind of looks like yesterday. I think we did the same thing. You had the same move. You came up. Looks like you're about to break out, sell off a little bit, come back up. Then we flushed into the new low, and then you bounced up right at 11. I mean, that would put us right on track if we dump for the next 30 minutes. But let's see. Again, every little red is held up way, way better than yesterday. Morgan Stanley, they're killing it. Disney slightly up. IWM down 0.87, the underperformer, low of the day. Yeah, comparatively. Dow's pretty bad, though. Remember, throughout all of this, we were only down like 0.05, 0.07 on the Dow, or the NASDAQ, but now it's down 0.2. And then Dow and SPY just barely down. So NASDAQ and tech seems to be the most sensitive. ACAD's popping. Gimda. Netflix is moving way more than the market. That's already down $3 from that 336 again. Apple is using SMI sensors. Is that the one? Who's SMI? ACAD. We still have those shares. They're down $100 on them. Oh, Teladoc. I went negative on that. And PM is on the high. Restoration. I don't know if that's real volume, but you're getting some. What volume like today? 4 hours in, 32 million. Very low volume. Less than 10 million an hour. Acadia, their health conference presentation just started. Good call on that. That could be very interesting. So they're already moving a little bit. They could also get clapped too if they say anything bad. Yeah, Restoration, I'm back green on it, but I'm going to ride that one for a little bit because I feel like it should go up. I know it was bad earnings, but considering with everything else they've been holding, I mean, they do have a lot of upside, but last time I was green on it, it lasted for 10 minutes, and then I was red. Netflix isn't, well, they are reporting it. They just don't give guidance. So they're going to say how many they have. Like they have to. They're going to say we have this many paying subscriptions. We added this many month over month. Here's our total global users, how many we have in China, how many we have in America, so on and so forth. But then they're not going to give guidance on their numbers for next quarter. So they don't give a guidance number for subscribers anymore. They just let analysts predict that if they want. That's Skechers, 52-week high. And then ACAD, that health conference is starting. You're getting a green shoot. I mean, puts you right back at the level. Apple's even moving up. Seems like a couple of the tech names. SMI. I don't know the ticker for it. I'll have to look it up. It doesn't look like it's public. $100,000. No, they're looking for the expected number for Netflix is 2.4 million subscribers added and 8.18 billion in revenue. And then like a 19% margin. And then really you just want guidance to be reaffirmed or get better. And then if they come out with any update on advertisers and ad spend, that could be huge for them, or anything with the password sharing. I mean, that's going to be a sensitive issue, but a lot of people are thinking how they played the password sharing this last quarter is probably going to benefit them. GME is dumping. And then ACAD stopped moving right when we started looking at it. I think he got shy. EA's on the high. Oh, Tesla too. They haven't really moved too much. Yeah, I like the diabetes news. I really, again, Teladoc. I think that'll be a good pre-earnings run up, but it's a great hype. Any play with the diabetes Ozempic hype, it's gone up and it hasn't came down. Like, that's it. It just, Wall Street is fucking going insane over Ozempic. That's why. Makes sense. So I'm down to play it. $2,700 for 100 shares. Give it till earnings too. That's why I bought one. I might buy more, but buy the first set. You get in on the hype. We'll see what happens. And then just wait till earnings because the stock hasn't even moved until today. I don't know what happened to EBS, but they have PDUFA coming up on the 27th or 24th or something. It's it's a diabetes drug, but people use it for weight loss. So it's a drug for diabetes that people have been taking, but then people notice that, well, yeah, you could also use it to lose weight very easily. So it's both. And that's why, so a lot of people, like all these like Weight Watchers companies, even Teladoc now, that's why it's good for them. They're going to, now people are going to go to their online doctor to get prescribed this drug to help them lose weight. There's a lot of other applications for it. I mean, again, I've never been prescribed it. I don't know how it works, but it's popular. It's very, very popular. So actually, this was the drug. I think I told you about this a couple months ago. This was the drug. My mom even told me about it. So my mom was very well aware of it. It's the Hollywood drug. It's like Hollywood. A lot of people are using it in Hollywood, and it just gained a mass appeal as like this is the weight loss drug of our generation. Like I think like 10 years ago, they had like, what was it? That shit that was in those like pills, like ephedrine, hydroxycut, and shit like that. So this is like the modern era's weight loss trend or wave in the last like 10 years. Gimda flushing. So SPY working its way up. Gimda has been gimduned. Oh, they gimduned him. You don't think the hype? Not on well, it depends on who's getting involved with it. I mean, again, the maker of Ozempic I want to buy them, but they just went too crazy. We should have bought them in December, but they won't even go down. This is the people who make the drug. Like what recession, what stock market? Like it's in its own little world. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, the drug is very popular. Again, people are expecting it's already been like crazy, but people are expecting it to be around for a while. Until it starts like killing people, probably. Bro, we really just get right back up to this level. It's a lower high, though, so if you flush, it buys you time, but it still looks ugly. CLX on the high still. So we stay at VWAP till end of the day. Probably, I mean, it's almost 11, but this is kind of like a remix of yesterday. We're talking about Ozempic. That's why Teladoc went up. That's why Weight Watchers went up. I mean, even VKTX. This is another one. That's a biotech you've seen go crazy. So this is one Jay Alt brings it up. And I like it. I want to buy this play if it just didn't move. This is an Ozempic drug too. So they got approval for an Ozempic like alternative, and they're fucking through the roof. Again, Wall Street is crazy about this thing. I heard you have to stay on it forever. It causes organ damage and reduces muscles versus fat. Oh, it's still in trial? I thought didn't they get approved for something, though? So that's a correction. I still got FRC. I'm down like 120 on it. Rita has nothing to do with Ozempic. Rita is just its own little, that's like a brain drug. Like that. Rita's like for like some serious shit. Like it's not, weight loss or diabetes. Those are both serious, but like Rita's like some brain shit. MBRX? Is that one Molecular Biotech? Why does this name sound so familiar? Now, where's the 2-year? That play is going up today. So all the while, the 2 years actually moved. Yeah, it's right near lows. MBRX is popping. Oh, was that the one that was halted the last 2 days? No, there's one yesterday that got halted. I'm still in the Hexa. I'm down like $100 on it, but I still am holding it. Because again, based on if what's it called goes up, Tilray, then theoretically those shares will be worth more. We just got screwed on the buyout and then the actual price. Ozempic makes you indiscriminately lose muscle and fat. So then I can't get swole on it? I was like, I thought that's it. I was like, if I can't get this 6-pack soon, I'm about to Ozempic it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just too lazy to go see a doctor to tell him I'm fat, though. That's the only part. Google Ozempic face? What's that? I mean, I look like a lizard, so if I could get any improvement. What's Ozempic face? That sounds like a monster. MBRX positive anti-tumor activity from preclinical trials. All I see is this. It says people just losing weight in their face. It's not bad. It's not bad, Ozempic. It's not bad. Ozempic, man. Ozempic. Chad face. It's fat loss that makes him look older. Man, y'all know a lot about this. See, well, the Wall Street does too. They're just profiting off of it. That's it. Does it help with hair? I don't know if it helps with hair growth. I feel like weight loss and hair growth, I don't know. I feel like if you lose weight, you might lose hair. I don't know. I feel like you'll lose a lot of things. I don't know. I've not looked into this, but it is, again, it's just a very popular thing. And that this is like, even in the last 2 months, this is like the 3rd or 4th Ozempic play. Again, that's where we're talking about Teladoc. Oh, Apple trying to work its way up. Restoration still going, so that's good. I don't know if it's placebo. I've been on that zinc, iron, biotin. I feel like it's helping. Nah, man, it is. Bro, my nails grow so fast. Go watch the Watchlist, bro. I feel bad. I have these. I'm surprised no one's made fun of my claws yet. I need to cut them. It's weird, though. My girlfriend said they could stay long, though. I'm like, this look like I'm a... But no, it works, bro. It works. Hair, nail, oh, you have no idea, bro. I'm telling you, I've went +1 on the hairline. It's amazing. Yes, I'm glad to have shared it. I'm glad to have shared it. Mm-hmm. Them French, yeah, I have French tip nails now. I kind of like it, though. I'm like, screw it. That's it. Now I got another line of defense. I can scratch somebody if they approach me wrong. I'm still in mitochondria season, yeah. My nails are nice, though. They're done nice. They're just long. That's why I'm like, it's too long. But apparently people say that's normal. But I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that. My CEO just got prescribed Ozempic last week. I have my own lab rat to watch. This guy, you lose weight. I mean, you should research the side effects. You know, it's like your body, your choice, right? I don't know. But that's it. It's a good play for the stock market, but I don't know shit about it. I just know you lose weight very easy, very fast, and I have not looked into any of the downside. I'm sure it kills you. I don't know what exactly it does, but I'm sure, to simplify it, I'm sure something bad happens from it, but I just don't know. In the meantime, very profitable for medicine companies. I think we break it this time. Well, we're ahead of schedule. I mean, remember, this was like 11 o'clock on the dot, a little bit later, but if you do run up from here, it could be good. 41.54. Again, the level is 41.55. You break above that, we're looking at 460s and above. Ryan Reynolds on Bloomy. I love Ryan Reynolds, actually. I like any movie he's in. He's a good, superhero character. Your nails are fine. Just don't start painting them. You better watch out, bro. I may show up to a watch list with painted nails one day just to see. I'm going to be like, let's go. Are they going to Budweiser me? Let's see what happens. I'm a hypothesis experiment type of guy. Oh, man, y'all would go wild, I feel like. That'd be a funny reaction. 41.55. All right. So it could get very good from here or not. I'm back. I'm up a decent amount on the ES now again. Oh, shit, where's the Chad play? I forgot about the Chad play. Oh, Chad play is down $60. Not bad. It's kind of like yesterday. Yes, Trump, I believe, announced another round of NFTs today. All right, you're working your way up. Again, I mean, it's a decent gain too now, or we're at least getting back up to the highs of yesterday, or the higher point, but 41.55. Now watch 41.60, but really 41.77. I mean, you have a high range from here if this actually could go, but we're moving up almost into neutral. You're doing it early, but you're breaking the downtrend from earlier in the day, and now you still have the banks. Netflix is break even coming into earnings, so we'll see. Do you still work out? Yes. See, some of y'all know the exact thing to say when I just say some crazy shit. Because right away he's like, what would your mom say about painted nails? You already know what my mom would say about painted nails, bro. You know the fucking answer, okay? You like my mom when she asks me what she would say. I'm like, you already know. Okay, you already know. And you know what my mom would say about the stock market? Haram, okay? Walk away. She would tell you it's gambling. My mom would tell you go get a job. She said go get your degree. She don't care if you're 20 years old or you're 7. She would say go get a degree. Go get a nice job with benefits. My mom cares more if they have dental benefits rather than EPS and earnings, okay? So you better watch out. You better watch out. I'm excited for earnings. I'm sorry. I hope I've been sharing my excitement with you. I'm just very excited to be here. You know what I'm saying? Just very excited to be here. Tell her driving is gambling because you're hoping nobody hits you while driving to work. Yeah, man. No. Okay, you don't get in your car and fucking set a line and you're like, all right, under or over. I got $75. I don't get into a crash right now. Let me get a parlay on run a red light, get pulled over, drive above the speed limit, and then make it home safe. I'm down a parlay. There's no odds on driving, bro. It's either you get clapped or you don't. Like, you know, and that's it. I pray you don't, man. But that's I mean, I guess maybe what's it called maybe insurance is kind of like gambling. Low key, you pay your insurance guy like $100 a month. You're like, I bet I won't crash. You're like, all right, I'll pay you $100 a month. If I crash, you pay for it. If I don't crash, you keep the 100. How does that sound? You give me 10-1 odds on my premium to my vehicle. How does that sound? Come on, Mr. Gecko. You trying to make a deal or what? That's bullshit. I got to pay a premium? No, I'm not going to pay a deductible. He's like, how old are you? Let me see your driving record. I'll take those odds. All day, baby. All day. I think it's like 100-1 odds of your premium. Or maybe like 10-1 on your, maybe 20-1 for car premium probably. It's probably 20-1 your yearly payout. All right, man. 41.55. We're still holding. This is kind of like when we hit 41.50. But you sold off a little bit more. Let's see if it holds. Almost 11 o'clock, though. So you got 8 more minutes. And then we will get 11. Then we have 11 and then power hour. So a lot of time. And, again, big earnings here after the bell. A lot of regional banks, even more tomorrow. And then Netflix. No more. No, banks have been sounding resilient, sadly. I guess maybe we were laughing at them, but so far bank earnings have been sounding resilient. I wish I had different words to describe them. Maybe it could have been worse is another way. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. That wasn't a real candle. Netflix is all over the place. GIMDA's dropping. Relly is on the high. JP Morgan is at the high. And XLF on the high. Regionals at the low. Which is odd. Bond's making a weird move. And then Disney's doing good for now. Wells Fargo, PNC. Wells Fargo's at the high. Yeah, Wells Fargo's really ripping. Wells Fargo looks pretty active. Disney, too, about to go to 101. Trump round 2 NFT. Ed Bowman, we're watching closely for potential signs. She commented on policy. It's weird. 4180. I mean, you're working your way up. There's a little bit of, what's it called? A couple of sell orders up here. But banks are still going. I think Bitcoin's on the high. Biddy is running. JPM. Disney now 101. BNKU. What's that? Big Bank Index, levered ETF. Up 1. That's nice. Like XLF. 3 times levered. 0.3 to 1. Open Doors laying off 22% of their workforce. Reuters. That's what Eldwin says. I don't have a sympathy to Disney. My sympathy to Netflix is Disney. So I grabbed Disney. I'm gonna hold that through Netflix earnings, but then I'm gonna sell out Netflix before the bell, hopefully. Tesla's still down 0.62. Where's Apple? Well, they went up a little bit. Nvidia's given up. I think some of you are happy about that. 41.55 and down or sideways. I mean, if we could break 41, if you could break above this level and hold it, the next level's 41.77. So really, you'd have to get through like 41.60, I think, and then test the high again. Otherwise, we fall from here. You go back to like 41.48 and then 41.40 and then 41.33. But realistically, between like 41.70 and 41.33, that's a very wide range. But those are two pretty big levels up and down. Where's Bill? Still won't settle. Volatility index lowest since January 2022. That's near all-time highs. Disney catching a candle. They were just at 101. We have a lot of time left. It's almost 11, but two more. We have a whole nother full hour, and then we go from there. Sadly, though, this looks like a reverse of yesterday from here. Instead of working our way down, we're working our way up. But right at 11 o'clock yesterday, that's what started the massive rally. So if we get to 41.55 and don't hold this, I mean, get ready. Could be very, very aggressive, Habibi. Very aggressive. But 11, end of day, should get a lot of movements. We'll find out. Yeah, like the video. If you like the video, I mean, it'll bless you for earnings, I hope. I hope so. Are travel names still up? Yeah. And then coming down a little bit. AMD is about to go negative if you flush from there. Again, NVIDIA is the one with like a 3% cushion, 2.5 now. What's the Y and YLOD? I don't know. Usually it's like yearly low, but I don't know what low. LOD is low of the day. I don't know what Y load means. Tesla drop in. It looks like getting a lot of candles. A lot of candles from everywhere. As we approach 11, Chad. Coinbase, crypto names on the low right now. And then low tickers getting pretty active. Bond yields are already high, aka at the lows. That is a pretty big low. That's a pretty big drop. So 41.55, 4 or 5 points now, back to 41.50, and this is to start the hour. I hope this isn't. I hope this isn't the other one. Like if this is like yesterday, we're flushing. So if this like actually picks up in speed, I would not like take this move and flip it upside down. I would not be surprised to see it. But that's a 5-point drop there. We're starting another hour. Welcome to earnings. You could take the greedy short if you want. I think if you break here, 41.30.70. So pretty much if you break through like 41.48, and that's the level. So you greedy short at this level, and you get 8 points if it ends up dropping. And then worst case, it bounces and then it goes back up. You short at 40.48. It maybe goes to 41.55 again. That's been the highest we've been in the last couple of hours. Yellen to give speech on Thursday on U.S.-China economic relationship. Arda says that it is. I mean, you see it in the markets, and I mean, we're going to be talking about it a lot. I mean, there's a lot. We have a couple of weeks. This is just the small shit, too. Like, even though we're getting Netflix today and we're going to hear from a lot of different companies, I mean, this is just the beginning. MNMD. Is that MindMed? Oh, I think they did a reverse split. I was like, weren't they cheaper? And then Tesla's going down. A couple things got a candle there, but no real follow through. Well, JP Morgan banks are still going up. My goodness. There's Netflix. Okay. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I'm going to go pee. I hope the market doesn't flush. Tesla could get wild from here, but I'll be right back.
Foxman. U.S. regulators have cleared another COVID-19 booster dose for adults over 65 and people with weak immune systems so that they can shore up protection this spring. The Food and Drug Administration also said today the original versions of the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines are outdated and will no longer be used. Anyone getting vaccinated now will receive the newer Omicron-targeted version. The Moscow City Court rejected an appeal by Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich against his detention on allegations of espionage. The Kremlin says he was caught, quote, red-handed, but has provided no evidence. The State Department says he is wrongfully detained. Gershkovich is the first American reporter to be detained on accusations of espionage since the Cold War. In Sudan, top army officials are appearing to contradict each other about whether the military would abide by a 24-hour ceasefire in the spiraling conflict. As fighting raged for a fourth day in the capital Khartoum, an army spokesman said he wasn't aware of any mediation efforts, but others said a temporary truce would be implemented. The fighting has killed at least 180 people and injured 1,800 others. And India's Supreme Court has begun hearing arguments for granting legal recognition to same-sex marriages. India decriminalized homosexuality in 2018, but has not extended family rights to gay couples. The court proceedings will be closely watched, particularly in Asia, where Taiwan is the only jurisdiction to recognize same-sex marriage. If India rules in favor of marriage equality, it will become the world's largest democracy to do so. Global news, 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Simone Foxman, and this is Bloomberg.
Volume remains light. The trading range remains tight. 41.52 on an S&P 500, a market still in search of direction. I'm Romain Bassakiro on a Tuesday afternoon, kicking you off to the close here. More earnings driving the narrative here in the market on this day, but those earnings really not providing a whole lot of clarity. You take a look at the price action on the board here, and pretty much across the board, it's a similar story. Relatively
similar story. Amen, amen, amen. Welcome back. Get ready for Netflix. I'm excited. Chad, we have Netflix in the long term too. If Netflix does bad, it's going to get effed up. Then it's going to drop 40%. And then everyone's going to be worried. Man, anything could happen here. Man, earnings season, bro. This is where, your last earnings season, your long term loved it. So this is where things can happen, Chad. In this environment, this is where things can happen. So I hope you're ready for it. I hope you're ready for it. Damn, that's cold. You said who would name their child after lettuce? I didn't even think about romaine lettuce. I thought romaine is like a Roman, like the name Roman. But damn, you went for the lettuce. You went straight for the head. Okay, get it? No? Okay. It's just all right. I'll just call out where the market's at. 4150, 4152. NASDAQ down point. Again, last time we were here, I mean, do you guys remember it? We were up here. I was calling it out for you. NASDAQ was only down 0.05. Now we're down 0.15 at the same level. So tech is a little bit weaker here, even though the S&P is back to green, and now the Dow is also in the green or at break even. Man, what a day. Get ready for earnings. Bonds making some activity here. Bonds, and then we already went over Netflix preview. I mean, we could go over other earnings. I feel like tomorrow we're going to go over Tesla. I've already pulled some of the chads. I don't know. What do you guys feel about Netflix? Should I don't know. I could ask you a little later until either the market breaks out of this range. Maybe we'll get back to seeing what's happening. But tell me, beat or miss on Netflix? Overall, I'm saying like members, earnings, is good or bad? Do you think Netflix is going to end up higher or lower after earnings? That's the question. I'm still in Gamda. Beat, miss, beat, miss, good, beats, miss, good, miss lower, higher, beat. Okay, okay, now that's it. Beat, higher. Unchanged. Oh, some smarties in the chat. They hit you with the unchanged. Lower, sandbag, in line. That's why I said just up or down. I guess overall generally good or generally bad. But then again, sometimes it could be bad and the stock will still go up. Shout out to Micron, you know what I'm saying? So we'll see. Whoa, switch gears. Again, right when we started talking, they're like, okay, we got to move the market. Decent Chicle, again, this is all from 11 a.m., so I don't know, man. You have till like 11:40, though, but you're starting to break down here at 11. You're doing the reverse of yesterday, so I don't know how I feel about that. You're right below 4150. Only dropped below here about 3 or 4 times in the last 2 hours, so this could be a low on the last couple of hours or the second half of the day. Just beat it. Netflix with your subscribers. No. Okay. A greedy short took my money. It shouldn't have. Like you said, this is the greedy short right around here. You go below here, you get the second half of the lows, then we trade into a 10-point lower range. If it bounces up, you get squeezed 6 points, which is like what? $200-$300? It's actually, that's on an ES, a big one. So I don't know. It's a decent risk to reward. I'm still just holding my ES from yesterday. I'm up like $450 on it. We were up $1,500 in the morning, and then I went break even at it at the lows. And yeah. Beatbox? Do people still do that, man? I have not. I don't know how to beatbox. I just know how to do the grinding beat on a table. If you know, you know. It's like. That's it. I don't know any beatbox, man. Do people still beatbox? NTSB issues preliminary report on March 30th Minnesota derailment. So that was another derailment. MSGM on the high. Is this one? Motorsport Games. They do that beatbox. MSGM, that's big candles, up 24%. No idea. Someone in the chat called out another game. There's like another hype gaming play, SLGG, I think. Is that it? Yeah. That one's up 42%, but I have no idea what MSGM is doing. But these are gaming hype plays. SPY catching a candle. Again, I'm on the lookout for the downtrend unless you come back up to 41.55 again. But still same price for the last 3 hours or last 2 hours. Yeah, Gamble's just right back where it started in the morning. Hit 180 and then came down. Or no, what's it called? Gimda? Gamble's the other. That's another gaming one. Nvidia flushing. Oh. Yo, what's up with Nvidia? Hold on. Looks like the last 10, 20 minutes of Nvidia have been a nightmare. Compared to at least $1, $1.50, $2 almost. Nvidia receives double upgrade. That's all I see at 1 o'clock. Netflix pop. What's Nvidia doing? Why is a little one? That's not. Oh, there you go. Netflix getting bigger. I don't know if there's anything. Again, this is pre-earnings. Netflix price increase. Oh, the fuckers. Why would they do that before earnings? I'm not seeing that here. I'm not seeing it yet, but Troy has that right now. He's posting it. He's saying Netflix price increases. I don't see it coming across the wire yet, but it might. That's a wild piece of news, though, before. Yeah, that's very bold before earnings. So I'm a little flabbergasted would probably be the word, if whether it's true or not. Here's the link. It's a link from Independent from March 2022. No, it's old. No. That's not real. That's the only thing. I see it on Twitter, but that's it. Otherwise, nothing else on the wire. Yeah, March 10, 2022. That's weird. So that was like a Twitter. Like the Oracle guy posted it. And the other, they retweeted. This is an old-ass link. I was going to say, that's very weird day before earnings. Or day of earnings. They're like, oh, yeah, here you go. It was a year-old article. I mean, stocks, market's going up and Netflix. Netflix, it came back down. Hold on, I was looking at a property. You know, even on earnings, still good real estate. You have good deal, you let me know. But yeah, that Netflix price thing is not, I don't know why. It's probably just moving pre-market, but that is not true. Or it's just not, it's true if you're concerned with it a year ago. Roblo's coming back up. Where are they from yesterday? Oh, still down. Damn, that's 10% from yesterday. Nvidia pressing the brakes, 2%. Yeah, they bounced off the bottom. Still wild. I mean, AMD was about to go red. I don't know if they did. Yeah, barely, but Nvidia is still 2%. They kept the Microsoft news. Microsoft sold off on the chip news things. ORIV, DraftKings on the high. Rovient, they're up 3.99. They're moving a little bit. If you have properties, email me tradingfraternity@gmail.com. That's how most people get them to me. But yeah, I'm still buying. I mean, again, I'm not I'll tell you what your property is worth, if anything, but I'm not going to be the highest offer. I'm just fast and convenient. And then we can hang out, or I could give you a referral fee if you find me a good deal. Roblo, I would get it at lower levels for like the long term. I still have my initial shares, that big position, and it's pretty much the same price if you go see. I mean, when we made the first Roblox video, Roblox was trading at $40. So it's pretty much the same thing. Not too bad for a growth name, especially when we bought it, considering. But I don't know about adding it unless it's like super, super duper cheap. But it's a decent name. But I would try to get it. If, again, more discount, the better. Until we have more certainty with the economy, I mean, that leans more towards riskier growth. Again, we're pretty much straddling growth and safety in the long term. A little bit of cash, 90% invested. Depending on things, where things go, I mean, we lean into that direction. There's Netflix. This was like that news thing, but I don't know. It's still holding up, but so is the market. So it's kind of hard to tell at this point. But there wasn't any follow through to that news, but just holding up a little bit. Dropped the price 1.5, asking 11 mil. That one might be a little too much, unless it's like the big luxury properties. I wouldn't want to buy them unless like it's like a stupid good deal, because those are the ones that take a longer time to sell. Hold on, I send this. Let me see. Check the VIX. The VIX doesn't work. The VIX hates us. We're coming back down off. I thought we were going to move, but bonds, we're just doing our dance. Oh, that candle's getting a little bigger. Yellen to deliver remarks on U.S.-China relationship April 20th. JP Morgan turns bullish on Ecuador debt. Dude, every single candle, I mean, we've checked news on all of them, but none of these candles have correlated with any events today. Hey, it's so going. Price action, Biden live. I'll send in the email. You just had me talking about properties. I emailed Chris. I don't know if you're here. I like that property you sent me. If we get the right deal on that. Market accumulating. We're right at VWAP. So it's a good place to buy and sell But if we've been here the whole day, I don't know if that means people want to buy or sell. Seems like everybody is taking the opportunity. The house is 20,000 square feet. They've been trying to sell it. Harley CEO owns it. Yeah, those are probably a harder house to sell. 11 mil. If they give it to me for like 3 million, 4 million though, maybe. Huh? I do good deal with you. Do good deal with you. The Biden's interest in Ireland, WWE style? Nah. That sounds hype, though. That sounds cool. I would love to see that. I'd be a big fan. Dude, Roblo's been running again. It was at $46 yesterday, but that monthly report, that's what brought him down. So it's still down 10% from yesterday. And then Netflix fighting still. No real pre-earnings run up. Tesla, low-key kind of dead. Let's see. Where was Tesla's last earnings? They were at 140. The top of the candle was like 170. So they're even trading above the high end. There's Netflix, I mean, it could be big and not, but I don't think that unless Netflix does bad, I don't think Netflix dominates the focus like it was when people were worried about consumer declines and all of that. But it really just depends. I mean, I think it's going to be a big deal. It's going to be our first big tech earnings, but in a weird way, I mean, you just had some of the biggest banks in the world report following this crisis. And so far, even then, the reaction to those has been quite contained, or I guess it's not. I mean, we're generally at the same price or a little bit higher than when earnings first started. Him still going. Philip Morris is on the high. Damn. This is up 60 cents from when we saw it. I think Netflix crushes it. They've been pumping content out. Better start moving. Well, they could. I mean, they have a lot of content, but remember, they have to make money on it. So if they spent too much money, again, people have been focused with the cost cutting. You know, in this case, you know, people are more worried about Netflix's growth position and how they grow members, not as much of how they spend money in cash flow, although it is important. But that's what we are going to be looking for. I think Netflix does really good if the password sharing, if they didn't lose as many subscribers because they never did the password sharing, that could be a very positive effect on members. And then 2, advertising. I feel like advertising is the X factor we've kind of ignored, but I think it's going to be big. If there's going to be something huge there, that's where they could surprise, where Netflix comes in and they're saying, hey, we actually increased our ad sales and this many ads is how many, you know, we showed this many minutes of ads this month or this quarter. I think that would be the big surpriser. But if nothing good comes from those areas, I mean, Netflix could be right in the middle. But to the broader point, even if Netflix does really good, or like unless it does really bad, even if they do really good, I don't think it's going to change the market too much. You know, we really need to take all of this stuff in as one, more or less. TLT pop. Yeah, the bonds have been moving up here. And then the bonds went down to DC, even the 2-year. Remember, that was a weird factor today. The bond yield just shot up. Won't they get more members if they block password sharing? They will, but then they could also lose members too. Like, that's the choppiness. So there's going to be you're going to gain new members, but then you're going to lose members. And then some people, once you lose them, you may never get them back. Or some people, you may lose them and then they come back 3-6 months later. That's kind of that's what's going to lead to the choppiness of how the members' numbers come in. So for the most part, though, no real big changes with memberships and kind of the worry that they were going to. That is probably going to be a positive tailwind for them. People love. I'm a Netflix fanboy. The stock has made me a fortune in my life. I've invested since, almost 10 years ago now at this point. But I just loved everything on Netflix. I like the shows. I know some people usually say the content is so bad. I love it. I think it's top tier content for everybody. You got old stuff. You got new stuff. You got a lot. You got a lot going on. I can't complain. Netflix has been my... He's given me great content over the years. I'm proud to watch. Even though all of it is propaganda, I still like it. It's my choice of propaganda. All right. You're somehow ripping out of here. 41.55 again. Yeah, we already watched, we're watching it now. Beef, very good. Very, very good. I like all of them, bro. There's a lot on there. Don't get me started. I don't want to wake up the Netflix bears. Just talk to me after earnings, you know what I'm saying? But I know it's a very touchy situation. They still have good old content. They have a vast library. I really think there's a lot of shit, but Netflix is what I do. It's just easy. I don't know. I've been liking it. Of course, I've watched you. I've watched almost everything on Netflix. Oh, again, I've had Netflix for almost a decade now. Not only like owning it, but like I've had a Netflix subscription for a very long time. So I haven't seen Love is Blind. No, I have not watched. I like 90 Day Fiance, but I haven't really got into a dating show. And my girlfriend doesn't really like American reality shows. It makes her lose faith in America. She's like, how about people like this? I don't know why my girlfriend sound like my fob mom all of a sudden, but let's imagine she talk like this. She go, I don't like this. Who act like this? I've seen Succession. That show's I don't know if I finished the first season. The Recruit is fire. That shit, dude. Even they've been dropping some heat, but hopefully it don't cost them too much. That's it. I don't know why my girlfriend sounded like that today. You it's like this. Oh, why you watch it? Why are Americans watching that? Oh my God, why do they talk like that? That's usually how I do her voice, but I don't know why. She came in very fobby today. I'm not. Maybe I'll see Love is Blind. We'll see. I put it in the thumbnail. I knew it's popular. But even my girlfriend, she saw that. She was like, what the? She's like, why you have Love is Blind? She's like, what is that? Why would you watch that? Your girlfriend and mom still have morals. You've been Americanized. All right. Well, shit. Thanks for just saying out loud what we were thinking. But okay. That's cool. He was like, Josh, your mom and girlfriend still have hope. You're fucked. And I said, yeah, okay. Well, that's, that's between me and God. But that's why I pray. You know what I'm saying? Amen. Amen. No, I feel. Well, yeah. So how about some capitalism today? Huh? So that being said, you know what I'm saying? You're going to say, I have been Americanized. How about these earnings, bro? You ready to speculate on some numbers? Yeah. No? No, okay. Someone's with me. I know somebody's with me. I have faith. Man, we're right back. Did you go higher? You went a little bit higher, actually. You went even higher than the morning. Wow. So we're actually still holding up pretty good. Boyle's on the high. Do I ever pray for evil things to happen? Nah, man. The only time I've ever been close to that was maybe like 10 years ago. Anytime I'm like, when I was reading Zero Hedge and trying to learn to be a farmer, because I thought the world was going to end because of the financial system. And I'm like, God, is this about to happen? Like, I thought the rapture was about to occur. But other than the, like, maybe praying for the rapture at one point, other than that, I usually generally have pretty happy thoughts. I'm kind of like a teddy bear. Like, I don't really have any, like, I don't know what I would wish that would be bad for people. Like, I don't even pray for, like, sports teams to lose. Like, I'm not like, oh, let LeBron get this W, Lord, and punish Ja Morant for his sins. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I don't know. It's just generally good vibes. Man, I just hope something could hold here. It's 11:30 though. We've already, again, 30 more minutes till power hour. So that's good. My Instagram is the one that's private. I will have to accept you. The one that's fake is the one that's going to message you and be like, what's up, man? How you living? How's your trading going? Well, I got something to show you. You got money? Send me some money, son. Dude, Altria is ripping today. No news on MO. Philip Morris, too. It could be something, maybe, I think there was some Europe tobacco news. Like Fitch got American tobacco outlook rated positive yesterday. And then there was like Juul settlements, I think, but that's about it. It's weird. I thought Altria would have got clapped off of the Budweiser stuff because of AB InBev. No covered calls on Baidu. I think Baidu, we're only $1 or $2 away, I think, from going break even on it. So I think it's going to pop. I mean, it's holding up nice. It would suck if it did flush, but I think China will be good. If it gives it up this quarter, that'd be unfortunate. But even some of the China data was supportive. Just got to watch out as long as there's no negative government headlines in China against AI. Solid Core founder Anne Mahulm exits company, sells all shares. Oh, it's private? Who cares? Do I have my earthquake bag ready? I don't have an earthquake bag. Nah. I don't. That's a good idea. But I'm not that too prepared, to be honest with you. Even though I'm terrified of earthquakes. I don't even want to deal with the earthquake. I'm just low-key hoping it takes me out. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of dark, but it's like I don't like earth. I'm scared of them. I just hope it's a small earthquake and I don't have to worry about it. Or I just hope if it is like the big earthquake where Arizona becomes the beach, that's it. I don't want to deal with that, man. You know, I'm a fighter. I got a lot of fight in me, but not for no earthquake shit. Why are you worried? I'm not too worried about them, but I'm terrified of them. It's a weird California fear. I don't know if you've ever been in a place where the earth moves. It's quite the experience. Oh, you didn't even hit new lows off of these? But you have not broke 4182. You've came close to this. My goodness, Chad. 30 minutes till power hour. Fun fact, in Arabic, gimda means tough. Let's go. That's tough, bro. Yeah, it could happen anytime, but then it's like never happen. That's the thing. It's a very weird timing. It's kind of like the yield curve, but that's a different story. Isn't Nvidia still clap? They were dropping earlier. We don't know why. No, I'm not adding to Netflix. I'm hoping we get out of Netflix by the end of the day. I'm in Disney. That's a sympathy. And that one's hitting a high. We got 50 cents a share. Woohoo. No, I did not go through the Northridge earthquake. I've heard a lot about it. I know Troy has a story with it too. But that one was wild. I don't know if I think I was alive, but we were in San Diego. You know, I didn't make it till LA until I was older. You know, I used to think LA was a foreign country, even though I was so close to it. Home data, decent. Nothing too crazy. I mean, real estate is awkward right now. Dude, like very, very awkward. Again, it just depends on really where you're at. You're getting a couple months of contraction, a couple months of expansion. Realistically, the real estate data is just as volatile as the rates. And it's been driving things back and forth. And I've been seeing weird stuff. So, like, I have a property that I wanted to sell it. But I was like, oh, shit, I'm not going to get anything for this comparatively. Like, my margin was going to be very, very slim. But then there was another property. It was listed for like 60 days. And that thing went under escrow at like 30% higher than what I thought I would even sell at. And now I'm like, oh, fuck. So, like, and that's recent. That's like within the last couple of days here. But all of the data, I mean, you've seen it. You've been getting surprise bounce, surprise miss. Today, it was a contraction. Wasn't that bad, but still overall, I mean, a decent amount of supply in terms of new builds and starts. Caravan today, no homes on tour, no price reductions. One fell out of escrow. Everyone complaining about inventory still. Yeah, it sucks still. But then the rates too, it's like who is buying at these rates and who is affording these and then who's affording these prices. But it happens. But then again, it's just like you get impulses with the rates going up and down. And then, I mean, some stuff's still holding. It's really weird. Still play Monopoly when you get in hotels like Mr. Mala. I have apartment buildings. I think those are considered the hotels, but I don't have a real hotel. Closest thing I have is Airbnbs. I got some hospitality business. Two buyers are okay walking away. Is it because of rates? I mean, you could tell them they could refinance in the future, but it still is you got to qualify for it, and it's still like some of those payments are intimidating, bro. Like, that's why I'm like, I don't know. I don't know who's buying these houses. Like, if you wanted like $1 million place in with San Diego, that's very common, but that shit's like, that's still like what? It's like a $9,000 or $10,000 a month payment. Yeah, the cabin is exploding still. I don't know how. I'm very shocked by that. It's not growing. So that's the difference. Like, my cabin is not growing from like the peaks of what I was doing last year, but I'm still pretty much peaking out and hitting like the higher end of the range, which is I'm fine with. Again, my mortgage on that are still very, very low. More about sellers not conceding. One buyer's renting their home out and buying another and keep that cheap rate on the current home. Interesting. Logan Matashami? No, I've never heard of him. Mortgage and real estate content. Hims was there was a block trade, $20 million that came in the morning. That was when it started running. Your cabin, there was a fire there, but we fixed that almost instantly. Biden urges Congress to take the threat of default off the table. What was that noise? Boop. Netflix Meta. Meta's up. I mean, I'm up $1 a share, but dude, it was nice. We had like $300-400 of profit in the morning on Netflix. Like if Netflix could really get a pre-earnings run up, I mean, it's supposed to move 10%, but I mean, we've seen it move 2-3% day before. Like if that thing could move by the end of the day, it's going to be good. Otherwise, for now, it will be a little frustrating. Disney with the candle. We have some gains on that. NQ, dude, it's still at 0.06. Remember, over here, NASDAQ was at 0.05, even higher on the S&P and the Dow. We're up 0.1% now. NASDAQ is still negative 0.07. Tech is struggling here. Even though Apple is still in the green. I mean, Microsoft was really in the green. And then you have NVIDIA. I don't know what is keeping everything down. Biden signs executive order on CARES access support. PTPI. That moved the other day and this morning. I want to say it's the same price. This is how it looked yesterday. And where's the one we flipped today? Sobs. Is that the same price they sold at? Let's see what's moving the NASDAQ. So the worst on the NASDAQ looks to be Regen. A couple of biotechs, Car, Nice, Team. It's actually a wide mix. And then best on the day is MDGL, Booking, and then MSTR. There's 1,100 names green on the NASDAQ, 1,900 red, and 400 unchanged. Man, SPY really hitting a new high, and then red candle. Did you? No, you didn't even break through the 481. So again, you were right above 41.55. We shook out of the 11 o'clock downturn, so 15-20 minutes till power hour for now. Coin had a 7% move. SPY moving down pretty big. Migda or Gimda. What's the? I forgot the ticker. Gimda. Back to VWAP. So now NASDAQ's down even more. Again, NASDAQ's down 0.25%. NVIDIA flushing. Yeah, NVIDIA's flushing. SPY back to VWAP. Senator Cardin would replace Feinstein on judiciary. Power or sour? It was looking ugly here. You broke out of that, but now it's like it's very neutral. I mean, I don't know. This might depend on these earnings plays, both post-earnings and pre-earnings, how they move here. SEI increases stock share repurchase program by $250 million. SEIC has the letter I. I know. SEI investments. Tesla's dropping there too. They actually took some decent candles. Netflix kind of holding up. JP Morgan hitting a high. Altria has been on the high all day as well too. And then Goldman's no longer at the highs. Yeah, Altria is back up. Hey, bro, that's crazy. I forgot we were up 12% on JP Morgan before the whole SVB thing. So that means at the highs it was like what, 13, 14%? PTPI again. 11:44. 15 minutes till power hour. The Johnson & Johnson, they did not move at all. Ulta's on the high. McRib. Yeah, wait, why? I didn't realize it was up so high in the morning. What the hell? McRib was at $7. Biotechs. Gotta love them. Dude, it looks insane. It's right around the corner, though. That's what I was just thinking. I mean, next week. You have 1 week, and then that's it. Biden offer free COVID vaccines for uninsured. Nice. I'm still in MIGDA or GIMDA. GIMDA. Okay, we might slip here. It's the same level for the last 2.5 hours now. 2 hours, 45 minutes. Airbnb. That's a nice gap for them today. Where's Uber? They were up in the morning. Uber went red. They had a couple of good candles. MOS on the low right now. Bro, I can't believe we have earnings season. I've held Dash from their last earnings now. And I guess we have another, 3 weeks till then? There we go. There's your red. That's a big candle. 3 points, 2.5. But you haven't seen a big candle in a while. But even from the top here, again, 41.56 down to 41.50 in about 6 minutes. You're going a point a minute right now. That's picking up a little bit. Again, no new headlines coming across right now. That's big. Chips. Hold on. What is that? That one looks a little bigger, but I'm not seeing anything. They hate us. This is just the mark. Bro, it looks like chips. Sox S is moving. There's NVIDIA, but those candles are pretty big. And now this is your lowest. That's literally the greedy short level. So you didn't even have time to go for the greedy short. You guys see that? This is that greedy short level all day today. You just didn't even have time to go for it. You flushed right into it. Could be China names selling off. I know Google was dying earlier, but that was bad. There's no news on that. And that's absolutely nothing. Google is not as low. I think it's NVIDIA. That's the first one. And then Apple's taking some candles. And then I think the banks are just, the tech is tanking, but then the banks also calm down. Like XLF, everything got a red on that. So like even Goldman's coming back down off the highs. The Michael Myers dollar. XLU lagger. Yeah, worst on the day. Communications is close behind, but that's Google and Meta. Netflix, MPW, Dow, Sox, all red. Where's Amazon? Amazon flushed into the lows. It's with NVIDIA. But NVIDIA's given up what? 2.5% from the morning? And then Microsoft too, but NVIDIA was a new low, Amazon, and then maybe even energy could have given up, but then also your bank stopped going. That's crazy. Bank of America, that's a good one. Bank of America is still up. It's doing a lot better than the morning. Bro, fat candles, man. This is 12 points here. So this is probably one of your bigger moves since the morning. Very similar to actually what you did here. You actually just did this flush twice today. Ironically enough, noggin on the high. SYM on the high. And then Intel, I think all the chip makers pretty bad. AMD below 90, they're down 0.5% now. Damn, NVIDIA hit a 52-week high today? Oh my gosh. MES. Oh yeah, your Chad play is down $100. Come on, Chad. Why were you all so bullish in the morning? Oh, because we were right under 4,100. That makes sense. Amazon's flushing now. Nvidia, another new low. Yeah, Amazon is leading the way to the downside as far as big tech. I mean, they're about to go below 100 here too. I guess they'll be at 100. And then you test the solid level. SPY's coming down here again. 41.45. So now 41.50 to 41.40. This is the range I thought we would be in earlier, but some very, very wild moves on the day. So just pretty much 5 more points. That could happen pretty quickly if this continues. And you got 9 minutes until power hour. And we have pretty much been selling off since around 11. So yesterday we got bid up since 11. Today we're down. The SQQQ is on the high. And Amazon, NVIDIA, I don't know if they'll go red. They still have a 1% of cushion, but, I mean, they are drilling right here. I'd even watch Apple, too, because they were in the green all day, and they might hit a low, but they only have 0.5% of cushion. Microsoft's about to come into the low. This looks like banks in tech. So banks doing a little bit better on this second round. Four. U.S. Commerce Chief Gina Raimondo speaks in House Appropriations Committee. Maybe Netflix earnings league. Nah. Netflix would move crazier. And Netflix would move 10% if that did happen. Netflix is doing, Netflix pretty solid. Barely green day before earnings. Market moving 30 points. They're just getting ready. I feel like we haven't even had the pre-earnings move yet. So a lot of anticipation. Netflix earnings is today after the bell. Yes. It's going to be a big one. Success still on the high. So chips, I think they're still dumping. No, NVIDIA flushed and then green. Do what it. Well, yesterday we would have already ran. If we're going to do what we did yesterday, we should flush. Because then it just does what we did, but to the downside now. But we'll see. Power hour begins in 7 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised to see craziness. Ulta's still on the high. Raimundo says denying national security investments is wrong-headed. J&J don't move. Look at this guy. He stay there. Yeah, then banks didn't give up too much, but they sold off a little bit from the top. Ulta again, 540. Netflix going down. Netflix is, it's pricing in 9% for a movement. Netflix is just slightly higher than where it reported last time. So I don't think Netflix is priced in anything. The ironic part about today is coming into this earnings, you're trading at the price that you opened at the day after the last earnings. So that's it. Whatever happened last quarter, investors are pretty much saying, I'll give you the same amount of money for that this quarter until we find out what happens. So theoretically, it's like if that goes good or bad, then you'll probably trade within where it was at the last couple of earnings. Best I could do is 2021. Disney's still up. Tesla off the bottom. But yeah, Netflix is pricing in though. It's about 9%. So I think it's about $30. So out of $333, it's expected to move $30 either direction. So based on the option price, if you moved to 300 flat or 360, that's where you would break even. But $300 is where you are expected to move, or $30. Ready for Power Hour? You got 5 minutes. So very interesting setup. It's like a weird remix of yesterday, but now we're cucked even more. So by this time yesterday, I mean we were up. I mean, you remember you had a real big run leading into Power Hour. So I mean, where we're at now is going to be very interesting because you're pretty much right in the middle. You are definitely tilting lower, but it's a higher point of the last couple of days. But you have not moved for several hours. You've moved, but you're at the same range. BRL extends losses to 1%. So a little pop. Just watch though. If you pretty much can't set another high, then there you go. But if it bounces back up just like the last 4, I mean, I don't know. You have 4 minutes till Power Hour, so we may start to get a decent move at the beginning. Trying to climb, trying to use the same level. NASDAQ's down a third, though. Tech is, like, noticeably weaker. So anytime we were, tech throughout the day was doing a lot better anytime we were trading at 413.50. NASDAQ is down 0.3 right now. S&P down 0.06. And then Dow Jones down 0.07. And then utilities, communication, healthcare are the worst. Discretionaries went negative. They went green for a little bit. Tech is only up by 0.19. They were up most of the day. And then industrials and consumer staples are the best. So just like yesterday, if tech gets a bid and banks don't go down, you're going to rally like insanely. But if tech doesn't get a bid by the end of the day, you need industrials, banks, and staples to take you up. J&J's done nothing. And again, they guided up too. They had good earnings and they guided up. Netflix. Oh, yeah. Does Netflix even buy back now? I forgot about that. Oh, I totally forgot about that, Chad. You don't remember when Meta blindsided us with that? I totally forgot. That's the other. We haven't even discussed that. The element of earnings where all of these companies come up with random shit. Remember, they learned how to mess with the market. They learned. They said if we just straddle the guidance, the algorithms don't know how to react. If they're like, we guide lower and higher at the same time. And then last quarter, they did bring in the buybacks. We had a lot of buyback news that saved a lot. I didn't think about that. So there could be just random earnings tricks. You might find a stock split or price increase news. That could be a factor that could dominate. Google is flushing. So you're getting a candle, but another new low on Google now. You said FRC on the low too? Yeah, they were just into it. See if the other banks drop there. It's weird. Banks are going green. Google going lower. Bonds are trying to catch a bid. Yeah, Netflix using AI. Exactly. AI and buybacks. That's what saved at least 20% of companies. Yeah, CMG split. Exactly. People are going to anticipate news. I don't know. One company is going to come out with some shit. Maybe Netflix does too. I don't know. But they did split recently. GME starting to pop. Microsoft at the lower ranges, not dropping. It's weird. Google's flushing. You just had FRC on the low, but it looks like banks and other tech names are going, but bonds are playing along with it. Why is the 1 month at 3 from 5.2? It should have bounced back, but as people were worried about, the situation and rushed to bonds with banks, that's why the yields. That's why I said I was worried, but the 1 month and 3 month yields should have bounced back. Every company is going to say, hey, we'll find out. I'm sure someone will get saved by it. All right, if you get back to VWAP, this is decent. Power Hour has began. Oh, man, ladies and gentlemen. Power Hour is here. You're right under VWAP, which is right after, 10-point flush. You're now in the middle of it. And it's borderline the first low that you flushed into this morning and kind of where you spent most of the day, but not without the, nothing outside of the 10-point range you've seen. So we will see. But Chad, get ready for Power Hour. Netflix on the way. It's trying to make a move, but I'm going to go to the potty. I hope you're ready. Let's get into the day. And let's see. Where is it? All right, boom. So follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. I will be right back, and get ready. If you have any final questions for Netflix, you let me know. This will be our time to go over it, but I will BRB.
Down to the close, about 60 minutes left to go here in the trading session. Romaine Bostic joined right now by Scarlett Fu, as well as our colleagues Carol Massar and Jess Menton. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg properties. Carol Massar, television, radio, originals, as well as on
how you get
YouTube.
Into this, you know that?
Yeah, well, yeah,
love
Carol.
it.
Okay, well, you got a smile on your face. Are you happy with what's going on in the market? Because I don't really see it. This is like a snoozer of a day.
Yeah, I feel like, for all those trading desks, they're like, come on, everybody, we need some movement here, because it does feel like equity is, once again, in a tight range. We're going to talk about that. Interesting, yesterday I talked about the crypto space. It was down. Talk about that again today? Yeah, why not? I feel like in honor of Katie and Tim, who's still on leave, they like the crypto stuff. So let's talk about it. We saw Bitcoin. We'll bring it up for our folks on TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. Bitcoin up above 30,000 again, up 2.3%. So giving a kick to many of the players in the crypto space. Not so for Coinbase, though. It's down about about almost 1%. We did have the company's CEO saying it's not going to rule out relocating the company. That was in a fintech conference in London. Right now they're in the U.S., but maybe they could go elsewhere. They're concerned about the regulatory environment here. MicroStrategy, another crypto name that's up almost 5%. And then you got Riot Platforms. Jess, that's up about 3.8%.
And Romaine, I know you were talking about snoozer of a day, but a chart I wanted to point out, because everyone keeps talking about the index when we're looking at the S&P 500 being maybe overvalued. Look at the equal weight S&P 500. So this is the PE back near its average, even its pre-pandemic average, which was right below 17. So that's an interesting dynamic there. Obviously, when you look at more of a sector level, tech and growth still approaching those levels that look a little pricey, but when you're looking at it on an equal weight basis, Romaine, looks cheaper than people were expecting.
All right, you go back to the broader market here, pretty much a relatively lower volume day, at least relatively speaking here, and that trading range remains tight here, basically unchanged on the S&P and the Dow Jones Industrial Average, and down fractionally right now on the NASDAQ and the Russell.
And fractional moves when you look at the sector performances as well. On the upside, you've got industrials, consumer staples, and financials, but they're gaining by less than 0.5%. And on the laggard side, you've got communication services, utilities, and healthcare. Catalent, of course, helping to drag the healthcare space down on a report that Danaher will drop its takeover pursuit.
Of course, big banks still in focus. Goldman Sachs shares have been under pressure all day, missing out a little bit on that big boom in volatility that seemed to lift some of its other competitors. Fixed income trading revenue down about 17% in the quarter. Goldman Sachs shares now down 2% here on the day. Meanwhile, to the upside, keep an eye on Blackstone. Shares moving up about 4% here on the day.
Keep an eye on I forgot about Blackstone or BlackRock completely. But Chad, Power Hour, it is here. Again, anything on Netflix? Again, a little move, 41.52, man. Today has been hell. I love earnings, man. I love earnings, but like I get more excited after the bell. I'm already starting to get a little antsy on it. I still have my Netflix position. We're holding for the long term, but I'm going to sell out. I have 100 shares that I'm looking to get rid of before close. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe I want to gamble it. That's usually I have an intention to sell it, but usually by the time we get to the bell, we like, I don't know, should we do it? But I do want to get out of there and hold the long term. And then I have Disney, which I am holding as the sympathy. Revolve isn't makeup. It's more clothing. They might do good. They might do bad. I know people like them. My girlfriend loves Revolve, but I don't think it's like I would invest in the makeup shit. I think we just wait till Ulta comes down, or you just say fuck it and ride the Ulta wave. Where's Microsoft? Again, remember, Microsoft had AI news today, but he ain't getting no love. Ain't no love in the heart of the earnings. Ain't no love in the heart of pal. Sorry. McDonald's, $2.90. Thank God. I want a short McDonald's so bad. Man. Buy the Ulta dips, pretty much. I mean, that the other one, Coty, that's a makeup company, and they've been struggling, but like with Elf and all the other ones, they've came up. So after seeing Elf was a cheap makeup company, and now they're killing it. So maybe Coty would be the value in that growth area. Coty, I think, would be better. And then again, Revolve, they just clothing. I didn't know they had a makeup section though. SEC says Betterment misstated and omitted material information related to automated tax loss harvesting. They say they're committed to seeking path forward at resolution. Oh. If they go towards makeup, it could be, but it's still like it takes years. Like Elf took years, and I think Coty, again, they got a decent portfolio, but I think the best and safest makeup play and like that is just Ulta. But the only problem is Ulta has a price. Well, Netflix, we mentioned it in the watch list yesterday. Just take the at the money strike price to know what's priced in. And then even if you go to, to Thinkorswim, right here, it says plus or minus $28. You see the option chain. It'll say plus or minus next to the expiration. You go to the week of earnings, and then it's right there. So it's about $27, $28, it looks like. Just under 30 minutes moved $2 on the day here. Yes, last night's watch list. Very good coverage, Netflix. Did I swallow my gum? I didn't have any, but I try not to swallow gum. Somebody told me it stays in your system forever when I was young, and I always believed that. I only had one purchase of Ulta, and then it went up 100%. So I wish we have more, but if you really want that exposure, just watch it and buy the dips. One hour remaining. Wow. Exhilarating. And the SPY's is back up to this level. What a day. What a day. I think Netflix is right after close or within 5 or 15 minutes, but it should be right at the bell. And then usually the conference call, I believe, is like 15 minutes after. Oh, restoration. MO is running too. And SPY's trying to fight its way up here. Where are the banks? Bank of America's at least in the green. Goldman's still red. Yeah, Restoration finally. I have Netflix shares for the run-up, but I'm not going to play. I have Disney long. That's it. I'm just hoping Disney would perform better no matter what. Or at least even if Netflix does bad, Disney will still be able to recover with their pre-earnings run-up. PTPI, I'm not in it, but that one, you saw it the last 3 days. It shot up like $4 to like $7. Did nothing yesterday, and then had like a pop and drop, and I think it's popping right now again. Yeah, it's doing 47. It moves a lot. This is how it was at 380 yesterday. DKS on the high again. We saw that earlier. Staples still up. Staples are number 2 on the day now. So if discretionaries went green too, only thing red now is real estate, utilities, healthcare, and then communications are the worst, probably because of Google right now. So if Google and Meta could bounce, that could help lift up the SPY here. I mean, we only have 50 minutes, so we will see. And then Tesla, no pre-earnings run up on that. Why do you think this is slow? Because you've been at the same price that you were at 7:30 in the morning. And now we're about 50 minutes till close. So, and then I think the range, even outside of the top, if you exclude that, I mean, your SPY has moved like a point in 3 quarters. $41.55, my goodness. I'm still holding Teladoc, yeah. That one, I think I'm going to swing that a couple of days from here on out. I'm down $1 a share on it, though. And then we have the Disney. Surprise, I'm still up on the Disney. That one's actually still working. Again, a lot of other names have still been climbing. A lot of things are in their own little world. PTPI again. So there you go. You're hitting another high, 618. That thing is crazy. It just like dies and then just goes up 50%. Ramundo says U.S. should have zero tolerance for China stealing IP. That's the option. Well, it's also earnings too, but I've seen a lot of comments today, you know, saying why are we even surprised? You know, the market makers just scamming the premium both sides, which I could agree with. And just keep in mind, though, this is also the earnings move. But, you know, if I could tell you something, I'll just tell you. Shares, small futures, very, very simple to get around theta, especially for the short term. I mean, here's a great example. Your MES for the Chad play. So I bought that indiscriminately in the morning, and that play is down $60. At most, it was down $100 today. So if it goes down $100 worth, you lose $100. If it goes back up, you lose half of it, you know, so on and so forth. So it's not bad, but if anything, if that is really frustrating you, don't forget, shares are a great alternative, especially with the back and forth and if it's moving slow. Or I could just tell you it could have been worse. Amen. Amen. You could use levered plays. You could even put leverage on the shares. I mean, that's another thing. I trade the shares smaller, but I mean, every single play I've done with shares, I mean, you could 10x it. You could 5x it. Do whatever you want, but it's just, you could get the same movements if you want. You know, you could recreate it with different features. You know, it's build your own play. Build your own play. So whatever you want to do with options, maybe think if there's a way to do it with the shares. And depending on the size you want, like every dollar, if you want to make a certain amount, I mean, you reflect that with your share size. AI's controlling the stock market. There was that report yesterday. They had a report. Bloomberg said that ChatGPT can now effectively read headlines from the Fed and determine if it's dovish or hawkish. Pretty much language modeling used by algorithms. I've showed you some of that before. Pretty much ChatGPT can do the same thing. It's slow, so it's not like we couldn't do it in real time. I think eventually we will be able to, but it's not like you could do it in real time as we listen to it. But it's possible, and it has the ability, and it's done it quite accurately. Yeah, algos do it already, but now pretty much you could do it with ChatGPT. There's a Richmond Fed paper that said ChatGPT can do that. It's getting interesting. We're gonna see a lot. It's just slower. That's it. But AI, I mean, you could do some work with it. It's finding its way into finance. Looking at the color of the tie is much faster. You're right. Purple, bullish. Save yourself a lot of time. What earning? We have Netflix after the bell. What's tomorrow morning? Let me check. You have ASML, Morgan Stanley. That's going to be a big one. U.S. Bank Corp, Abbott, NASDAQ, Ally, Citizens, and Synchrony. And Tesla, IBM, Discover. Oh, SPY getting a candle. State Street's on the high. Delta's on the high. Netflix coming down with market green candles. Yeah, ASML will be huge. That one they ran last time. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And they had a nice run. Even the Broadcom, too. A lot of sympathy. So that's why, too, even probably after tomorrow morning, all of the chips are going to run with that. And even after today, Chad, I mean, I should remind you, you have 45 minutes left. But if you want to play Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Apple, in a weird way, you have a window to play it today. Because after today, depending on how Netflix does, people are going to lean into that. So if people feel good after Netflix and all of that, you might start watching more bids on all the other run-up plays. But yeah, after ASML, if that goes good, all of the chips are going to gap up, and then that's where they're going to start their pre-earnings run-ups. I don't think the Netflix is going to be like, I think the market could easily avoid it, but it's going to change sentiment. I definitely think people will lean more towards one end or not. Bank of America CEO on CNBC.
Combination.
Mr. Moynihan.
Everything your colleagues were talking about before. The money's got moved off the bank balance sheets out of the system, but our deposits held up relatively well. And I think even through in March, even through the changes of March in the banking system, our deposits held up well and performed a little bit better than we thought we did. So we had $14.6 billion in NII for the quarter, up 25%, as you said. But the real question is, what do? We open accounts for people and they give us deposits and we turn around and make loans to people, or we invest the excess, and that's been going on for years. It's called banking, and then we have fee revenue streams, and all of them performed well linked quarter, albeit that the pace of rate rises has slowed, so therefore you're starting to see NII flatten out, and it was down a little bit quarter. The core banking book more or less flat, and we see that continuing in the future, and we gave some guidance today they'd be down a little bit next quarter, but we feel pretty good about it.
You said today that you're anticipating a mild recession at this point, just based on what you're seeing with the consumer, which still looks strong, maybe a little bit of a slowdown when it comes to commercial issues, commercial loans.
It's called banking.
Is that dependent on the Fed slowing things down after this next rate hike that's anticipated?
Well, we base our earnings on the market, and the market has one Fed increase left in a forward curve and then has cuts. Whether those come true or not is really going to be dependent on what the Fed sees at each meeting, because they're completely driven by trying to figure out what's going on in data. Our team, Candace Browning-Platt and the research team, have a recession and have consistently had a recession predicted for the second half of this year, third quarter, fourth quarter, first quarter of next year, and then ends, and we start to see positive growth. And so that's based on the Fed tightening having finally taken hold, and those experts see that. When we look at our consumers, though, you can see the core conundrum that faces the Fed. Our consumers spent 9% more in March of 2023 than they did in March of 2022. They spent about 8% in the first quarter more than they spent last year in the first quarter. And they're spending on things, frankly, which drive employment, and meaning they're spending on experiences at amusement parks or theaters or restaurants or outside concerts or outside entertainment. All these things drive people to make them happen, as opposed to other things, buying a product which would come from another country potentially. So U.S. employment is very strong. So our customers are seeing wage growth and seeing wages, and they also have money in their accounts, still a lot of the stimulus money left in. So that's what the Fed is trying to slow down. And albeit I think we see, and our experts see, them having a mild recession, which if they could do that and unemployment never got much above 4.5, that would be a heck of an accomplishment. And so that's the base case, and we are running a company accordingly.
Deposits were down just slightly, but you're still talking about deposits up over $500 billion from what they were pre-pandemic at the end of 2019 or going through that. You and I have talked a lot in the past about deposits being sticky. Are they still going to be sticky? Because one thing we've learned during the issues the banks have been having recently is that people are willing and able to move their money pretty quickly electronically.
Yeah, I think if you look across our customer base, deposits is a great big word, and there's $1.91 trillion of them at Bank of America. It is up $500 billion or more since pre-pandemic. And you'd say, well, is that going to go back out? And the answer is the economy on a gross basis is up a lot also. So the industry's deposits are up 31%, ours are up 34%. We have gained share during the pandemic and this aftermath. And that's by opening up, since the pandemic started, we've opened up 2.5 million net new checking accounts in our consumer business. Our wealth management customers have opened up 25,000 or so bank accounts last quarter, the first quarter of this year. We just keep deepening our relationships and driving it. That means our deposits are inherently sticky because different customers are using the cash for different purposes. If you're a core general consumer in our consumer business, your money's coming in and out of your household, you're paying your bills, et cetera. If you're a wealthy customer, when cash funds were basically getting zero and there was nothing to do with the money, you just left it sitting at the bank. When the money market yields or direct treasuries went up, you moved some out. We expected that to happen. As a matter of fact, we did it for the customers. That's the way it works. And then when your corporate customers are the same thing, and there's even some tedious stuff that in there called earnings credit rate and things like that. But basically, companies pay us for their services by leaving deposits with us. If we raise that rate, they can leave less deposits. Now, interesting, those deposits have been relatively stable the last 6 months. So each customer base, who it is, what they do with the money, investment cash versus transactional cash is very different. But at the end of the day, $1.91 trillion of deposits, they've been relatively stable the last 6 months. We showed some detail to that. And we feel very good about that. Given those deposits, we make loans and serve our customers that way.
Hey, Brian, Warren Buffett said that he expects more bank failures, but he also said that he doesn't think any depositor is going to lose a dime in any of this. How would you kind of sum up how you see things shaking out with the turmoil in the banking business lately?
Well, I think our industry has great capital, great liquidity, is managed well. And so if you look at
the
FDIC insurance ensures that depositors don't lose the money underneath the insurance levels. Typically, when a bank fails, all the deposits are bought by an acquiring bank. There was a little bit of difference in the March things where they had to make some systemic declarations. But at the end of the day, you want the depositors to go on and conduct their daily business while the shareholders and debt holders take a hit, and that's what happened. The key that we have to remind everybody is we pay for all that. And meaning the industry pays its own way in terms of the insurance. The government guarantees it, but the industry reimburses the government for that. That's one of the reasons why our expenses were up this quarter. We had an additional $100 million in deposit insurance costs. Had nothing to do with what went on in the first quarter, but they were scheduled to go up. And so I think we feel very good about this industry. It's well managed. The business models that were challenged early in March were very different from the
330 ramp capital
banks that
coming in
the regional
5
banking
minutes
system and stuff, and we've seen the stability come in the system, and that's a very good thing for America, quite frankly, because the strength of our banking system is one of the things that holds us in great stead all over the world.
Brian, unrealized losses on hold-to-maturity bonds, you brought that number down from $108 billion 3 months ago to $99 billion now. That's a big number.
Because the rates went
compared
down.
to the deposits you have, not going to be an issue in terms of being able to hold those things to maturity. But how does it impact profitability, earnings-wise, for the company?
It really doesn't. We also showed today that the rates on our $1 trillion we have to put to work every day because we have $1.9 trillion plus other cash from debt and other things to put to work. We only have $1 trillion of loans. It goes into cash, AFS securities, held to maturity securities. You look at those things as, on average, they keep going up each quarter. And people say, how could that happen if they're fixed rate? Well, a lot of it's floating rate. A lot of it was fixed rate stuff hedged. And so that keeps marching forward. So at the end of the day, we had 25% more net interest income last year's first quarter. This year's first quarter, we held up better than we originally planned. We thought we'd be at $14.4 billion. We're at $14.6. But it's the way you extract the value of those deposits. And so we quit investing in the held to maturity in mid-2021, and it's just been running off it. But that was a plan. Once we figured out the deposits were going to stay in the industry because of the stimulus and the things that went on during the pandemic, we then had to invest them, even when short-term rates were zero, to produce some revenue. Otherwise, we basically were running the business for no profit. And then we did that, and then we let it run down. And, $8 billion after tax is a pretty good quarter.
Yeah, it is. It is. Brian, I want to thank you very much for your time today. Brian Moynihan, Bank of America.
Brian Moynihan.
Thank you, Becky.
Thank you.
Thank you, Becky.
Scott, we'll send it back over.
He was spitting. That was a lot. He was just like rapid fire everything. What did he say? He said that it was inherently sticky. He said they expected people to move to money market funds and was helping them. So that's to the theory that higher rates could pull out money. At least he addressed that. But I don't like the whole, what's it called? These banks are like, we don't have that much in losses on our held to maturity. It's like, because the rates all dropped because they were worried about your held to maturity. This makes no sense, but it does. It's just stupid. The only reason you're not losing as much is because we were worried that you were losing that much. So the bond yields went down because people were worried you were losing. So you only made money because we were worried you were going to lose money. Yeah, he said capital. That was fun. Do banks just gamble all day? Not like that. They wear suits. That's it. That's all. So it's a different type of gamble. It's like sophisticated gambling. Like, have you ever, like, what do they, it's like the difference between, like how come they call a banjo a banjo? How come they don't just call it a guitar? Right? I could get into this with you, but I think you get what I'm saying. Yeah, it's violin versus a fiddle. But even like a banjo, I like banjo. What's that one movie with Daffy Duck and the banjo? It's an old one. It's like, it's an old Disney movie. That's what I think of when I think banjos. And then your MES play is down $70. So if any one of you wants to just PayPal me that'd be nice. But we'll see where we end up. We still have 30 minutes. 30 minutes in Netflix. Woo! Deliverance? I don't think that was a Daffy Duck movie, dog. What's wrong with y'all? They're like Constantine. Pretty sure Daffy Duck was in that. That's Deliverance is saying, no, it's a Daffy Duck. What's this, like? I think it's called Family Vacation. Or Daffy Duck Family Vacation or something. And then he like goes somewhere with the possum. And then he has a banjo. So no one knows what I'm talking about. Is it Looney Tunes Family Vacation? I don't know what it is. Oh, wait, Netflix. Wait, Netflix to wind down DVD rental business. Oh, man, last Netflix DVDs to ship September 29th. DVD business has shrunk and streaming business has flourished. Directors at 3 regional feds sought 50 basis point rate hike. Hold on, that news is coming out. So again, Netflix to exit DVD delivery after 25 years. I didn't know they didn't already exit that. And then directors at 3 regional Fed banks sought 50 basis point rate hikes. So I don't know how the market is going to take that. It's just this regional Fed bank news doesn't really mean much, but you might. That's pretty hawkish. 350 basis points, but I don't know. Watch if the 2-year yield goes lower or higher, excuse me. But so far, nothing has moved us. I honestly, I don't know. Unless we get like some crazy move, we might stay just right here at close. I mean, you only have 30 minutes left. You're not really getting a ramp down or a ramp up. We'll see. Oh, you got to add? So what you're telling me is I should go to the bathroom? I don't need to go pee yet, but I'll probably go pee in a little bit. We got to get ready for earnings. Add burpees. It's good. 4:14. Yeah, we're going to be here after hours. No, not 350. They backed 3 members, backed 50 basis point rate hikes. So 3 people on the Fed's regional board believe that they should have raised 50 basis points. And then the other said it again, Netflix DVD rentals. They winded down that business. I did not know you could still get a Netflix DVD. That's pretty cool. It's kind of sad. I'm pretty agnostic towards Netflix. I think this will be a very pivotal earnings for them. Again, they're a couple quarters off of this recovery after selling off pretty big, and you know there's a lot of changes and a lot of things said about growth with Netflix. So I'm pretty agnostic towards it, but I do think it will be an important earnings. I have a pre-earnings play. But I'm not going to hold it coming into it. And then I have a Disney play as a sympathy that I will be holding. I didn't know they had DVDs at all. I had no idea. You want me to announce Netflix in Biden's voice? Maybe. The earnings came in 40% above. You got 2.4 million members. That's how many people are expecting to sign up for it. You know, Netflix. You put it on the boob tube. You put on the Netflix. You can download it. You sign up, or you can't share your password though. That's what my grandson told me. I told him. I said, how come the net space isn't working? I said, why is net space not working? He said it was because of the password. He said, I need to make my own account. I said, how the fuck do I make my own account? What do you mean? I don't just log in and watch it. If I want to watch the Love Blind, the blind people, the Love is Blind. It's a show. It's not what it sounds like. It's just a show. It's a love show. It's like the top 3. Anyways, but still, what I'm doing, I mean it seriously. I'm trying to figure out, but how do I make a new account? And how do I make it if my son made it, my grandson made it for me? How do I make it? If I make it, what happens? How do I get on there, Netflix? Why'd you do this to me, huh? Come on, I'm the leader of the free world. I can't even make another account to watch a television. It's amazing. Still, a Love Boat. Oh, Love Boat. That's a good one. I love Love Boat. That's what I said. I thought they were going to stream it live on Netflix, NetSpace the other day. It's amazing. So I don't know. I don't know how the earnings would be like that. I might get distracted. Tesla did ACAD. Did that do anything after the deal? Nope. DoorDash on the high again. Uber gave up their gains earlier. What else is running? Yeah, Disney's still holding up, which is good. Oh, Restoration. We got $2 on that. That one's actually working up here a little bit. Good for you, Restoration. Good for you. When does my comedy tour kick off? We kick off today. live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open, depending on what happens. What's good is we're waiting. We're waiting for the earnings. I'm glad restoration there, but anytime I've said restoration moves, it goes down, so we're going to ignore it. Okay, Chad? Perfect. Good talk. And where are the regionals? Bank check. Bonds are making a move. PNC, they gave up some gains. Regionals are awful today. Down 2.2, but it's like the middle of yesterday. And JP Morgan was the all-star. Surprisingly, again, Morgan Stanley's in the morning. They're usually a good one. Morgan Stanley actually usually does great. Where's Gimda? Gamida. Google. Gimda's still holding up pretty nice. Google is just getting knocked. Again, the video was too. I think they stabilized a little bit. Yeah, and the video doesn't look as deathly. We have 24 minutes left. Man, and you still really haven't made a move. It might just come down to the wire with Netflix. I hope you're ready for it, Chad. I hope you're ready for it. No China news. China had data last night. Their, what was it? I think exports declined, but then retail sales jumped, and then GDP came in like 0.5% better than expected. And then Japan had news on inflation expectations, and that's what moved the currency around. And then I think Europe CPI numbers are this week, or we may have gotten some early ones that were all lower. McRib was weird. I didn't even know it was at $7 in the morning, and then just sold off all of it and some. 40-point drag either way. Yeah, just depending on Netflix, and then if whether or not we gap up or down, because that gap up today, that cost you some. I mean, that was a huge move overnight. I'm kind of disappointed, but like depending on whether or not we get an earnings worthy of a gap up or down, I mean that could determine it. But seems like 30 points. I mean, yesterday was 20, today was 30 and some change, and then we're staying a lot more calm. But then Tesla earnings will be big. But then after Tesla, it'll just all be about banks, and so far, none of the banks have scared anybody. Coinbase preps for year-long SEC battle, and celebrities want FTX lawsuit dropped. Am I bullish on Netflix? I think Netflix has the biggest chance to surprise up or down, just as much as Meta does this season. I think those are going to be two big ones because pretty much Netflix, I mean, it already moved up a lot. That's the only problem. I think it just has, like, on the multi-year, it has a lot of room to go up, but they've already went up a lot. I mean, granted, Meta's up way more from the bottom, but the way I'm kind of looking at it is that Netflix, it's going to really solidify whether or not it belongs at this lower end of the decade or at the higher end. Again, same thing could pretty much be said about Meta, but Meta's moved a lot bigger from their low. Like Netflix went, what, $80 to $200, or Meta did? This went 180 back to 300. I can't believe Meta went down to $80, actually. When I say that out loud, that's actually mind-blowing. I mean, we bought it at like what, 90 something, but now it's at 200. So that is a magical difference, literally magical. Snap is the black swan, maybe, but Meta reports before Snap this month. Believe it or not, that's what we know. Snap is no longer. This is the first time in like a year and a half where Meta is going to be reporting before Snapchat. Yeah, we bought Meta at 90. Everybody did in the cult. If you follow the law. I mean, if you've been with the law term, you know. But yeah, we grabbed Meta in October. We grabbed it at $93. We are up 134%. Only put one deposit towards it, but it was good enough. Yeah, Snap killed the market twice. This time it can't do it 100%. Disney, I mean, it depends. It still has to get the run up, but it was up a lot more. And then now, depending on Netflix earnings, I mean, it could get you. It's pretty much they're at the same spot as their last earnings. And then this was them after Netflix, but then the whole market moved like that. Hims is still on the high. Yeah, Colt for Redfin and Meta. That was a good one, too. We had a dude end of year last year. For how bad the year started, we ended last year, bro, on a great-ass note from trading to long-term. So, you know, if you had those pickups, you shouldn't be, like, you should have been taken care of no matter what. Like, regardless of how how we even started, it's just like there was enough there, and it was good. And I think I'm hoping we get another setup like that this year again. I mean, that's why we got our yield, we got our dividends, we got our bill. So, yalla. We put to the work. SPY goes up, Netflix goes down. Very interesting. Disney's working its way up. MPW, God willing. Maybe 3M, God willing. If not, we dividend and we wait. We get good deal, Habibi. Good deal. Microsoft and Apple ain't really playing along, and then Amazon was weak. Then Google was getting mollywopped, but Google's not dying this time. Oblong, that was running earlier. It was really fun to say. And then Gimda, that's holding up. And what was the other one? There's like SLGG and the other one. Those are both moving a little bit. MSGM, I think. Isn't that in Panda Express? No, not just MSG. No MSG? Okay. Delta had earnings. I think they did good. Only 2%. I mean, who was it? AAL dropped like 7% on bad earnings. So some of the reactions have been pretty small. I mean, so far you have not seen, I think JP Morgan was probably your biggest earnings reaction so far. That was 7%. And Chad, if I could point out, you're making a move, but you have 15 minutes left. You have 17 minutes. So, I don't know. Even rates trying to come down here on the 2-year. Oblong still going. OBLG. You're back to 41.55 and only 15 minutes left. NEA on the low. Nuveen municipal income. I don't know, but that's dumping. NUEV. And then again, OBLG on the run. Delta earnings. Who was the airline this morning? There was supposed to be an airline. I thought it was Delta. No, United. Excuse me. That's today. I'm tripping. Delta was last week. Yeah, Oblong. No idea what's going up there or going on there. And SPY's at a key level, and you have 15 minutes, and then it's Netflix time. UAL's after hours today, yeah. Southwest, I forgot that was today though. That was the what was it? The airline. They shut it down due to a technical glitch again. Netflix is sus. Netflix is going to be choppy. Again, I feel like they might have a little bit of bad in there with some good, but we'll see. And then let's see who surprises us with buyback news. Netflix usually doesn't surprise you with buyback news, so we'll see. All right, dude. Oblong still going. JP Morgan, high of the day. Okay, Oblong, dude, 74%. That thing's insane. Yeah, dude, JP Morgan. So watch it, the big banks come up here. JP Morgan's quite the show. 41.55. You're a little bit above it. The high of the last couple of hours is 41.56.68. And the low here where you flush was 41.57. GNS on the high too. BDRX. I don't. It sounds familiar, but I don't know. Duolingo on the high. Again, JP Morgan. Watch it, the big banks. I haven't checked XLF. Disney's going up. Yeah, XLF's into the high. How's consumer? Walmart go down? Wrapped. Isn't that not the Rapture? Wrap Therapeutics. They're up 4. McRib got assassinated. That was insane. Ascend even went down. Dauchi's up. What's the other one? Ionis. They're all down. I think the whole biotech index is down. And then healthcare is second worst on the day next to utilities. Netflix will make the entire market boom. I mean, last time I think it did, but I think the overall market we were going, it was January, 19th or 23rd? So, yeah, the next day we did go up pretty good off of it. Pretty sure it was the 19th. Yeah. So that was the market. Everything was down, but then everything did run up. That's where then you had all the earnings, and then you had good bank earnings, and we were like, no, landing. It's never coming down. You can't stop me. It's never coming down. We ain't never landed. Why did the economy have to land? Who even said it had to land? We ain't never landed. We ain't let this generation of rat. It really felt like that for a little bit. Now I don't know. Now we're just in an awkward middle. Peep lift. Lift is lifting. 15-cent move off the bottom. Pretty decent size firm. The recession has been canceled. Well, technically, it's just like expected now. But people it seems, actually, I don't know. In a weird way, even the Fed says their base case. In a weird way, I think the base case is mild recession. I don't know. What would you guys, was it are we talking no landing, soft landing? I think everyone, maybe it's like a medium landing. But it seems like the basic narrative right now is that a mild, we're going to get a recession, is just not going to be that bad. Or at least not bad enough to bring down stock prices. Oh, you said it. Don't say that. He said it, you guys. Oblong 390. That thing's still going. Oh, no. My man in the chat said it, bro. He said it. He said Netflix is going to do nothing to cuck the whole entire market. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. The wisdom of the Chad. 10-minute rig, 10 seconds. Oh, my gosh. What if Netflix just does nothing? Oh, no. The real possibility. It just scams everybody. It does nothing. Oh, no. He said it. Oh, he said it. 10-minute rigged. Aiming down. 2 points so far. To the bottom. 3 point. Okay. Big candle. Bro, 3 points off of that. Yeah, 10-minute rigged. He said, hello. Oh, Netflix, no. So this is it. End of the day, bro. That 10-minute rigged is pretty wild. Netflix went red. The banking system is sound and resilient. It is. So is the S&P. This shit's been same price all day. That's stable as hell, dog. Telling you, it's a little too stable for my liking, but I'll take it. Okay, random bid support, 41.76. That was a big drop off a 10-minute rig. Let's see what happens. Again, NVIDIA, individual names, some names. Netflix took a candle down, but NVIDIA, they held up on that. Again, NASDAQ's still down 0.1%. S&P's in the green. Dow Jones is barely red right now. Pop, lock in, drop it. Mobileye Big Pop. So Chad says, win on the low. That's the first travel name I've seen on the low ticker today. All right, today's Tuesday. Netflix. Damn, Netflix is expected right at the bell. So I think the earnings comes out right, damn it. Because I'm trying to think, will I have time to even finesse my way in or out of this? Tesco. I'm holding the Disney shares overnight, yeah. Bitcoin green. Man, a lot of you want me to hold the Netflix. Tesla's popping now. There you go. He hasn't moved really all day. Is the juice worth this squeeze? I think so. I mean, on every 100 shares of Netflix, if you were going to hold it for earnings, you're pretty much risking $3,000 both ways. You either go 300, maybe even lower, 280. So maybe 5,000 to the downside, and then you have 3,000 to 6,000 to the upside. Like I said, Netflix bad earnings guiding down. Mark my words. Oh no, that would not be pretty. 50-50. The projected move is about 10%. So even then, that'd be about $3,000 on every 100 shares. I think it's a little wider. I think $5,000 to $6,000 realistically, but then that could take a little bit of time. So you may not get instantly clapped on the first move. Hungary bans Ukraine grain imports. Let's transit pass. Is wheat moving on that? And then, dude, SPY brand, talk about a power hour of nothing. Woo! So at least today, I don't know, maybe I'm speaking too soon, but first time you haven't really had your, nothing to cry about. And you know what I'm saying? No real general manipulation crying. We did nothing today. That's it. You know what? I was like a weird heartbeat, some real price discovery, in this like 5-point range. Not bad. Nothing to cry about. Nothing to cry about. That's it. Everyone just peacefully going into earnings. Unless you bought options on the day, maybe, but even then, it's not like the pops were kind of random out of nowhere. The pops and drops look like news. They look like news plays, but they weren't. People waiting to see. DoorDash, still a couple names on the high tickers, kind of gas in here. There's still some names to the downside, but seems like momentum is tilting to the upside here. Again, still holding above this level is very weird. You might even set a new level today. 41.69 might be its new high. This is kind of like no man's land. Again, the ranges are very wide from here. Going red or green. XOB, Mobileye running. And Netflix options are expensive. I'm even looking at both ways right now. I didn't really look at them yet. Yeah, that IV is real on Netflix. Even if you wanted to like try to insure the play, I don't even know if it's worth it. So SPY, wow, is this breaking out? This is the highest we've been since the morning. Am I okay? Maybe now people cry. I don't know. I'm kind of delusional. I couldn't tell. We haven't moved all day. You are a little high. This is the highest you've been in the last 7 hours. For the most part, besides the first 30 minutes now. This was the first place you dropped from in the morning. Yeah, Netflix is very expensive. Woo! You buy 270 put for 45 cents. It's up 70%. Yeah, they moved up a lot, and in general, like they're expensive. Anything like close to that 10%, you're still spending a couple $100s. Let's see. Oh my gosh, it's that time? No way. Holy crap, I didn't even realize it. Oh my gosh, oh, I'm nervous now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the house with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. Around 4 p.m. Pacific time, then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 63 degrees, mostly sunny, looking like a good day unless you thought the market would move more than 2 points, and now you got to wait for Netflix earnings. So that's it. Besides that, we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time. If you will be staying on for the connecting flight of Netflix earnings, just remain seated, and we will be getting into that passage very, very shortly. But as always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Cold Rapid Awards program card, please flag down our flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chad, it's earnings, baby. Netflix after the bell. The market's moving. Bring it home. 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Finalize your plays. You have 20 seconds. I haven't sold Netflix yet. I should, but I don't know. I kind of want to push it to the limit here. I'm up. I got like $50 to $100 to like it's bouncing back and forth. I kind of want to take it here. I think it could go a little bit more. I don't know. Something about it. 10 seconds. It's coming after the bell. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Let's go. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh, Netflix got clapped. Hold on. What's going on? Hold on. Netflix, what are you doing? Oh, wait. Is it out yet? No, it's not even out yet. Horn. Oh, it's tweaking out. Chad. It's tweaking out. Oh, my gosh. It's tweaking out. Oh, my gosh. Oh, wait. Is this it? Q1 earnings? Wait, they released it. Hold on. No. It is out. It is out. Okay, we got it coming up here. Hold on. Oh, man. Oh, already down $10. Already down $12. Should have took my $100. Wait, why isn't it loading? Come on. It's not loading. There it is. PR Newswire. Oh, my gosh. I got to get it from their website. They're really going to make me read. Wait, first quarter 20. How come I don't see it? Hold on. Wait, it's out. It should be out. They say I got the PR release of it, but nothing else is there. Yeah, down 7% already. I'm down 2,500 on the Nflx. Oh, my gosh. They just murdered me. Oh, should have took the other down 20 quick. Down quick. Maybe it's a pop and lock, but we'll see as of now. I wish I had. Dude, even on their website. There it is. Financial statements. Is that it? Letter to shareholders. April. No, yeah. Okay, what did they do? They did 8.1 billion. Let's see, where was it? 232,000 or 232 million paid users. Q4 earnings. Oh my gosh, clapped. Revenue grew 4% year over year on currency. Emerging market revenue was 2% year over year. Where's the damn members? 4 countries given current performance. Nflx loaded with debt. Oh, there it is. So paid. Oh, dude, they missed big. 1.75. Estimate was 2.4. They got their revenue came in 200 million lower for next quarter. EPS beat 288 versus 286. Sales of 8.1 versus 8.11. And then paid additions 1.75. Estimate was 2.4. And then again, revenue guidance 200 million lower for next quarter. And then I'm seeing for the next part, I think that's about it. They said Asian Pacific, they doubled that, or that went up 50%, 1.46 billion or million. Estimate was 986. They see free cash flow at 3.5. They saw 3 billion prior. Operating margin 18 to 20%. Estimate was 19. And then second quarter again, 284. Estimate was 308. Yeah, that's kind of bad. It's pretty bad overall. Big miss on members, at least almost a million miss. EPS guidance lower, 200 million guidance lower. Maybe it's a sandbag, but for now, we should have took it at the end. I'm down 3,300 on there, so kind of exactly what we expected. I think if it's really bad, you take another $50 lower, and then you go back to 250. But 10% down is pretty. I mean, that's it. Kind of makes sense. Disney and Roku are down too. Where'd Disney go? Oh, I forgot to sell your MES too. I have to sell that down $70. So goodbye, MES. Thank you for your service. Disney's down $1 per share on that. Snapchat, I think it was bad. I think it'll pretty much stop around here though, unless people like really freak out about it. But I think 10% now. You give up all of the year, and then you just start back to where you were at the last earnings for the end of the year. Too many bulls. Yeah, it was just bad earnings. I mean, it just wasn't a good number. I mean, I don't know. The market likes that sometimes. But that was just, it's not. I mean, members, we need update. I want to hear more on advertising. But so overall, it just seems like they changed guidance a little bit. They're lowering next quarter. It's not even low enough to be a sandbag, I would say. But they lowered it. They missed on subscribers by almost 1 million. So it was just a bad report. I mean, I don't know about, like, I think it'll move in line, but I think it should be limited around here. But for the most part, I mean, it just wasn't good. That's it. It doesn't even matter bulls or bears. That was just the company. This was not hot. Man's not hot on that one. Again, EPS came in a little bit above, but guided lower for next quarter. Revenue, slight guide down, and then revenue, slight beat at this one. Yeah, they're bad at, I mean, their guidance this time has nothing to do with memberships. So, again, the membership should be choppy, but, I mean, that was maybe everybody was too optimistic on the analyst front. I mean, revenue-wise, they're saying 200 million. That's not that big of a shift, but 1 million subscribers miss is pretty bad. But, again, that's based off of what analysts were expecting. The Disneys are down $70 a share, or 70 cents a share, not $70. No buybacks. No, nothing of that nature. Again, the conference call starts in like 10 more minutes. So we'll see on this one. I didn't check. Guidance was bad. It wasn't bad. I mean, it was bad. But, I mean, not Micron bad. But pretty much here's their next forecast. And where was it? They pretty much, I think this quarter, like the revenue number is, this number is like 200 million lower than what was previously expected and what analysts were expecting. And then the other one, where was it? It was like net revenue and then EPS, diluted EPS. This is, again, like 20 cents lower. Cuckflix. We'll see if it holds up here. Again, I don't think it should go lower than 300. It went as low as 295, but we'll see by the morning. Overall, though, it was a miss. That's your first tech earnings miss. How is the market moving? Didn't really do much. We forgot Uncle. Yeah, it came out right away. They made us even look for it for a little bit. Why is Meta down? I think all of the tech names went down off of it. Telsa's up. ISRG's on the high. And then again, you have UAL after hours. You have UAL in another one. UAL even dropped. Isn't Wall after hours? Yeah, even Tesla dropped too. Coming back up. It's probably going to hold a wild range. Again, even the conference call, they release it on YouTube, I think, like 15 minutes after. So right when that gets out, you're going to get a bunch there. But so far, right now, at the numbers, at the print, I mean, it seems like guidance for next quarter is a little bit lower. I mean, people will probably are going to ask why and how that reflects to the memberships. But the memberships isn't there. First Horizon, adjusted EPS, 45 cents. Estimate was 47. That's another one. That's not FRC, is it? What's it? First Horizon is Horizon. And then Zion's tomorrow. Wall is moving up. I know, they just need to mention AI. They do that, they'll be good. FHN. First Horizon. Blinken commends Iraq's PM on Turkey pipeline. MCBs today, yeah. Oh, they had a pop. KRE again. KRE was in the gutter. MCB just took a run up there. Yeah, Metropolitan Bank sales miss by 1 million. EPS beats by $1 almost. So EPS did good, but their sales went down, or revenue. Netflix climb. It's only 6% now. That's half of the move. We'll see. Well, is that what it's going to be? Shifting board launch of page sharing to Q2 from late Q1. I don't see the buyback stuff. They see constant currency revenue growth to accelerate over second half. And they weighs on media peers as results sink, and then that's it. And then again, MCB, they came in, again, sales missed, earnings were better. First Horizon loans at the end of the period, 59 billion, estimate 58. Again, another regional bank that's good. PTPI's moving again. Netflix engagement on our ads is above initial expectations and expected. We've seen very little switching from standard and premium plans. Oh, I forgot the other plans too. I want to see what they say about getting revenue there. If Netflix went green. I mean, I don't know if it was bad enough. I feel like you got to do really bad to go green. Shout out to Micron. So they're accelerating the share purchase. I don't know why I don't see that. It's not coming across mine. But even then, that's not more buybacks. But see, again, CFO, and then the guidance. Again, that conference call in 15 minutes. Bro, PTPI's at $6. Snap at 10. Everything went down. Tesla went down. Meta, So MCB's running up there. So even then, that one was supposed to fail. ISRG, that's 8%. That's good so far. I think Netflix is the only one that's not good. Again, S&P's running up, tripping out. PTPI still going up after hours. Then again, a lot of regionals are moving up. Again, First Horizon, First Horizon, Wall, and then MCB. Might want to get out before the call. Well, I've made half of the loss back. I'm down to hold it for a little bit. MCB's gapping up. Again, at this point, if it's already recovered 5%, it's good, but that call will either get me back up to break even or I just go back to holding this for a quarter. And then Netflix off to another slow start with a subscriber miss. Netflix pivots to ads in focus. Streaming AI. And that's it. No more headlines. Not bad. Kind of uneventful, but just bad. Starting off your first tech earnings with bad. There's no tricks either, except for the fact that it's bouncing up. I don't know. Just so far, bad earnings. Everything missed. Missed on the guidance. Stock went down. It is bouncing up half of the loss, but so far, no other tricks up their sleeve. I don't know. How you feeling? That's how we're starting pretty fresh. You got a little bit of a drop in lock. We'll see. We'll see by the conference call. You have what? You have 3 more minutes, I think? So we'll see. I did not close the Netflix. I thought it said it was coming out right at the bell. I thought I would have like my extra minute, but nah. I did not, sir. I did not. Wall coming up. MCB is up 12%. So that was, remember, we thought they were going to get clapped there off of that short report. They're killing it. KRE, First Horizon, I think they did good as well. So far, I think the regionals are all up. No real shockers here. Subscriber numbers changed on CNBC. Well, just wait. 2 more minutes, we'll get the conference call. So let me go to the bathroom if you want to wait for it. So let's go. I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Happy Netflix earnings. All the numbers came in bad. Conference call is about to come out, I think. So we'll see.
Hey, man. It's a cop. Bitch, I'm popping every quarter, bitch, it's earnings season. Like I'm chewing on the mic, I know you heard we eating. I don't do the pretty lines, I trade a different reason. You don't like what's on my mind, you can mute your TV. They buying THC, we buying TLT. I could go and change your life before, not third day. You should go and change your mind to buy ACB. You should do the right steps, it's the ABC. They talking AKs and 22s, what? I'm talking AKs and 10 Qs, hey. For the best play, the slow move, hey. Want my whole life a damn school. So sit your ass down while your ass quit the speed. You gon' get your ass clapped cause you confuse what want with need. When they think I bad down is when I'm rising to my feet. You saw me do this shit for free and still make 100 G's. I'ma pull up in a Jeep, one that's made by Mercedes. I'ma buy it when it's cheap and sell it for a preem. Know that water kinda D, so I'm so mad while I think. You gon' probably need a team if you gon' run it up on me. Don't bring a crew to a coat fight. Better buy some more time. Hold it till there's no time. Meet me at the goal line. Dropping this like oh nah. The devil on my phone line, but haters kiss the decline. I'm buying contracts at the money, they said that I'm stupid. If you really think that you should short it, you won't do it. There's a fine line between affording and stupid. Anything I say, please don't do it. I'm just trying to be professional. Living through recession, bro. Kinda feel depressing, huh? You should watch the estimates. Company consensuses. Earnings season, set it up. I'm about to hit consecutive. Bitch, I'm popping every quarter, bitch, it's earnings season. Like I'm chewing on the mic, I know you heard we eating. I don't do the pretty lines, I trade a different reason. You don't like what's on my mind, you can mute your TV. They buying THC, we buying TLT. You could go and change your life before, not third day. You should go and change your mind to buy ACB. You should do the right steps, it's the ABC. Got a house up in the hills, but I don't really like LA. You know I got a couple mil, but still it's 20 on the play. I break it down 100 ways, I'm talking 50 different plays. Assume a lot of them gon' miss, but one gon' keep me in the game. down. Now can you get up off my back? They say they making lots of money, but they talking non-gap. Never thought I'd make a milli, now that's what I pay in tax. You ain't really gotta feel me, cause I know God got my back. Don't talk much, if it's a done deal. Plays I make are unreal, but the money's so real. You could hate it uphill, but the plays ain't conceal. I know you heard my mouth swear, you crackhead, you got no chill. I'ma never give this up like the girls I went to church with. Maybe I'll retire when a hostile take Berkshire. Don't fuck with your retire, I got Mivga on my shirt, bitch. But I didn't need an image, put a thumbs up on the Forbes list.
Hot. Uncle Answers, baby. It's earnings season. Oh, and just like that, earnings season, Netflix, UAL bounces back. Netflix at 321. Oh, my God. We had nothing to cry about today, but let's see if earnings, oh, man, airlines are going up now. Did the call start yet? I mean, it should be out on, I think they put it out on YouTube. Netflix earnings. Where is it? Where's just Netflix? Where's the Netflix channel? They literally release it on their channel. That's the trailer for Beef. Let's see. IR. They're making me go to the website a lot today. Video interview. Yeah. Oh, it's not out yet. Why is it not out? When does it get released? Boo. Oh, 3 p.m.? Oh, boo. Chad, you got to wait. Boo. Yeah, we have to wait for it. Oh, Chad. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. No way. No way. Yeah, we got to wait. You know what's even crazy? No way. That's real? Is that real? Is it really Lori's birthday today? Oh, man. No. Oh, and happy birthday, Lori. Let's go. Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, I'm going to give you the app. Happy birthday from all of us to you. We wish it was our birthday so we could party too. Hey, happy birthday from all of us to you. Netflix earnings was bad and the stock might still go up. Hey, oh, you didn't say your birthday was on. It's Lori Netflix earnings day. Oh, man, enjoy it. Glad to have you here for another birthday and another year for the long term. Oh, Lori, let's go. Happy birthday. That's amazing. That's amazing. What are you doing for April 20th for your birthday? The happiest of birthdays. Enjoy it. Damn, on Netflix day. Let's go. How you know I said it might go up? I mean, it already went up. I don't think you realize that's already a 6%, 7% recovery. I mean, in a weird way, like I felt like I deserved it when it was at 300. I mean, I was expecting it to go to 300. I didn't think it would go lower, but I mean, I didn't know if I expected it to go all the way back up. I mean, this is now not that bad of a play, more or less. I mean, it's still down $10 a share, but that one's a little bit more wilder than not. We'll see. And that's even before the conference call. So no comments from CFO or anything. I'm down sub 1,000. Now it's like 870 or 970. It's going back. The spread is fucked up. Wall, I don't know. UAL went negative to positive. MCB, they chilled out a little bit, but they're still doing good. And then Wall kind of just came back. The banks aren't, I mean, tech is moving, but the banks aren't really like, they I don't know. Their moves aren't as like massive and jerk. They don't jerk as much. It's just more like, this is like tech. This already, I mean, 10% down, 6% up, 3% total. I mean, practically same price as what? Just barely lower. And then your weekly low. And then I guess you're at 2-week low for Netflix. Nope, you're just back to the low of where it was at 2 weeks ago. Yeah, from 3K to down 870. Not bad. Not bad. Now it's down 1,200. So you see these candles. It's big. But we'll see. I mean, it either dies from here or not, but you do have UALs continuing to hold up. I mean, this same, again, it's, this time I'm on the receiving end of it, but it's kind of like, it's like, what's it called? What was that one? Micron? Just bad earnings. I didn't think the earnings were that bad. but we'll see. Overall miss, though. So Netflix may mean people are willing to go out and spend. Netflix tumbles on softer Q1 as password sharing crackdown bites. Stock drops as streaming video leader misses subscriber target. And then let's see the snapshot. So revenue was 8.24. Estimate was 8.47. EPS 284. Estimate was 308. Operating margin, they guided to 19%. Initial was 20.7. Operating income 1.6, about unchanged year over year. Subscribers missed across the board, and then down 200,000 year over year. Canada and United States 100,000 additions versus estimate of 250. Emerging markets added 640. Estimate was 830. Latin America, they lost 450,000. Estimate was a gain of 500,000. So I think that's a bad look at their password sharing, because Latin America, they expected a gain and they lost subscribers. And then China, Asian Pacific, they killed it. 1.4. Estimate was 986. And then revenue was up 3.3 year over year instead of 3.9, 8.1 billion. Estimate was 8.18. Streaming paid memberships, 232 million total, 4.9 year over year. Estimate was 233, so they're 500,000 below that. And then EPS 288. Operating margin was 21 versus 25 year over year. Estimate was 20. Operating cash flow, operating income was higher than expected, 1.7 billion, down 13% year over year, but better than 1.64. Free cash flow, 2.1 billion versus 800 million a year ago. An estimate was 923. That's not bad. That's actually the only thing. Those three things they did good on. Now that I'm looking at it, operating margin was slightly better than expected. Operating income was slightly better than expected, and then free cash flow, that was substantial. That was 200% better than expected, or 100% better than expected. And then they guided up on cash flow, 3.5. They saw at least 3 to 3.4, and then they lowered operating margin to 18 to 20. Estimate was 19.2, but they are still on track to meet full year 23 financial objectives. They said they shifted out the timing of the paid sharing broad launch from late first quarter. They see second quarter net paid additions that are roughly similar to first quarter 2023 and a slight increase year over year on a Forex neutral arm. On the advertiser side, they're launching a programmatic private marketplace to enable more buying options for Netflix ad inventory using Microsoft Sales Platform. For 2024, they expect constant spend to be in the range of roughly 17 billion, consistent with prior expectations for 2022 to 2024. They anticipate returning cash to shareholders through share repurchases, currently expecting to accelerate share repurchases over the course of 2023. Sounds bad when you read it. I mean, it's not as bad as last year, and it's not as bad as any of the earlier collapse we saw with Netflix, but it was just a miss. It was just below expectations. I mean, maybe this is why Netflix stopped giving out guidance in that sense, but I mean, overall, this full year guidance is the same. They did good on some decent areas, but I mean, it was just a miss in terms of expectations. Fox News settles for $780 million. That's on the Dominion case. I was just reading the Netflix. Well. Chattadonia, how do you feel? How do you feel, baby? So, that being said, United just reported. That's why the airlines are probably up. That being said, though, I have good news, bad news for you. Okay? Good news, I love you. And I hope you know you're blessed. And thank you all for being here. God bless all of you. And shout out to the members and the non-members and everybody alike and all the people who held it down and all the people with love and appreciation and respect and who contribute and, you know, and who looking out beyond just themselves, who letting it flow to them and through them. You know, God bless all of you. And thank you again for a wonderful day. Double shout out if you liked that video and you shared it and subscribed and you just been holding it down. We love you. So I love you. That's the good news. And thank you guys again for another awesome day. It's truly a pleasure to be here. I hope you're ready for more, baby. baby. You got Tesla tomorrow. Don't let me go too crazy, but that's the day. That's it. The bad news is there's no PHILO. No PHILO for today. I'm sorry. I got some PHILO, but, I got to get going already. I honestly, usually earnings, if I, because I'm going to be late on here every other day this week and next week. So, if we could get away with one of these early, I'm going to do it. But maybe I'll give you a PHILO during market hours tomorrow if it's an earnings day, But Chad, I love you all. Thank you all for being here again. Make sure you go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And ladies and gentlemen, even if there's no PHILO, I hope I see you on the watch list. But even then, I'm going to see you in the morning. But guess what, man? Guess what? Why are we here? Why do we keep going? Why are we still in the game? Why are we still annoying? Why are we still making something out of nothing, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. That's why, baby. Faith, hope, love, determination, never out of style, never, baby. You in the game, you blessed. You got the rest of your day. You could give it 120%. You still got your earnings to report. You report after this turns off. It's your game time, baby. Are you ready? We're even making it through. It's 2023. It's fully in effect, Chad. Oh, man, don't let me go too crazy. Oh, Army is absolutely prepared to end Microsoft Goggle program. Oh, Microsoft goggles, no goggles. Where's that other one? Mavis? Oh, man, Micro, isn't that the one, the goggles? Oh, aren't they? God, they're already down. That news is coming out now. Oh, my gosh. But, Chad, I love all of you. I'll see you on the watch list. Thank you guys again for being here. And God bless you all. And I'll see you tomorrow for the rest of the earnings. Peace out. Yeah, what about I told you, Netflix, the Netflix capacitor. I told you what was going to happen. I don't know why they go down, they go up. I'm still trying to make my account. But I love you. Hey, Lori. Happy birthday, Lori. Yeah, wait, no, seriously, I mean it. Yeah, I wonder how have the day have a good day of today, the borning day. You're born, the born identity. You're like Jason Bourne. Huh? Happy Matt Damon day. No, I don't know. Okay, good day. I'm Egyptian for life. I like Egyptians. But still, I mean it. Sure, hey, no, come on. Stop playing around. It's Lori's birthday, and it was a good day today, all right? So you finish. You have a good day. I got to get going, though, all right? All right, you have a good morning.